Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Bioengineered Beast Hero? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku POV. As I stand on the roof of the number 1 hero, my idol, I feel my dreams shattering before my eyes. I stand there, emotionless, and pull out a syringe filled with a purple liquid I found in a science class drawer labeled poison. I never thought I would want to use it. It wasn't green like the others, but I didn't care. I grabbed my phone and began texting my mom and Kaken goodbye, expressing how I felt like a disappointment. I put my phone on silent. I pressed the syringe to my neck, took a deep breath, and thought it was for the best. As the liquid entered my body, I waited for the end, but instead of fading away, a sharp pain surged through me. I tried to stand but collapsed to the ground as purple fur began to envelop my hands. My thumbs retracted, and my fingers transformed into large, cat-like paws. My feet burst out of my shoes, revealing the same furry paws. My arms and legs elongated, and my uniform ripped as my body grew. The most shocking change was my head, and then everything went dark. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a garage. I lifted my head, which felt heavy, and looked around at a multitude of unfinished inventions, some missing key components. I tried to stand but fell onto all fours, my head bumping against the ceiling. I attempted to walk but collapsed again with a loud thud. Suddenly, I heard footsteps approaching from behind a door. The door swung open, revealing a short girl with a mature build. She had salmon-pink hair styled into thick dreadlocks and wide, sloped eyes with green-yellow irises. "Oh, you're awake. You've been out for a while since I found you on that roof," she said. I tried to speak, but a cough erupted from my mouth, releasing red smoke that smelled like lavender. "I wouldn't try to talk, your vocal cords have been replaced," she advised. I glanced around and pointed at a mirror with an unsteady paw. "Oh, here?" she said, placing the mirror in front of me. I looked at my reflection and saw black eyes with white pupils, a large toothless mouth, and what appeared to be a pipe in my throat. It was quite unsettling. Here, try writing something down," she suggested, placing a slab of wood in front of me. "You don't have any thumbs, so you'll need to use your claw." I scratched something on the wood and pushed it toward her. "How did you find me?" I wrote. "Oh, I saw you on the roof with my quirk. I was in an abandoned building looking for parts and witnessed your transformation. You passed out and I came to get you." "I ran past a skinny blonde man," she explained, and I frowned, realizing she meant him. I wrote down, "My name is Izu. What's yours?" "Oh, I totally forgot to introduce myself. My name is Mei Hatsum," she replied, and I nodded. "Oh, and here's this. It might not be useful in your situation, but here," she said, handing me my backpack. I carefully unzipped it and pulled out my notebooks and an All Might figurine. My pupils darkened as I clenched my paw and accidentally crushed it. "Oh, you don't like All Might? Why is that?" she asked, concerned. I wrote, "All Might crushed my dream in front of my face." "Oh, I didn't know All Might could be that harsh," she exclaimed. I attempted to stand again but collapsed once more. "Are you okay? I scanned your body, and your entire skeleton has been replaced with a metal endoskeleton. You're lucky to even move your paw. You need to rest, your body is still adjusting," she said. I nodded and wrote one last thing on the wood. "Favorite food, katsudon." "All right, I'll wake you for dinner in a few hours," she said as she walked out, and I laid my head down. To be continued. Izu POV. As I walked along the alley carrying a bag of food with my tail, I suddenly heard a female voice yell, "Help!" I rushed toward the scream and saw a man with a knife hand threatening a woman on the ground. I approached them from behind the villain. "Now give me everything you have," he shouted at the woman, but she remained silent, staring in horror at something behind him. "Haha, do you have a fear of knives or something?" The villain laughed. But before he could turn around, I struck him in the side, sending him crashing against the wall and knocking him out. I turned to the woman and unzipped my chest, revealing a few buttons inside. I pressed a green button, and a speaker activated. Be safe next time when going into alleys. It's dangerous, I advised before walking away. 5 minutes later, I entered the garage and found May working on one of her inventions. Here, I got you the things you need. An energy drink, a new screwdriver, and some chocolate, I said, placing the bag on her work table before lying down on my built-in bed. Thanks, Aizu, she replied, turning off her blowtorch and grabbing the chocolate from the bag. She sat down on the bed, leaning against my furry chest, and a purring sound escaped me. Are you purring? She chuckled, and I felt myself blush. You know I'm going to miss you when you enter UA. So, what invention do you have? I asked. Oh, here, look, she exclaimed, rushing to her work desk. I chuckled as she pulled out a literal gun, startling me. Don't worry, it's not loaded with anything. It's actually a compressed water gun. Water, when compressed, can cut through anything, even diamonds, she explained excitedly. I laughed. Hey, why are you laughing? She asked. Sorry, every time you show a new invention, you have this face that looks like you're about to explode into confetti, I replied. She blushed in embarrassment. I chuckle. You know you're adorable when you blush. I tease her, and her face turns completely red. Before she can respond, I gently pull her closer with my tail and lay her down next to me. Get some sleep, you'll need the energy for your support course test, I say, resting my head down as she settles beside me. To be continued. Chapter End. Aizu POV. It's been a week since May and I've been working on several assignments, but I managed to secure a spot at UA. The principal is the only one who knows I pick her up after she passes out from finishing one of her inventions. I'm currently bringing her lunch when I hear the sound of an engine. I turn to see a blue-haired boy in armor, about my age, running toward me. He stops in front of me, catching his breath. Have you called a pro hero yet? He asks. No, not yet. What's happening? I reply. Villains are attacking the USJ, he says urgently. Why would anyone want to attack Universal Studios Japan? I ask. Never mind, I need pro heroes now, he insists. The button is right here, I might go check it out, I say. Wait, what's dangerous? The boy starts, but before he can finish, I take off in the direction he came from while he rushes inside the school. About 2 minutes later, I arrive at a massive dome. The door bursts open, and I step inside. I see a group of people in costumes and something soaring into the sky, escaping the dome. As I walk past the students and down the stairs, a girl with brown hair in a skin-tight suit yells, Hey, stop. I need to help him, I say, pointing at a man in black clothing and a scarf being carried by a small, oddly costumed student and a frog-like student. I unzip my chest and press a button, releasing red gas from a tube in my mouth, enveloping the area in a thick mist. Terrifying screams echo around me as I navigate through the gas. I hear something I never expected, Bakugo crying. I follow the sound and find him at my feet, tears streaming down his face. My eyes turn red as I see what he sees everyone we've ever met saying hurtful things. You're weak, says All Might. You quirkless loser, I hear myself say. You're a mistake, his mother adds. The fear of failure, I exclaim, quickly grabbing a gas mask from my chest and placing it over his face to silence the voices. I lift him onto my back when I hear another cry. I spot a spiky red-haired boy staring at a lifeless body of a girl in a junior high uniform. I put a gas mask over his face as he collapses, catching him and placing him on my back. As I walk around, I hear more crying and look down to see an illusion of boiling water. I follow the sound and find a boy half covered in ice, with red and white hair and a burn mark on his face. He's curled up on the ground, surrounded by boiling water. I put a mask over his face, and he calms down before falling asleep. I set him on my back and notice an area where the gas hasn't reached. Emerging from the gas, I see a figure made of purple smoke and a man with hands all over his body in a standoff against All Might, who looks exhausted and is clearly running out of time in his buff form. Using my tail, I gently place the 3 boys on the ground and watch the standoff. Suddenly, the hand villain charges at All Might, who is clearly at his limit. In a burst of speed, I position myself in front of the villain just as his hand is about to touch me. I grab his arm and snap it with a quick motion, causing him to collapse in pain. "Out of my way," he shouts, using his other hand to reach for me. Before he can make contact, a bullet strikes his hand, followed by 2 more gunshots hitting his legs, making him fall again. More gunfire erupts, but the purple smoke figure blocks the bullets, then transforms into a portal, teleporting them away. The red gas begins to fade, revealing villains on the ground having panic attacks. I was fortunate to get Bakugo and the other 2 out before that happened. I see pro heroes descending the stairs. "Thank you, who are you?" All Might asks, half of his body still buff and the other half skinny. I click the button in my chest. "Someone who once admired you," I reply, walking away toward the stairs. As I ascend the stairs, I run into pro hero Vlad King with Principal Nizu on his shoulder. "So, this is the boy who's been taking care of that crazy girl in the support course?" Vlad comments. Nizu and I share a chuckle. "We thank you very much for helping All Might and those 3, Nizu adds, noticing Bakugo, the red-haired boy, and the half-ice boy still coughing up some red gas. "Don't worry, it's only temporary. It might cause some illusions, but they'll be fine by tomorrow," I assure him, and Nizu nods. "I have a request. We have an open spot in Class 1A. A student wasn't suited for hero work," Nizu states, handing me a paper. I take it and say, "I'll think about it," placing it in my chest pouch next to my gas chamber as I walk out. To be continued. Chapter end. Eyes of POV. In the garage. As I sleep, I hear the door open. I open my eyes to see May wearing a mask and holding gas tanks labeled sleep gas, fear gas, illusion gas, mustard gas. I sit up, tired, as I unzip my chest to show my gas chamber. About 5 minutes later, she finishes putting in the last tank. Just as she's about to zip my chest back up, I feel her pull something out. My eyes widen at the sound of paper. "Aizu, why are you hiding this?" she asks, concern in her voice. I look down, unsure of how to respond. "Was it before the roof incident?" she inquires, placing her hand on my cheek as a tear rolls down mine. "I was quirkless before I met you, and this happened," I explain, placing my paw on her hand. "I was told I could never be a hero without a quirk. My idol even said it. My own mother was the only person keeping me together, but I had to let her go. I thought that syringe had something harmful in it, but it turned me into this," I said. May gasped. I know, but when I met you, I found a whole new meaning in life, even if I could never be a hero." I replied, "Who's stopping you now?" May asked. "Myself," I admitted, as May looked at me with concern before kissing me gently. "Don't let the past get in the way of your life with me. Join that class and live the dream you had before," May encouraged, making me blush from the kiss. "Thank you, I'll try," I said, kissing her again before grabbing the paper to sign up. To be continued. In a meeting room, Tsukachi spoke. "The police have investigated the group that calls themselves the League of Villains. We found no match in the quirk registry for the name Shigaraki or a quirk that crumbles everything with his touch. The same goes for the one called Kurogiri with his warp gate. They aren't registered citizens or users. They haven't registered their quirks as part of the underground society. That means we have no information about them," Vlad King said. "We need to act quickly. Once Shigaraki, the ringleader's, gunshot wound heals, they'll likely strike again," Snip warned. "It's a bold attack that many wouldn't dare to execute, even if they thought of it." Suddenly making an absurd demand while hiding his own quirk, he brags about Nomu's abilities. When things don't go his way, he becomes visibly upset. "I'm sure the quirk was meant to draw me out," Am added. "Still, it was foolish to abandon the advantage of having unknown quirks when fighting against heroes," Nizu remarked. "A plausible, yet childish move. Bragging about his possessions shows a simple mind that expects everything to go his way. What I understand about his fighting style is that he's a man-child with a childish sense of supremacy," Am explained. "So, basically, a child with power?" Vlad King asked. "Did he not receive the quirk counseling that every child gets in school?" Midnight inquired. "And what does that have to do with this?" Snip replied. 72 villains were arrested the other day at USJ. They were all kids found in the alleys. The problem is that they all support the man-child and follow him here. The current society is filled with heroes, so villains feel oppressed and may be drawn to such simple-minded evil, Tsukachi said. True, Vlad King agreed. There are many people who don't know what to do with their quirks, Snip added. A sobering thought, Midnight said. Well, thanks to the heroes, we can focus on our investigation. We'll expand our efforts and concentrate on arresting the criminals, Tsukachi concluded. A man-child. In a way, our students are like that too. There's room for growth. If someone is backing him, trying to mature that evil, Nizu noted. In Class 1A, Hagakure asked, Hey, did you watch the news last night? For a second, the entire class was on. But I didn't stand out at all, huh? It's hard to stand out in that outfit, Ojiro replied. But all the channels were featuring that news, Kaminari added. It can't be helped. The hero course that trains pro-heroes was attacked, Jiro said. What would have happened if the teachers hadn't come? Siro wondered. But AM was amazing. He fought off those strong villains, Sato remarked. Yeah, it's astonishing strength, Tokoyami agreed. The morning homeroom is about to start. Quiet down and take your seats, Ida instructed as he rushed in. We're already seated, you're the only one who's not, Siro pointed out as Ida sat down, irritated at his mistake. Tsuyu, I wonder who's teaching homeroom today, Mina asked. True. Since Aizawa is supposedly in the hospital for his injuries, Tsuyu replied, just as the door opened to reveal Aizawa covered in bandages. Morning, Aizawa said. Aizawa, you're back so soon. Class 1A exclaimed. What a pro! Kami cheered. Teacher, Ida began, but turned pale when he saw me walking in behind Aizawa. It's him! Uraraka gasped. My welfare is of no concern, but I would like to introduce your new classmate replacing the last one, Aizawa said. As I unzipped my chest, everyone got into battle positions. I clicked a button, and a microphone sound echoed. Did you really think I would attack you all? If I did, you'd all be knocked out in a few seconds, I said as everyone nervously sat down. I noticed Bakugo staring at me intensely. My name is Aizu Ori, I introduced myself. Go sit down behind Bakugo, Aizawa instructed. I walked past Bakugo and laid on the ground like a cat, the dots in my eyes disappearing. Now that's out of the way, I have one thing to say, your battle isn't over yet, Aizawa announced. Battle? Bakugo asked. The villains again? Mineta said, scared. The UA Sports Festival is around the corner, Aizawa revealed. Finally, a normal school event. The class cheered. Sports Festival? The class echoed. Finally, a normal school event. Kira exclaimed in excitement before Kami stopped him. Wait! Kami said, is it okay to have a sports festival when we just had a villain attack? What if they attack us again? Ojiro asked. By going through with this event, we want to prove that UA's crisis management system is outstanding. Security will be 5 times stronger this year. Above all, our sports festival is a big opportunity. It shouldn't be cancelled because of some villains, Aizawa explained. No, Mineta began, but my tail whipped the back of his head. Shut up, you don't know how important this is, I said. Our sports festival is one of Japan's major events. The Olympics used to be called the Festival of Sports, exciting the entire country. Now it's reduced in scale and population, just a mere formality. Currently, the UA Sports Festival has taken the place of the Olympics, Aizawa stated. All the top heroes in the country will be watching for scouting purposes, Momo added. After graduation, it's normal to join a pro agency as a sidekick, Kami explained. From there, many miss their chance to become independent and remain sidekicks forever. Kaminari, I think that's you because you're not the brightest, Jiro teased. Of course, being in a popular hero agency will provide more experience and popularity. Time is limited. If you're chosen by a pro, it instantly opens your future. Once a year, there are only 3 chances. No aspiring hero can let this opportunity pass by. If you have the will, be sure to prepare, Aizawa concluded. Yes, the class yelled. As the bell rang for lunch, Kira exclaimed, we had that incident, But I'm so excited. If we do well and stand out, it's a big step to becoming a pro, Siro says. It was worth entering UA, Sato adds. The chances are limited. We can't let this opportunity pass us by, Toko chimes in. As everyone talks, I sit at the charger, recharging my voice box. You're lucky, Shoji. Your bulky body itself stands out, Kami remarks, a hint of jealousy in his tone. But I need them to see how useful I am. What about him? Shoji says, pointing at me as I watch them from a distance. He'll be lucky to even get chosen, Jiro comments. Everyone, I will give my best. Uraraka shouts enthusiastically just as I walk up behind her. I'm trying to take a nap. Don't yell or you'll wake me up, I say, and she looks at me, startled, before I head towards the door. In the halls, Ida turns to me, asking, "Why are you following us?" I respond, "Because I feel comfortable around you two for some reason." Uraraka? What is it? She replies. Why did you come to UA wanting to be a pro hero? I ask. The reason. Uraraka hesitates. I stop her. Money? You want to become a hero for the money. Say, surprised. Ultimately, this. I'm sorry, it's so selfish. Ida, you have such great motives. I'm so embarrassed, she admits. But what's wrong with building your goals around your livelihood? Ida counters. My family owns a construction company, but we don't have any work, so we're struggling. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but... Uraraka trails off. Construction, Ida concludes. With Uraraka's quirk, her certification will help cut costs, I add. She can make any material float. You don't need heavy machinery, Ida explains. Very useful quirk, I say. Right? I said that when I was little. I'm going to become a hero and make money so my mom and Dad can take it easy, Uraraka declares, determination shining in her eyes. Suddenly, All Might appears, pointing at me. I found young Ori. All Might. What do you want? I respond, irritated. Lunch, let's eat together, he suggests, but I turn away. I'll pass, I say. What, why? Ida asks. He did something that you wouldn't understand, I reply. I need to talk to you, Izuku, All Might says. Hesitantly, I stop, my claws digging into the ground. Fine, I say, walking towards him. In the lounge, I shout, How do you know my name? Let me explain, All Might replies. You better, I warn. I went into your files and found your name was similar to a boy I met on a roof. Was that you? All Might asks. I nod. Well, do you remember what I said? He continues. Sorry, kid, you can't be a hero without a quirk, I remind him, my anger flaring. No, it's about my injury during my fight at the USJ. I overused my quirk and now I can only use it for 50 minutes. You know we're alike, you and I, All Might says. I gave up that life months ago, I mutter to myself. Never mind, here's your tea. More importantly, the sports festival. Can you make it? All Might asks. Well, my body's different. I'm more than I was before, but I should go, I reply, standing up and heading towards the door. Just as I reach for the handle with my paw, I turn around, my tail accidentally turning off the light and leaving 2 glowing dots where I was staring. Don't tell anyone my identity or I won't hesitate to leave, I warn before the light flickers back on and I'm gone. Thought he might say that, All Might says, sipping his tea. To be continued. After lunch with Class 1A, I lay in the corner with one eye open as Class 1A stares at the entire school in front of the door. What's your business with Class A? Ida asks. Inspecting the enemy, you scum. Since we all survived the villain attack, they came to inspect us. There's no point in doing that. Move, rubbernecker, Bakugo says, walking towards the door. I came to see the rumored Class A, but you're pretty arrogant. Is everyone in the hero course like this? A tired purple-haired boy comments. No, just this idiot, I say, standing behind Bakugo and staring at the students. Seeing things like this disillusions me. There are a lot of students in the ordinary and other courses because they couldn't get into the hero course. But this freak got in without any training, Shinso says before the dots in my eye sockets turn red. You really think I'm a freak? I'd love to see you fight me because you are, I say, my tail wrapping around his chest. I could knock you out in seconds and you wouldn't hear a word I say. Don't assume I'm weak, I can break every bone in your body, but that's not what heroes do now, is it? I say before May yells, "Eyes?" as she pushes through the crowd. May, aren't you supposed to be in support class? I ask. Your anger meter in your body went to 8, so please calm down, she urges. Fine, Ida, find Aizawa. We need to clear out these guys, I say. Already on it, Ida replies as all the students walk away, except for the purple-haired boy, who stands there speechless. Go or I'll make you, I say as Shinso walks off, leaving us. Don't let people get to you, I say as I walk out, leaving everyone wondering if they should be scared or thankful. The next day at UA gates, reporters wait to interview. The security inspection is taking so long, one reporter complains. They were just attacked by villains. Of course, they're being careful. There's some criticism against the festival this year, another reporter responds. Controversy equals good ratings. The main attraction is Class 1A, the first reporter adds. In the 1A waiting room, Mina says, I wanted to wear my costume. We can't, since we have to be fair, Ojiro replies. I wonder what the preliminary event is, Sato muses. We just need to work with it no matter what it is, Toko says before the door opens. Everyone, are you ready? It's almost time to go, Ida announces as I lay there, hearing footsteps approaching. What do you need? I ask, eyes still closed. Looking at it objectively, I think I'm more capable than you. But you've been favored by all might, Todoroki says. I stand up, towering over him. Do you think you scare me, Endeavor's son? I whisper as Todoroki clenches his fist. He tries to push my hand away, but I grab his wrist. Do you want the same treatment as that villain from the USJ? I threaten, my claws digging into his wrist, but Todoroki stands unfazed. I will beat you, he declares. The best in the class is declaring war? Kami remarks. Why are you two starting a fight all of a sudden? Stop it. Kira says, placing his hand on Shoto's shoulder, but Shoto pushes it away. We're not here to play friends. Does it even matter? Shoto replies, pulling his arm back and leaving deep scratch marks on his skin. Shoto? I know you're far above me. Objectively, your abilities surpass most, I say. Don't be so negative or, Kira starts, but I raise my paw to stop him. I'm going to aim for it, I declare, as everyone watches us intently. Hey, get ready, audience. Come forward, mass media. It's the high school fighting ground you all love. The UA Sports Festival is about to start. First-year students will now enter. Present Mike announces over the speakers as my class and I walk out of the tunnel. UA Sports Festival, the annual battle where rookie heroes engage in fierce competition for the top. You want to see these guys, right? Despite facing enemies, they overcame with hearts of steel. The marvelous new stars, Hero Course Class 1A. PM exclaims. As my class steps out, Ida walks beside me, saying, will we be able to give our best performance in front of this crowd? This is also part of our training to become heroes. They're really putting us on a pedestal. It's making me nervous. Right, Bakugo? Kira adds. No, it's getting me excited, Bakugo replies. They may not attract much attention, but they are full of talent too. Hero Course Class 1B. Next are the ordinary courses C, D, and E, along with support courses F, G, and H, PM continues, and I blush at the sight of May in her gear. And the management courses I, J, and K. This is all of UA's first-year students. PM yells. In the middle of the stadium, Midnight stands on a pedestal. Players pledge, she announces, causing everyone to blush. What is Midnight wearing? Kira asks. As expected of an 18-plus hero, Kami remarks. Can an 18-plus be in high school? Fo wonders. Quite the student representative. One Aizu Ori, Midnight calls out, and my eyes widen. I can feel the anger of 1,000 men behind me, knowing it's Bakugo. I stand up, towering over everyone. He's the one who stopped the villains before the heroes showed up at the USJ, Kami notes. I walk up the stairs to the pedestal, unzip my jacket, and click a button. A microphone sound echoes as I adjust my tone to sound softer before addressing the crowd. I have no pledge, but I can say, plus ultra, I declare, and the whole stadium erupts in cheers. I smirk as I catch Bakugo staring in disbelief, but then my eyes widen. I made my voice too similar to my past self, I think, as I walk back down the stairs. Now let's start right away. Many have faced challenges here every year. The fateful first event is an obstacle race course. All 11 classes will participate. The course is approximately 4 kilometers around the stadium. Freedom is our school's selling point. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay on course. Now take your place, Midnight instructs. At the entrance to the obstacle course, 3 green lights go down as everyone takes their running stance. When the last light goes out, Midnight yells, "Start!" and everyone rushes through the tunnel, pushing past each other. I leap off the walls, making my way to the exit, but I notice a rush of cold air coming from the tunnel. I jump just in time but land on some ice. "Darn it, Todoroki!" I exclaim as he runs by, with some of Class 1A emerging from the tunnel. "I won't let you get your way, you two-toned..." Bakugo shouts, propelling himself at Todoroki. I run on the ice, digging my claws in to maintain pace with the others as Mineta throws his ball onto the ice, bouncing off them toward Todoroki. I can barely hear him saying something silly before a metal hand punches Mineta away. I turn, slashing my claws at the robot's head, breaking it apart. "Robots?" I say, a little excited to finally fight without any casualties. The sudden appearance of the obstacles. Now to begin with the first barrier, Robo Inferno. PM announces. "You've got to be kidding me!" I exclaim, staring at the so-called zero-pointers blocking our path. "Where do they get the funding for this?" Momo asks before a zero-pointer lunges to attack. I notice the ice surrounding Todoroki before he raises his hand, sending ice up the zero-pointer. That won't hold for long, I think, as I sprint past Todoroki, surprised by his actions. I can hear a faint grumble from him as he chases after me. Todoroki from Class 1A. Attacked and defended at once, followed by Aizu Ori from Class 1A, running with the speed of a cheetah. PM announces as I continue to evade the collapsing zero-pointers. To be continued. His body becomes as strong as steel, serving as both a powerful weapon and a sturdy shield, PM narrates. Our quirks are identical. I'm already small as it is. Kiri exclaims, small tears glistening in his eyes. Just you wait. Tetsu replies. They're so fortunate. They can move on without feeling overwhelmed, Kami adds. For now, let's all work together to find a way out, a student suggests as hardened scales form on his arm. Bakugo propels himself into the air, reaching the top of the zero-pointer. One to Bakugo. He goes over since he can't go under, PM comments. You seem the type to bulldoze straight through, but you avoided that, Siro remarks, using his tape to ascend the zero-pointer, followed closely by Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. Siro Hanta. His quirk is tape. He emits a tape-like material from his elbow, which he can roll out to move himself or cut off to use as a trap, PM narrates. Tokoyami Fumikage. His quirk is Dark Shadow, a shadow-like creature that materializes from his body and acts as an extension of him, PM continues. Baku jumps off the zero-pointer, followed by Siro and Toko, as the crowd cheers. As expected, the ones in the lead are mostly from Class A, Snipe observes. The other courses and Class B aren't bad either, but, PM adds, they won't be around for long. Aizawa comments as Ida runs and kicks a robot down while Jiro uses her earphone jacks to take down 2 robots, and Kama delivers a powerful shock to another. After that experience at USJ, some are experiencing the world around them firsthand, Aizawa notes as Uraraka brings her fingers together, causing several robots to drop to the ground. Some experienced fear, while others tackled it and surpassed it. They're using their experiences to overcome their hesitation, Aizawa explains as I race alongside Todoroki. I can't use my gas canisters, it'll lower my chances in the finals, I think, while keeping pace with Tadu, who glares at me. During the exam, they were to be avoided, but as something to be crushed, They're just clunky pieces of metal. You can spot their weaknesses, Snipe advises. That first barrier was too easy? Then what about the second? If you fall, you're out. If you don't want that, you must crawl. The fall. Mike announces. I hear a familiar giggle from afar and smirk. Different types of people are trying to seize their chance. Right, Eraserhead? Mike says. Why are those students stopping? Aizawa asks, irritated. The two leads are neck and neck with their incredible skill and speed. Mike observes as I manage to keep pace with To-Do while running on the rope. You jerks! Baku shouts, propelling himself from above. The guys in the lead are way ahead, one person comments. His quirk is strong, but what about the large cat? He keeps up even though he hasn't shown his quirk, another adds. The leaders are up ahead, but everyone else is clumped behind. The number of people passing the stage hasn't been announced, so don't slack off and keep going, Mike encourages. Minefield. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! I exclaim, staring at the large minefield. We're already at the final barrier. What could it be? A minefield? The mines are placed so that they can be spotted if you're careful. Use your eyes and legs. The landmines are meant for competitions, so they're not powerful, but the sound and sight of them will be flashy, so stay alert, Mike explains. I won't be able to run fast enough to avoid setting them off, but if I keep my body weight to a minimum, I might just make it, I think as I step forward, carefully avoiding any triggers. I start walking normally as Todoroki moves slowly to avoid the mines. Amazing! Ori has perfectly balanced his weight. I never thought that was possible, Mike comments as some students accidentally set off a mine, sending them flying. Baku propels himself above the mines, heading straight for Todoroki. This doesn't bother me. You declared war on the wrong person, Baku says, launching an explosion at Todoroki. Now we have a new second-place lead. Be happy, mass media. It's the kind of development you love. Well. The rest are speeding up as well. Will the second and third place catch up while Ori stays ahead? Mike announces. I continue moving when I hear several clicks before I can react. The explosions send me crashing into Todoroki and Baku, knocking us down. Wow. Ori got sent back straight into Bakugo and Todoroki. What will Ori do? Mike wonders aloud. I dig my claws into the ground, stopping myself as an idea forms in my head. My tail extends, wrapping around Baku and Todoroki, using their weight to slingshot myself forward as I pass the minefield, but Baku and Todoroki come at me fast. Amazing! Ori slingshots himself with his extendable tail. Mike exclaims, You cat! Don't you dare get ahead of me! Baku yells, propelling himself forward while Todoroki creates an ice path. The leaders have stopped grappling and are now racing to catch up to Ori. Eraserhead, your class is incredible. What are you teaching them? Mike asks. I'm not doing anything. They're igniting each other on their own, Aizawa replies as I run into the tunnel, followed closely by Todoroki and Bakugo. UA Sports Festival first-year stage. Who could have predicted this development or this ending from the start of the race? The first to return to the stadium is Ori Aizi. Mike announces as I burst into the stadium, the entire crowd cheering, which fills me with joy. A few minutes later, the first game of the year stage is finally finished. Now please view the results, Midnight announces. 42 made it through the preliminary. Even if you didn't make it through, don't worry. You still have a chance to shine. Next, the real game begins. From here on, the press will be excited. Do your best. Now for the second event. Although I know what it is, what could it be? Midnight continues as the wheel lands on cavalry battle. Let me explain. Participants will form groups of 2 to 4 members. The rules are no different from a regular cavalry battle, but there's one difference. According to the results of the last race, each player will be assigned points. Yes, that's right. The assigned points increase by 5, starting from the bottom. The 42nd place is 5 points, 41st is 10 points, and so forth. And the point assigned to the first place is 10 million. It's a survival game where those considered inferior can overthrow the superiors, Midnight announces, and I can't help but smirk. This will be fun, I think to myself. Chapter end. POV. In a stadium, midnight continues. Now, for the second event. What could it be? Here it is. The wheel lands on cavalry battle. Let me explain. Participants will form groups of 2 to 4 members. The rules are similar to a regular cavalry battle, but there's one key difference. Based on the results of the last race, each player will be assigned points. Yes, that's right. The points start at 5 for 42nd place, 10 for 41st, and so on. The player in first place will receive 10 million points. It's a survival game where inferiors can overthrow the superiors, Midnight says again, and I smirk at the thought of the challenge ahead. End of recap. Now, I will explain the rules of the cavalry battle. You have a time limit of 15 minutes. Each team's score will be the total of the members' points, and the rider will wear a headband with that point value displayed. You must grab each other's headbands and compete for the highest score. Stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up. The more you take, the harder it will be to maintain. The important part is that even if your headband is stolen or your team falls, you're not disqualified, Midnight explains. That means, Momo starts, with 42 players, there will be 10 to 12 teams. All will be on the field the entire time. Sato adds, stealing points to gain an advantage could be a strategy. Mina comments, it's hard to decide until we see how the points will be divided. Tsuyu nods in agreement. It's a tough game that allows you to use your quirks, but it's still a cavalry battle. A red card will be issued for attacks with malicious intent, leading to immediate disqualification. You have 15 minutes to start negotiating your team members. Midnight announces as a 15-minute timer appears on the hologram. With Bakugo. As some of Class 1A surrounds Bakugo, Sato says, team up with me. Bakugo, team up with me, Mina pleads. I don't know what your quirks are. What is it? Bakugo replies. We're in your class. Mina exclaims, surprised. You're not paying attention at all. Sato adds, a bit irritated. Hey, Todoroki has already created his team. Bakugo, team up with me, Kiri says. Crazy hair, Bakugo retorts. It's Kirishima. Remember that. My hair's no different from yours. You're going to be the rider, right? The front horse who can withstand your explosions is right here, Kiri says, hardening his arm. Someone with guts, Bakugo acknowledges. Not exactly, but yes. With my hardening quirk, I'm the sturdy horse. You're going to take the 10 million, right? Kiri asks and Bakugo smirks. But Isaac, while everyone talks, I think, in my case, points don't really matter. It's about who I want on my team. That person. I sit down to concentrate on listening around. I wonder if Aizu will be available? A familiar voice catches my attention. That's one. I think as I listen in to find Ida. I need to find a strong and intelligent team leader. Probably Todoroki, I hear Ida say, implying I'm useless. I lose my concentration and sigh. Aizu. I open my eyes to see Mei. Can I be on your team? I brought some of my gadgets for a test drive. Mei says. You know I can't say no to you, I chuckle. I see. Uraraka calls, running to me from behind. I turn my head quickly, surprising her, but she brushes it off. Can I please join your team? Uraraka asks. I look at Mei, who gives me a thumbs up, and I nod at Uraraka. Welcome to the team, I say. Yay! Uraraka cheers before pausing. How are we supposed to carry you? No offense, she adds. None taken, but don't worry, I have that covered. You two will ride on my back, but we need more defense during this challenge. I might have an idea, I say, turning to look at a boy with a crow-like appearance. Monoma POV. 10 minutes later, Monoma observes, almost everyone here has their eyes on Class A. Why is that? As Tetsu said, Class A is getting ahead of themselves. Isn't it strange? What's the difference between us? They fought against villains. Why was Class B satisfied with a middle place ranking in the prelims? Everyone, let's show those overconfident students in Class A the reason why. 5 minutes later, POV. As a loud horn sounds, signaling that time is up, Midnight announces, now, let's get started. She stretches her arms. Wake up, Eraser. After 15 minutes of teaming up and strategizing, 12 cavalry teams are lined up on the field. Now raise your battle cries. The UA's battlefield is about to ignite. PM yells as I carry my team like a 3-person horse. At the front is Tokoyami with Dark Shadow on defense. In the middle is Mei controlling the gadgets on my feet, and Uraraka is watching our back. 5 minutes before. I chose all of you because I think this is the most stable group. Kaminari generates electricity on the left wing, and don't let the enemy get close. Yaoyorozu, you're on the right wing. Be the insulator, defense, and assist with movement. Ida, you're in front as the mobile power and physical defense. Todoroki says as I listen in with my enhanced hearing while Mei adjusts my gadgets. That's it, you have all canisters filled, Mei says as I continue to eavesdrop on Todoroki's team. Todoroki, you'll attack with ice and fire as a diversion? Ida questions. No. During a battle, I will never use my left, Todoroki replies, glaring angrily at pro-hero Endeavor in the stands. 5 minutes later, the entire stadium cheers. Okay, all you first years. I hope you're happy with your chosen teams. Let's get this party started. One final countdown before the game starts. 3, 2, 1. PM yells. Begin. Midnight shouts as every team charges at us. It's basically one big battle for 10 million points? TT exclaims, but I vanish as almost everyone's headbands disappear. I stand behind everyone, my tail holding most of their headbands. Hey! Hagakure yells in surprise. To-do notices blood trickling down his forehead as he sees a large scratch across his headband. Dang it, I couldn't grab his band. I think to myself as everyone rushes at us again. His speed is incredible, but I don't think his team can handle that speed. After him. Toko shouts. Jiro now. Hagakure yells. I know. Jiro responds as her earphone jacks extend toward us, but a dark shadow knocks them away. Stupid bird. Jiro exclaims. Good job. Please continue to watch over our blind spots, Dark Shadow, Toko instructs. Got it. Dark Shadow replies, scanning the area. Gas masks, everyone. I call out as the 3 of them put on their masks. I release red smoke, enveloping us as most begin to cough. It's just normal gas, so it's not dangerous, I assure them, hidden in the haze. Wow. Barely 2 minutes have passed since we started, and we can't see a quarter of the first years. What a crazy start. PM comments. Mei, can you get us above the smoke? I ask. Yes, I can, Mei replies, pressing a button that activates an air jetpack, lifting us above the smoke. Amazing! Aizu's team is above the smoke. PM announces just as I hear an explosion, triggering a wave of anxiety. I turn to see Bakugo flying toward me. Don't think for a second that you're safe, he warns. In a reflexive motion, my tail whips at his arm, leaving a red mark, but he masks the pain and continues to pursue my headband. Yokoyami! I yell, my anxiety overwhelming me as Dark Shadow blocks Bakugo's explosion, leaving him in pain. What the hell? Bakugo has been separated from his team. Is that even allowed? PM yells as Siro grabs Bakugo with his tape. As expected, everyone's after the first place team, giving them no time to catch their breath. What a show this is. PM remarks, while some pro heroes watch the broadcast in the break room. Wow, those 1A guys are pretty good, Death Arms comments. Back with the teachers, PM says, let's get those rankings up on the screen. It's been 7 minutes. But the screen reveals something unbelievable. 5 out of 12 teams have 0 points. Other than Midoriya, Class 1A isn't doing so hot. Even Bakugo is losing. PM exclaims. Monama is seen taking Bakugo's headband. Class A is so simple-minded, he taunts. Wait, give it back or I'll get you. Bakugo yells, furious. Ever since Midnight mentioned the first game, we figured they wouldn't eliminate too many people in the qualifiers. We guessed about 40 would pass, so we made sure to rank within that number. We observed the quirks and personalities of those who would become our rivals. There's no point in focusing on winning just one race, right? Monama explains. You did this as a class? Bakugo asks. Not everyone agreed, but it's a good strategy, isn't it? Better than just chasing a temporary lead. Oh, and one more thing, you're famous, huh? Victim of the sludge villain incident. I want to hear about it sometime, how it feels to be attacked by a villain once a year, Monama adds, further angering Bakugo. Kirashima, change of plans. Before that cat, we're going to take down all these guys, Bakugo says, an angry aura surrounding him, sending shivers down everyone's spine, especially mine. Class B's strategy is long-term, sacrificing the win in the preliminaries. They leave a bigger impression by turning the tables on Class A, who was a favorite before the festival began. But based on that, it seems I'm not their only target. I think it's going to be easier for us, I say as we land outside the smoke. Suddenly, Todoroki's team emerges from the smoke, wearing their own gas masks, and we find ourselves in a standoff. We're now past the halfway point. PM announces. I take a deep breath before facing Todoroki with confidence. I guess it won't be that easy, I say. The cavalry battle is entering its second half. With the unexpected dominance of Class B, who will be the one to wear the 10 million around their neck? PM yells. I'm going to take that. Todoroki starts, but I cut him off. Shut up, I say, glaring at him, my eyes glowing crimson with anger at his audacity. To be continued. Aizu POV. At the sports festival, Toko remarks, I thought we'd be settling this toward the end of the battle. He's favoring you, Aizu. We're past the halfway point. We better not stop moving. I reply as we begin to advance. Ida, move forward, Todoroki commands. Okay, Ida responds, starting to run. Yaoyorozu, guard us and prepare for transmission. Todoroki instructs as Momo begins creating something from her body. I keep a watchful eye on our surroundings and notice several groups charging at us. I see Kama gathering energy while Todoroki covers our group with a blanket of ice. I slash the ground, sending dust flying everywhere as Kama discharges electricity, but the dust mitigates the impact, and dark shadow blocks the remaining electricity. Less than 6 minutes left. We're not turning back, Todoroki declares, freezing a rock staff that Momo created and immobilizing the other groups. Todoroki stopped all the cavalry at once. But wait, where's Aizu? His team is gone. Present Mike exclaims as the dust settles, revealing that I'm not with my group. Todoroki's team looks around frantically until I snatch Todoroki's headband from behind him. He turns, surprised to see me running away. Todoroki grumbles as he grabs the other team's headband. I'll take it just in case, he says, charging at me. I'll restrain them, Toko says as Dark Shadow prepares to attack, but Momo creates a stone barrier, stopping Dark Shadow's advance before retreating. Yaoyorozu's creations are troublesome, I comment as we continue to evade Todoroki. No, more than her, it's Kaminari. If that level of armor was sunlight, Dark Shadow would have been overwhelmed, Toko adds. Flashback. I want you to focus on defense. You don't have to attack, leave that to me, I say. Interesting. My quirk strengthens its offensive power in the dark, but it becomes wild and hard to control. Under sunlight, it's easier to manage, but its offensive power is below average. Without knowing that, you said I don't have to attack. It's a unique decision, given our circumstances. Use me. It's all up to you, Aizu, Toko responds. And a flashback. That's right. Kaminari's lightning, I say. As long as his electric discharge continues, it will be difficult to attack. Dark Shadow is starting to hesitate, Toko notes. I'm against violence, Dark Shadow whimpers before we have to stop at the edge of the balance line. Team Aizu has nowhere to go, Present Mike announces. Declining offensive power. They don't know about that, right? I ask. Probably not. I've only told Koda about this weakness at USJ, and he doesn't say much, Toko replies. If they don't know, it will work as a restraint. It's okay. No matter what, I will hold on to my 10 million. I declare. With Bakugo. Monoma, don't irritate him too much. You'll be on the same level, a student says. Oh right, that's not very heroic. And it's well known that those who incur someone's hatred are often retaliated against by a villain, Monoma adds. Please be quiet, Monoma. Calm down, Bakugo. If you don't calm down, we can't regain our points, Kirishima says. Move forward, Kirishima. Right now, I'm very calm. Bakugo replies. We're counting on you. Kirishima encourages. Kirishima charges at Monoma. Die! Bakugo shouts, launching an explosion at Monoma, who dodges just in time. Monoma retaliates with his own explosion aimed at Bakugo. Amazing! That's a great quirk, Monoma remarks before striking Kirishima on the head. That's my. Bakugo starts. Bakugo, he has the same quirk as you? Kirishima asks. Bakugo responds by throwing another explosion at Monoma, hitting him. Really, that's a great quirk. Although, mine is better, Monoma says as his left arm hardens, blocking Bakugo's attack. What? He also has the same, Kirishima begins. He copied our quirks? Bakugo explains. Correct, Monoma confirms. Monoma Nito. His quirk is copy. After touching a quirk, he can freely use it for 5 minutes. He can't use 2 at once, though, the announcer narrates. Even an idiot can understand, right? Monoma taunts. For the love of everything, be quiet. Just then, a student from Class 1B attacks them with a white liquid. Bondo, you're coming after us? Monoma exclaims. Monoma, we just need to keep running now. With our points, we'll be in the top 4, a student says. After them? Bakugo yells. Wait, I can't move. Kirishima shouts, his foot stuck to the ground by the white liquid. Wait, I'll melt it with my quirk, Mina says, using her foot to dissolve the liquid. Hurry, we're at 0 points. Zero urges. Don't be mad. You're the one who started this, Monoma says. Monoma, you started this. Bakugo was thrown into this like firewood. Number 1, not just any number 1. What I'm going to take is an undeniable first place. Bakugo declares. 1 minute left. Todoroki has closed in to get that 10 million right away. Or so I thought 5 minutes ago. But Izumi has been running away in this small area and seems to be quite a nuisance to Todoroki, the announcer reports. Todoroki's team tries to get closer, but Deku blocks him. I remain silent, thinking about how foolish Todoroki is, no offense to Todoroki fans. He sees right through you, you idiot. Endeavor exclaims. Hearing him, I glare in his direction, surprising both him and Todoroki. He heard something from that old man, but he's keeping his distance and staying to the left. She's observant. If I want to freeze them from here, Ida would be in the way. With her movement, reckless freezing will only bring me down. Kaminari's electricity will be blocked by Tokoyami. 1 minute left, this cat, Todoroki thinks. Everyone, less than 1 minute left. After this, I will be useless. I'm counting on you, Ida says, getting into a stance that catches my attention. I immediately know what he's planning. I see the engine in his legs glow a light blue. Hold your ground, I've got this, I whisper to my group as they nod. In a burst of speed, Ida rushes toward me as Todoroki attempts to grab my headband. I wrap my tail around his waist, holding him in the air. Nice try, Todoroki, but you don't think I know Ida was holding back his speed? It was only a matter of time before he did that, I say, tightening my grip. What just happened? How fast was that? But Todoroki is off his group. Izumi is holding him in the air with her tail, the announcer exclaims as Todoroki struggles to pry my tail off. If you do that, you'll be disqualified for touching the ground without your team holding you, I warn. Offense and defense on the line. And in the end, Izumi wraps her tail around Todoroki's waist while holding him above the ground, the announcer yells. Todoroki! Ida calls out. Ida, do you think I'm not a strong and intelligent team leader? I say, frowning as I try not to look at him. Ida's eyes widen as he realizes his mistake. Todoroki attempts to attack me with his fire, but I grab his arm, feeling a slight burn on my palm. Todoroki glares at his arm in anger and disgust. With Bakugo, less than a minute left, and Todoroki was captured by Izumi. Will the top 5 rankings stay the same? The announcer asks. We're in 3rd place, maybe we did too well. Well, let's keep our position, Monoma suggests. Wait up, Bakugo yells. How persistent. Not just as a hero but as a person. That clingy personality, Monoma remarks as Bakugo propels himself toward Monoma's team. Stop that, Bakugo! Kirishima shouts. Tsuburaba, guard. Monoma commands as Tsuburaba creates a barrier, stopping Bakugo. Tsuburaba Kisei's quirk is solid air. It solidifies air into a wall or foothold. The size depends on lung capacity, the announcer explains. It's an invisible wall. Bakugo exclaims, punching the air wall before breaking through it and grabbing all but one headband. He took 2 headbands. Tsuburaba says as Shiro uses his tape to grab Bakugo. Team Bakugo takes 2 headbands and moves up to 3rd place. The rankings are changing this late in the game. It's youthful passion, the announcer declares. The other teams chase after Monoma, with Tsuburaba doing his best to defend. Daemen! Monoma exclaims. It's okay. We're still in 4th, Tsuburaba reassures him. As long as I hang on to this one, then I'll definitely. Monoma trails off. Tell me before you fly off. Shiro urges. With this, we'll pass this round, Kirishima states. We're not finished. We're getting that undeniable 1st place. Bakugo yells, hitting Kirishima's head. Monoma, Class B's strategy was logical and well-planned. But one thing that's regrettable is, Aizawa thinks, I couldn't hold out well on my own. Go. I'll take back our points as well and go for the 10 million. Hey, Asian face, the tape. Bakugo calls out, lifting his leg. The name is Shiro. Shiro replies, shooting his tape past Monoma. It missed. Monoma exclaims. Black eyes, use your dissolving liquid in this direction. Bakugo commands as he lifts his other leg. I'm Ishido Mina. Mina shouts, shooting acid at the ground in front of them. Young Bakugo, I'm sure you know without having to be told that there are those who always aim for the top and those who don't. That's the difference, Aizawa thinks as Bakugo propels his team over the acid while Shiro's tape helps pull them in a straight line. You didn't take that difference into consideration, Aizawa thinks. Tsuburaba creates an air wall, but Bakugo, with his speed, breaks through the air wall with his explosion and snatches Monoma's last headband. Bakugo is merciless. He's very thorough. He's what you call a perfectionist, Not much time is left, the announcer exclaims as Bakugo's team moves up to 3rd place. Next. On to Izumi and Todoroki. Bakugo exclaims. With Izumi and Todoroki, I grip Todoroki's arm tightly. My left. What was I doing? Think. The time is almost up. Start the countdown. PM announces. Didn't you, Cat? Bakugo shouts, launching himself toward me. I quickly toss Todoroki back to his team and prepare to confront Bakugo. Time's over. PM declares as Bakugo lands face first on the ground and Todoroki crashes into his team. The second event, Cavalry Battle, is finished. PM announces. Bakugo! Shiro rushes over. Are you okay? Kira asks, but Bakugo starts pounding the ground in frustration. Let's take a look at the first 4 rankings. 1st place, Team Aizu. PM shouts as I drop everyone off my back and stretch like a cat. 2nd place, Team Todoroki. PM continues. Although we secured 2nd, we were on thin ice, Momo remarks. I'm sorry. I've caused you all trouble, Ida says, glancing at me. 3rd place, Team Bakugo. PM announces. We were so close. Mina exclaims. 3rd place is good enough. The results aren't that bad, Shiro comments. Would he really agree with that? Kira wonders as Bakugo sits on the ground, screaming in frustration. 4th place, Tetsuo what? Team Shinso? When did you make a comeback? PM says, surprised as I glare at Shinso's smug expression, knowing he controlled Ojiro. I had decided not to use it for an attack, but I was overwhelmed. I can't. If this continues, I'll just do what my father wants, Todoroki confesses, and I feel a pang of sympathy for him. The afternoon event will resume in 1 hour after lunch. Hey, Eraserhead, let's go for lunch, PM says. With the class, Azui expresses her frustration. I'm so vexed. Congratulations, Mina. Bakugo only chose me to defend against Todoroki's ice attacks. I don't know if my ability is worth it, Mina replies. Ida, it's not fair that you had a secret trick. Uraraka exclaims. Not fair? I just used it the wrong way. I wanted to battle with Izumi, but I ended up irritating him, Ida explains. Speaking of Izumi, where is he? Uraraka asks. With me and Todoroki, I ask, what did you want to talk about? My height still rivals Todoroki's. To be continued. Chapter end. IzuPOV. At the stadium, PM announces, the afternoon event will resume after lunch. Later, I sit with Todoroki. What did you want to talk about? I ask. I was overwhelmed. So much that I broke my own promise, Todoroki admits. He didn't use it even when it was to his advantage his left side, I think, as Todoroki lifts his hand to examine it. Ida, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Tokoyami, and Uraraka didn't feel it. At that last moment, I was the only one who felt overpowered. Only me, who has seen All Might's full power with my own eyes, Todoroki continues. What does that mean? I ask, sweat dripping down my fur. It means I felt something similar coming from you. Izumi, are you All Might's illegitimate child? Todoroki questions. Is this really because of my natural speed? I think, sitting there baffled by his comment. Is it true? Todoroki presses. No. First, let me ask you in return. Why do you think that of me? I respond, taking a deep breath. Your physical strength and speed are superior to mine. You can disappear from sight with your speed alone. My dad is Endeavor. You already know that. You heard something during the last event when you looked straight at the old man with anger. My dad is exceptionally ambitious. He made a name for himself as a hero with an irresistible force, and because of that, the living legend All Might was nothing but an eyesore for him. Since my dad couldn't surpass All Might on his own, he came up with another strategy, Todoroki explains. What is this about? What are you trying to say? I ask, my mind racing. With thoughts. Quirk marriage. You know, right? The thing that caused issues with the second and third generations after supernatural powers appeared. Choose a mate and force them to marry to strengthen their own quirk and pass it on to their children. An old-fashioned and unethical way of thinking. He had money and good records, so he won over my mom's entire family and gained my mom's quirk. By raising me to be a hero that would surpass All Might, he wanted to satisfy his own desires. How annoying. I won't be a tool for that scum to use. In my memory, my mother was always crying. My mom poured boiling water on me, saying my left side was unsightly. Simply put, I'm so fixated on you because I want to get back at him. Even without my father's quirk. No. By becoming number one without using it, I will completely deny him, Todoroki declares. I sit there in shock but hear someone breathing around the corner, which I ignore. His world is so foreign to me. He doesn't realize he's following his dad's footsteps, chasing after someone he wants to surpass, I think. If you can't tell me your connection with All Might, that's fine. I'll rise above you with my right hand. Sorry for taking up your time, Todoroki says before walking away. Todoroki, I've been helped by others, just like in the cavalry battle. I'm here because of someone's support. I want to be my own hero, even if I've never noticed it before. But to do that, I have to be strong enough to face anyone. Compared to your motives, mine might seem trivial. But I can't lose either, so I can protect those who actually helped me. That declaration of war, I will say it back to you. I will beat you, I declare as Todoroki looks at me before walking away, and I hear the footsteps of Bakugo following behind. Back in the stadium, PM announces, lunch break is over, and now we'll announce the final event. But before that, there's good news for those who didn't qualify. This is the sports festival, so there's a recreational event planned for everyone to participate in. We even brought in cheerleaders from America to liven things up. After this, 16 players from 4 teams will compete in a final stage tournament-style one-on-one battle. PM yells. The final is a one-on-one battle tournament? I get to stand on the stage that I've seen on TV every year, Kira says. Was it a tournament last year? Mina asks. The style may change, but it's a one-on-one battle every year. Last year was a sports chambra, Ciro explains. Now, we'll draw lots to determine the pairings. Once the pairings are determined, the battle will start after recreation. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not to participate in the recreation, so some may want to rest or save their strength. Let's start with the first team, Midnight announces. Excuse me? I want to withdraw, Ojiro says. I thought this might happen, I think. The pros are going to be watching, Ida adds. I barely have any memory of the cavalry battle until the very end. It was probably that guy's quirk, Ojiro says, glancing at a tired purple-haired boy. I feel anger rising within me, my eyes flashing red, but Mei steps in front of me. Aizu, calm down. You'll get to fight him. Just take a deep breath. Mei urges. Fine. But if we fight, I'll make him regret it. I reply, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Thanks, Aizu. I know this is a big chance, and it's foolish to throw it away. But everyone has fought hard to get here. I can't just stand by without knowing what happened, Ojiro explains. You're worrying too much. Just focus on getting good results in the finals, Hagakure reassures him. What you're saying applies to me as well, Mina chimes in. No, this is about my pride. I can't do it. And why are you all dressed as cheerleaders? Ojiro asks, causing the girls to blush. I'm Shota Nairenjiki from Class B. I want to withdraw for the same reason. Despite our abilities, if someone who didn't do anything advances, it defeats the whole point of the sports festival, Shota states, his frustration evident. What's up with them? They're so intense. Kira exclaims, shedding tears. Something strange is happening, PM observes. We'll have to see what the referee, Midnight, decides to do, Aizawa says. I like that kind of youthful talk. I accept Shota and Ojiro's withdrawal, Midnight announces. The two participants to replace their spots will be from the 5th place team in Kendo. If that's the case, instead of us who barely moved during the cavalry battle, it should be them, right? Shouldn't it be Tetsu, who fought to keep their top spot until the end? Kendo argues, and her team nods in agreement. Kendo, Tetsu says, surprised. It's nothing suspicious. This is how it should be, Kendo replies. And so, Tetsu and Shiozaki complete the 16 finalists. The pairings based on the lots look like this. Midnight announces. Again? Why does this happen? Tetsu and Kira yell at each other, realizing they have to fight each other. The matchups flash on the screen. Toko versus Momo. I'm giving it my all, Toko says seriously. Just as I wish, Momo replies nervously. Then it shows Ashido versus Aoyama. You meant lucky, right? Mina asks. I look at the scoreboard, seeing that I will face Shinso first. I smile, feeling determined. I'm going to break through, I say, glancing at Shinso, who is smiling confidently. I'm going to show him what I can do and make him regret fighting me. I think to myself, but if I win and Todoroki does too, I have to find a way to stop his emotional suffering. You're Aizu Ori, right? Shinso says, appearing behind me. Reflexively, my tail wraps around his neck. Don't get near me, I warn, releasing him. He coughs but quickly stands up, confidence radiating from him. I'm looking forward to the first round, he says, unaware of the power I could unleash. It came earlier than expected. I'll defeat you with these hands, Todoroki thinks to himself, seeing he's facing Ciro. What? Uraraka? Bakugo exclaims, noticing Uraraka panicking behind him. Are you Ida? Mei asks, approaching Ida. Yes, I am Ida, he replies. I'm so glad. Actually, Mei says excitedly, let's put the tournament aside for now and have some fun with the recreation. First up is the scavenger hunt. PM announces as Ciro, Sato, and Kami rush to grab cards. Ciro picks up a card that says bag. Can someone lend me a bag, please? Ciro asks the crowd. Sato's card says cat, and Kami's says notebook. Cat. Who has a cat? Sato yells. Who has a textbook? Kami calls out. Mineta gets a card that says, back fat. Manama stands by, watching. How pathetic. Everyone is giving their all even though this is just recreation, Manama remarks before a rock flies at his head, knocking him down. I chuckle before heading to the waiting room. They want us to enjoy this while those in the tournament can't. Some are planning strategies against their opponents, some are trying to maintain their composure, some are preparing for battle, and some are calming their nerves. With our thoughts to ourselves, time passes quickly. I reflect as I lay next to May, resting my leg against hers. Hey guys, are you ready? There are a lot of events, but it all comes down to this. The final battle. You can only rely on yourself. There are situations like this even if you're not a hero. You know it, right? Heart, technique, body, wisdom, and knowledge. Utilize them all to rise to the top, PM says as I stand in the hall. Hey, Aizu, May calls as I turn around. Is something wrong? I ask. I'm just a little worried, she admits. I walk up and rub her head, making her laugh. Stop, that tickles, she says, pushing me away. There's the smile I wanted to see, I reply. All right, just be careful, May says. I will, I assure her. Hey everyone, the anticipated final event is finally about to begin. The first round features Ori Aizu from the Hero course, who placed first in 2 events, against Shinso Hitoshi from the Ordinary course, who hasn't had any notable results. The rules are simple, either throw them out of bounds or make them say, I give up. Don't worry about injuries. Our Recover Girl is here standing by. Throw your morals and ethics aside for a moment, but life-threatening attacks are for scums. You'll be disqualified. A hero uses their fists to fight villains, PM announces. I give up, huh? This fight tests the strength of mind. If you have a future you're set on, you can't care about appearances. That girl sure loves a fraud. But don't you think it's foolish to throw away this chance? Shinso starts before noticing my paw inches from his face, and I swiftly slap him back a few feet. What? Shinso's been knocked to the ground. PM exclaims as everyone stares in shock. To be continued. Don't blink while watching this. PM announces as everyone stares in shock. Shinso stands up, holding his cheek. Why won't you speak? He yells as I unzip my chest, revealing my voice box turned off. For those curious, Aiza's voice box is an organ that allows for transformation at the beginning of the story, making him susceptible to Shinso's quirk. Shinso Hitoshi from the Ordinary course can't use his quirk because Aizu turned off his voice box. This is an unexpected situation. Will he be overthrown? PM exclaims. That's why I said the entrance exam was unreasonable. Here's some data on both of them. It's an individual event, so I had it prepared. Shinso failed the Hero course practical exam. He must have expected that since he also applied for the Ordinary course. His quirk is strong, but the entrance exam was against robot villains, which favor students with powerful physical quirks. With his quirk, he couldn't gain points. But Aizu has an unknown origin. The only known fact about him is that he is dating Hatsum Mei from the support course, Aizawa explains, glancing at the documents on Shinso. You are so lucky to have a strong quirk. Shinso shouts as I approach him. A thick gas escapes my mouth, enveloping the arena in red smoke. What the? Shinso exclaims, looking around nervously before spotting a pair of glowing red eyes that quickly vanish. What? Aizu covered the arena in red smoke. What's happening? PM yells as Shinso scans the area in fear, only to see me emerging from the smoke in a transformed, eerie form. My appearance is unsettling, with a sickly gray complexion and exaggerated skeletal features. My legs are bare bones, and my mouth has elongated dramatically. My torso resembles that of a stegosaurus, complete with ridges and plates. Outside the gas, horrified screams echo as a chill runs down everyone's spines. May smirks, knowing what I look like. May's POV. Flashback. One night, I went to grab a snack, leaving Aizu in the room. I returned to find it filled with red gas. Covering my mouth with a towel, I heard something drop behind me and turned to see Aizu in that monstrous form. May, what's wrong? He asked, noticing the gas escaping from his chest. I unzipped his chest and saw his fear canister had fallen out of its socket. After about an hour of clearing the gas and fixing the canister, we went to bed. Aizu convinced me to join him as he used his calming lavender-scented gas. Aizu's POV. And a flashback. As I walk toward Shinso, my unsettling face looms over his frightened expression before I punch him in the gut, sending him flying out of the gas and out of bounds. As he lies on the ground, gasping for air, the smoke dissipates, revealing my normal form again. Shinso is out of bounds. Aizu advances to the second round. Midnight announces as the crowd erupts in cheers. In the last event, the one who advances to the second round is Class A's Aizu Ori, PM states. That was cool but a bit creepy? Uraraka comments. That's my Aizu, Mei says, surprising the class. Oh right, you're dating him. Do you know what Shinso saw? Ida asks. Yes, and it was an unpleasant sight. If he could, he would snap Shinso's neck for speaking poorly of me, Mei replies, causing everyone to swallow hard, except for Bakugo, who seems eager to confront me. That was pretty cool, but a little bland for the first round. Let's give them a round of applause. PM encourages as the crowd claps. Shinso, why do you want to be a hero? I ask, but he turns away. You can't help what your heart longs for, Shinso says before walking away. That feeling is the same as mine before I became this. But no matter what I say right now, I think to myself. As Shinso approaches the tunnel, a student calls out, Nice try, Shinso. Another adds, We know you tried. You can always improve, a third student chimes in. You're the star of the ordinary course. You did what you could against the first-place obstacle and cavalry event winner, one student exclaims. And another points to a pro behind him. Even though we didn't see much, that quirk is useful for fighting against villains. I want it, the pro states. Yui is so ridiculous. That's in the ordinary course. Mrs. Joke comments. There are so many applicants that I'm sure it can't be helped, another pro adds. Do you hear that, Shinso? You're amazing, a student encourages. Depending on the results, they'll consider a transfer to the hero course. Remember that. Even if I fail this time, I won't give up. I'll get into the hero course and earn my license. I'll become a greater hero than any of you, Shinso declares. I hope to. I say but freeze. He got me. The fight ended, so why is he? Think. People usually have their defenses up when they talk to me. Keep that up and you'll get caught off guard. Make sure you don't lose in a shameful way, Shinso warns. I smirk as I regain control of my body before walking away. Todoroki's POV. In the stadium halls. Aizu won. I think as I turn a corner but stop short. You're in my way, I say. You're full of disgrace, Shoto. If you had used your left power, you would have dominated the obstacle race and the cavalry battle. Stop your childish rebellion already. You need to surpass All Might. Do you understand? Unlike your brothers, you're a masterpiece, Endeavor says as I walk by, anger boiling within me. Is that all you can say? I'll win using only my mother's power. I'll never use your power in a fight, I reply, walking away. Even if that works now, you'll soon reach your limit, Endeavor retorts, unaware of a figure in the shadows watching them, their anger simmering. Aizu's POV. At the Class 1A stands. Aizu! Mei exclaims, tackling me and sending me crashing to the ground. She snuggles into my fur, and I give her a gentle kiss on the head. What are you doing here? Why aren't you at the support course stands? I ask. I'm just here to watch with you, and it's nice to meet your friends, Mei replies cheerfully as I try to get up. She hugs me tightly around the neck. As I walk over to Ida and Uraraka, I gently lift Mei by the back of her shirt collar and place her on the chair, settling down on the floor due to my size. Fire blazes from the corner of the ring. Thanks for waiting. The next fight is between these two, the announcer calls out as the large screen displays, Todoroki Shoto vs. Zero Hanta. He's talented, but why does he seem so unremarkable? Zero Hanta from the hero course, the announcer continues. How rude, Zero replies, cracking his knuckles. He placed second in the first 2 events. His recommendation for admission was impressive. Todoroki Shoto is also from the hero course. This is the second match in the final event. Ready, the announcer shouts. I don't think I can win, but... Shiro begins. Start, the announcer yells. But I won't give up either, Shiro finishes, launching tape from his elbows to ensnare Todoroki, attempting to swing him out of bounds. A surprise attack to push him out. This could be a clever strategy. Go for it, Shiro, the announcer cheers. Sorry, Todoroki replies as he sends ice surging from his feet directly at Shiro, causing a loud crash that reverberates throughout the stadium. The audience gasps at the sight of the massive ice wall, even towering over the stadium walls. Class 1A turns to see an ice spike dangerously close to me. They go pale, but just as they fear the worst, I grab the ice spike and break it off, revealing cotton instead of blood. May, get the sewing kit, I say calmly as May nods and digs through her large bag. How? Uraraka asks, still shaken. His body is made up of 90% cotton, May explains as she starts to sew the hole in my neck. I watch as Todoroki breaks free from the frozen tape. This is a bit much, Shiro says, now encased in ice. Shiro, can you move? Midnight asks, half of her body frozen. Of course not. It hurts, Shiro replies. Shiro is immobilized. Todoroki advances to the next stage. Midnight announces as Todoroki approaches Shiro, placing his left hand on Shiro's chest. I'm sorry. I went too far. I was frustrated, Todoroki says. Todoroki uses his left hand to melt the ice he created. For some reason he looks very sad, I narrate. To be continued. Chapter end. Sorry for the delay, everyone. POV. In the stadium, everyone, thanks for waiting. The stage that was iced during the second match is now dry and ready. The announcer says as fire ignites in each corner of the ring. The fierce competitor from Class B, beautiful things come with thorns. Shizuki Ibara from the hero course versus the electrifying Kaminari Genki from the hero course. The announcer continues as the crowd cheers. Now. We're expecting another thrilling battle, the announcer exclaims before Shiozaki interrupts. May I please interject? What do you mean by an assassin? I came this far aiming for victory, not to harm my opponents, Shiozaki states. I apologize, the announcer responds. First of all, my intention in entering UA is not for malicious reasons, but because I want to bring relief to the people, Shiozaki explains. Yes, I'm sorry. It was my mistake, the announcer replies. Thank you for understanding, Shiozaki says. Are girls like this in Class B? She has big eyes and a pretty face, but she also seems really strong. I have to let out all the energy I've got. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also quite charming. We should definitely hang out sometime. All right, Cammy thought. Anyway, let's get started. PM shouted, how about we go out to eat after this? I can cheer you up because this match will be over in no time, Cammy said, surprising Shozi as electricity began to surround him. He's going to overload his brain, I thought, feeling annoyed from the stands. Indiscriminate discharge, 13 million volts. Cammy yelled, sending a surge of electricity toward her, but she quickly turned as a wall of vines emerged to block the attack. Denki's energy short-circuited before vines erupted from the ground, wrapping around him and lifting him into the air. Instant defeat. Let me say it again. Instant defeat. PM shouted. Shiozaki advances to the second round. Midnight announced. I didn't waste this chance that I was given. Shiozaki Ibara. Her quirk is vines. The vines on her head can extend and detach, growing back immediately with water and sunlight. She'll never be bald. PM narrated. All right. Great job, Shiozaki. TT cheered. Oh boy, Jiro remarked. What happened? I thought he'd finish it quickly. How strange. He was. Manama started before my tail wrapped around his neck, pulling him back. I looked at him in annoyance. Babe, calm down, May said, gently patting me to stop. Before I released him, I let him drop to the ground behind the wall. I then noticed an orange-haired girl peeking over the wall. Sorry about him, I'll make sure to hold him accountable, she says as she steps away from the wall. Suddenly, a loud thud echoes from behind it, and I can't help but smirk, feeling a bit irritated. Thanks for standing up for him, Uraraka comments. I watch as Cammy is sent into the hallway. Aizu, you've been incredible ever since I saw you at USJ, but this sports festival really shows how powerful and protective you are, Uraraka adds, and I smirk again. Just then, I feel a warm presence beside me. May. I mutter, returning to my grumpy expression, but she surprises me with a quick kiss on the cheek before dashing away. I guess it's her turn? Think to myself. 5 minutes later, the announcer's voice booms. Now, it's the 4th match. We'll keep going. Aim for the top and rise above. In this corner, we have the steadfast Ida Tenya from the hero course, facing off against the fully equipped Hatsum Mei from the support course. Ida's opponent is Aizu's girlfriend? Juro asks, intrigued. What kind of fight will it be? Tsuyu wonders aloud. But, wait, what's that? Ida has a support item too. Sato exclaims as Ida adjusts something on his gear. Those aren't typically allowed for the hero course. Anyone needing one must request it in advance. Midnight notes, looking puzzled. I completely forgot. Aoyama had a belt, so I thought it was acceptable, Ida admits, flustered. He had submitted a request, Midnight clarifies. I'm really sorry, but I was inspired by her sportsmanship. She said that since we both made it this far, we were equally matched. She wanted a fair competition, so she offered me an item. I didn't think I should refuse such a strong spirit, Ida explains. Such youthful passion. I permit you, Midnight says. This isn't going to end well, I sigh. What do you mean? Kiri asks. It's difficult to explain. She doesn't just give people her inventions without a reason, I reply. Since he has permission, let's start the 4th match, PM announces as Ida charges at Mei. You have such wonderful acceleration, Ida. Mei exclaims through a microphone. What? PM says, confused. She has speakers on, Aizawa explains. Don't your legs feel lighter? Of course they do. That machine supports the user's movement. Mei continues. Huh, that's what I saw her working on that one night? Think to myself. Flashback. I walk up to her as she sleeps at her desk. I gently lift her from the chair with my tail, noticing an unfinished invitation, but I brush it off before lying on my bed and placing her next to me. End of flashback. But as for me, my hydraulic attachment bar makes evasion so easy, Mei says, propelling herself with 2 long metal bars attached to her waist. I notice her eyes scanning the support stands. Oh, I see she's showcasing her inventions to the support internship. This is why I admire her. She knows what she wants before many others, I think. Hatsume. Quirk. Zoom. She can see things that are 5 kilometers away, PM narrates. Ida charges at her again, but her invention sends her soaring above him, tripping him up. There's a sensor in every direction, so I can handle attacks from behind, Mei explains as Ida struggles to regain his balance. The invention releases steam, allowing him to make a U-turn toward her again. What are you doing? Ida asks, confused. Ida, what a beautiful turnaround. That's made possible thanks to the auto balancers I created. Mei responds enthusiastically. What is this? PM asks. She's set on selling her products, Aizawa says, sounding annoyed. There are no issues with time lag. The auto balancer has a 32-axis gyro sensor that prevents the user from falling accidentally, Mei explains as I stare in disbelief. She just wants to sell her inventions. I should have seen this coming, I think. Didn't you want a fair fight? Ida asks, puzzled, just as Mei's boots launch her into the air above him. What do you think of this lightness? The electro shoes use electromagnetic induction on both feet, allowing for quick evasive moves. Mei shouts as Ida's engine gives him a boost of speed. I'll aim for her landing, Ida declares, but as Mei descends, she pulls out a small device that fires a net, ensnaring him. What is this? Ida exclaims, tangled in the net. It's an arrest gun for use on villains. The nets are made from cartridges, and you can fire up to 5 times in one discharge. The inventor of these items is me, Hatsum Mei. All support companies, I hope to hear from you soon. Now, onto the explanation for the next support item, Mei announces. 10 minutes later, she stands outside the line. Hatsum, you're out of bounds. Ida, you advance to the second round, Midnight declares. You tricked me. Ida yells. Sorry. I took advantage of you, Mei replies with a chuckle. While explaining her inventions, she slowly moves toward the line. I say as Uraraka walks away. Now we'll go straight to the fifth match. That belt isn't meant for transforming. Aoyama Yugo from the Hero Course versus Ashido Mina from the Hero Course. At the 1A stands I say, you know you can't just do that, but since it's you, I might as well let it slide. But please, for the love of all that's good, don't do that again. Aoyama is unconscious. Ashido advances to the second round, Midnight announces. How long was I talking? I ask. Don't worry, Mina easily knocked out Aoyama. You didn't miss anything, Sato assures me. Aoyama is knocked out. It's Ashido's undeniable victory. Without a moment to lose, let's move on to the sixth match. Offense and defense in one. The Dark Samurai with a Dark Shadow, Tokoyami Fumikage from the Hero Course, versus the versatile creation with a guaranteed ability, Yaoyorozu Momo from the Hero Course. PM announces. What do you think of this match, Aizu? Ojiro asks. I think timing is key, I reply. Timing? Ojiro asks, confused. Just as Present Mike said, my opponent has Dark Shadow, who works as both offense and defense. Not only that, he can unleash Dark Shadows without delay, so there's no doubt about a preemptive attack. If I can quickly create a simple shield, block Tokoyami's attack, and make time to create a weapon. Momo thinks to herself. The sixth match. Start. PM shouts. Go, Dark Shadow. Tokoyami commands. Roger, Dark Shadow replies, emerging from Tokoyami's body. Momo creates a shield, blocking Dark Shadow's attack, but as she tries to create a weapon, Dark Shadow strikes again and again, knocking her shield off her arm. She quickly forms another shield, but Dark Shadow attacks once more, pushing her back. Attempts to create a weapon again, but Yaoyorozu, out of bounds. Tokoyami advances to the next round. Midnight announces as Momo realizes her foot is out of bounds while Dark Shadow retracts back into Tokoyami, who bows slightly. A complete victory. Undeniably so, PM comments as I sit in the stands. You see it too, right? Mei asks me. Yes, she was overthinking before the battle started. Unlike Principal Nizu, she thinks too slowly to finish her strategy. Most pro heroes start a fight with a villain without time to think, and that will be her downfall, I explain. Will you stop talking? You remind me never mind, Bakugo says, his expression revealing a hint of sadness that only I notice. The seventh match features two similar quirks. The masculine man of guts and steel, Tetsu from the Hero Course, versus the masculine man of guts and hardening, Kirishima Ejiro from the Hero Course. The manly seventh match will now begin. PM announces as the two charge at each other, their fists colliding. In the waiting room, Ida opens the door. Good job, Ida, Uraraka says, her face showing signs of frustration. Uraraka. What's wrong? Your brows are furrowed. Ida asks, concerned. My brows? Oh, I'm a little nervous. It affects my brows. Uraraka admits. Oh, right, your opponent is Bakugo, huh? Ida says. I'm so scared. But when I saw you fight, Ida. Uraraka trails off. Uraraka. I call as I walk in. Aizu. You're not watching the match. Uraraka asks. Do you think a fight based on durability is fun to watch? It's interesting, but they're doing zero damage to each other, I reply. The next match is coming up. Uraraka says, looking down at the table. Even if it's Bakugo, he wouldn't cause an all-out explosion against a girl, Ida says. He will. Everyone is aiming to be number one for their dreams. Even if it's Bakugo, no one would hold back. I haven't been saved for most of my life. But you have tried to help me from the moment I joined. That's why I wanted to be of help to you. I say, unzipping my chest and pulling out a burnt notebook. A strategy for using your quirk to win against Bakugo. I've been analyzing everyone in class, but don't tell anyone about this notebook, especially Bakugo. I hold out my notebook. We promise, but good for you, Uraraka. Ida says. Thanks, Aizu. But no thanks. You're amazing, Aizu. During the cavalry battle, I thought it would be better to team up with a friend, but now that I think about it, I realize I was just trying to rely on you. Everyone is working towards their future. That means everyone is our rival. So let's meet in the final round, Uraraka says, giving a thumbs up to me. In the stadium, after what seemed like an endless fight, they finally land a blow on each other, knocking themselves out. Of the similar quirk duo, Tetsu versus Kirishima. A head-to-head fist fight. The winner is, the announcer says as Midnight looks at their exhausted bodies. They're both down. It's a draw. In case of a draw, a winner will be decided by a simple match of arm wrestling, Midnight announces. Their abilities are equally matched, Pro 1 comments. I like passionate ones like that. They boost morale. I want a sidekick like that, Pro 2 adds. While Tetsu and Kirishima are recovering, we'll start the next match, the announcer says as the two are rolled away. The next one is the most disquieting pair, Sue says. I don't want to watch this, Jiro says nervously, rubbing her arms as I sit with my class, watching intently as Uraraka walks toward the fighting ring. I feel someone's hand touch my paw and turn to see Mei, also watching Uraraka. The 8th and last match of the first round. He's been famous since middle school, and that's not a respectable look. Bakugo Katsuki from the Hero Course versus I Want to Root for Her, Uraraka Ochako from the Hero Course. The 8th match. Start, the announcer yells. To be continued. Chapter end. Aizu POV. Flashback. With Uraraka. Ever since you stepped into the USJ that day, I saw someone with the courage to save many. You looked like you were improving faster than everyone in class. Like during the cavalry battle, I thought it would be better to team up with a friend, but now that I think about it, I realize I was just trying to rely on you. Everyone is working towards their future. That means everyone is our rival. So let's meet in the final round, Uraraka says, giving a thumbs up. And a flashback. The 8th and last match of the first round. He's been famous since middle school, and that's not a respectable look. Bakugo Katsuki from the Hero Course versus I Want to Root for Her, Uraraka Ochako from the Hero Course, the announcer states. You're the one that floats things, right, round face? Bakugo says. Round. Uraraka replies, confused by the nickname. If you're going to withdraw, do it now. You won't get away with just a minor injury, Bakugo warns. Aizu, what was the strategy against Bakugo that you were going to share with her? Ida asks as I hold my chest where the notebook is. It's nothing great, but Bakugo is strong. I know how he fights, and it's always been intense, I say. You knew Bakugo before? Ida asks, confused. There are secrets that I won't share. But if Uraraka touches him and makes him float, she can take control. That's why her first choice should be, I say. The 8th match. Start. The announcer calls as Uraraka immediately charges at Bakugo. A quick attack, I finish. Withdrawing is not an option. Uraraka shouts, charging at full speed. Then prepare yourself, Bakugo replies, moving his right hand to swing. Right now. Right here. Dodge right here. Uraraka thinks to herself until Bakugo swings his hand up, sending a small explosion like a wave that knocks her back. Uraraka! Ida calls out as I stare at the smoke, smirking. Did he get her? Mineta asks. You have no mercy, even against a girl, Bakugo. Sue comments. I'll settle this now. Don't underestimate me, Bakugo yells, sending an explosion toward a small movement in the smoke, but it only ends up hitting the sports shirt until Uraraka appears behind Bakugo from the smoke. She floated her jacket to the other side. She did that so quickly, the announcer exclaims. If I make him float here. Uraraka thinks before Bakugo throws an explosion behind him, knocking her back again. He moved after he saw her? Siro wonders. With those fast reflexes, the smoke screen won't be of any help. She has to touch him to activate her quirk. It's a disadvantage considering his speed, comma. observes as Bakugo pushes the smoke out of the way with a single swing of his arm, followed by an explosion wave hitting Uraraka again. You're slow. Bakugo taunts as Uraraka comes from the smoke behind him again, but Bakugo sends a large explosion her way. Ochako, Tsu says. I can't watch this. Jiro exclaims, covering her eyes. Bakugo, don't tell me you're that type. Mineta comments as Uraraka dodges several explosions from Bakugo. I'm not done yet. Uraraka yells, bracing herself against the explosions. Uraraka continues to attack without a moment of rest, but this, the announcer says, worried. Uraraka, what is your plan? Think to myself. Her quick move didn't work, so she's getting desperate, a spectator comments. Shouldn't this be stopped? Another asks. He's being a bully, a third adds. I can't watch this. If you're so much stronger than her, hurry up and push her out of bounds. Stop having fun while hurting a girl, a pro says. That's right. Another agrees as the audience begins to boo Bakugo. He's getting booed by the audience. But honestly, I agree with them. What are you doing? The announcer says before getting elbowed in the face by Aizawa as he grabs the mic. Was that a pro that said he's playing? How many years have you been a pro? If you mean that, then go home. Go and look for information on changing careers, Aizawa states. Isn't that your teacher, Aizu? Maths. Yeah, I reply. Bakugo is on guard because he acknowledges the strength of his opponent who has come this far. He is trying his best to win, and that's why he's not holding back, Aizawa explains. I look at Bakugo, knowing he's wondering why she isn't defeated. Maybe soon. Thank you, Bakugo, for not letting your guard down, Uraraka says as she prepares to put her fingers together. I look up, smirking as I see debris floating high above the stadium. I will win, she yells, bringing her fingers together and causing the debris to fall. A meteor shower? PM comments. You didn't notice? Aizawa replies. Uraraka then starts running toward Bakugo. With this much debris, whether he evades it or attacks it, there will be an opening. In that instant, I will close in on him. I'll win. I'll win and be like everyone else, Uraraka thinks as Bakugo lifts his hands in the air and unleashes a massive explosion into the sky, scattering the debris and sending Uraraka flying back. Since you're hanging out with that cat, I knew you had something planned. Bakugo says. With one move, Uraraka thinks, feeling the weight of Bakugo's overwhelming power. Bakugo! That was an impressive blast. He has successfully countered Uraraka's secret strategy. PM exclaims as I notice Bakugo's hands straining from the blast, surprising me since he never showed this reaction when he faced me. That was the best I could do. It didn't work on him. But still. Uraraka thinks as she struggles to stand. But the real fight starts here, Uraraka. Bakugo yells. If it were Izuku, he would run straight toward the enemy like at the US. Uraraka thinks before collapsing from exhaustion. Uraraka has fallen. PM announces. My body won't move. Uraraka murmurs. She's past her limit, I say, hoping she could do more. Her body is shutting down from exhaustion, May adds, resting her head on my fluffy arm. I can still. Uraraka insists as Bakugo gets into a fighting stance, just in case. Flashback. When I grow up, I want to help Dad and Mom, little Uraraka says. Thanks for that thought, Ochako. But as parents, we'd be much happier if you pursued your dream. Then we can have you take us to Hawaii, her dad replies. And a flashback. I can become a hero. Dad. Uraraka says before passing out as midnight approaches. Uraraka is incapacitated. Bakugo advances to the second round, Midnight announces as the crowd cheers. Take her to Recovery Girl, she instructs as robots roll away with Uraraka. The 8th match of the first round, Uraraka. Oh yes, Bakugo advances, PM says, a little upset. Do it properly, Aizawa says. Now let's gather ourselves. The first round is finished. After a short break, we're on to the next round. PM declares. In the halls. I walk through the halls feeling a bit down, remembering the words she said at the end of our last conversation. Let's meet in the final round. I turn my head to see Bakugo. What are you looking at? Get lost. Bakugo snaps, but I can only focus on the bags under his eyes as I walk away. That was your plan, right? That risky strategy. You're being a nuisance, Bakugo says before I wrap my tail around his neck, lifting him just enough to get his attention without choking him. He tries to use his explosions to break free, but I tighten my grip slightly, pulling him closer so we're face to face. Everything was planned out by Uraraka to defeat you. Don't you dare think she isn't smart, I say before releasing him. Think wisely about who you bully, you wouldn't want the same thing to happen to you, I warn before the lights flicker and I vanish, leaving Bakugo starting to panic as he tries to calm down. Back at the stadium. Bakugo. That must have been hard to play, this Zero starts, but notices Bakugo looks traumatized. Luckily, only Zero and Kami see it before Bakugo glares at me and sits down. Yeah, I lost. I was overconfident because I thought I could get him. Darn it, Uraraka says with a smile. Uraraka, I thought your body shut down from exhaustion? I ask. I'm fine. Thanks to Recovery Girl, it's a moderate recovery to maintain stamina, so I'm only left with scratches. But man, Bakugo is so strong. I had no chance against him. I need to work harder. But I'm okay. I'm surprisingly okay. Izuku, that day you appeared at the USJ, you looked ahead of everything, and I can't be down just because I lost, Uraraka says before we hear PM. At the stadium, the 7th match ended in a draw. What will be the result of the arm wrestling match between Kirishima and Tetsu? This will decide who advances, PM announces. I swear I can hear a crack and slam even though I'm in the building. The winner is Kirishima. He advances to the 2nd round. Midnight announces as everyone, especially Kirishima, cheers. The one who won the ticket is Kirishima. PM exclaims. Ack, my metal fatigue. I should have taken more iron. Tetsu groans on the ground, gripping his arm. It was a good fight, Kirishima says, extending his hand, which Tetsu takes. Now, we have everyone we need for the 2nd round. All right, let's get started, PM says. Already? Say, stretching like a cat before walking to the door. I'll be watching you. Do your best, she says, giving me a reassuring smile before I walk out with a smile. I pause to listen to Uraraka, knowing she's not okay. I then hear her phone open. Sorry I missed your call, Dad, she says. No, I'm sorry for calling when you must be busy. Mom and I were watching on TV. That was so close. But you were amazing, her dad replies. It wasn't close. And I'm not amazing either. I rushed too much at the end. I didn't have a strategy planned after that. A complete defeat. I see, she says, making me feel envious of her. I don't know all the details, but this loss isn't the end of the road, right? You still have next year, her dad reassures her. If we continue to win, you can showcase your versatile abilities. Scouts can't see everything from just one match, he adds. Why are you in such a rush? Her dad asks. Because I want to help you guys, she replies. Ochako, you don't have to rush. I know that a girl with a big heart like you will be a great hero, her dad says before tears start falling down her face. I walk away from the door, knowing she'll get through this. Before I know it, I run into Endeavor. He's surprisingly small from my point of view. Oh, there you are, Endeavor says, looking up at me. May I ask why you're roaming the halls? I inquire, trying to keep my tone light. I've seen your success. That's an interesting quirk. A body invulnerable to many attacks and the control of fear gas, he replies. And your speed rivals All Might, Endeavor says. What are you trying to say? I reply, trying to keep my frustration in check as I walk past him. Does he really think he matches my speed to All Might? I ponder. My Shoto must surpass All Might. This match with you will be a useful testing ground. Make sure you don't disgrace yourself. That's all I wanted to say. I'm sorry I held you up, Endeavor adds before walking away. Hey, he isn't your tool to surpass All Might, and he isn't you either, I retort before turning away. At the stadium, Uraraka exclaims, the match hasn't started yet? I have to watch. Her eyes are wide with excitement. Are your eyes okay? You should see Recovery Girl. Ida responds, concerned. I already did. This is different. Uraraka insists, sitting between Ida and Toko, while Mei works on something in the corner of the Class 1A stands. It's different? That was a tough match, Ida comments. Instead, think of it as a valuable experience, Toko suggests. Thanks for waiting, everyone. The first match of the second round is a big one. In the first round, this man froze the crowd with his victory, Todoroki Shoto, from the hero course. And the boy with a unique quirk and impressive speed from the first round, Ori Aizu, also from the hero course, the announcer proclaims as the crowd cheers. You came, Todoroki says as I lock eyes with him. You don't scare me, Todoroki, I reply. Tokoyami, what do you think of the match? Ida asks. It depends on whether Aizu is faster than Todoroki's ice, Toko responds. I heard that the cat jumped into action to save you, along with the other boy, 13 adds. It's just a feeling, but the two of them share something similar, All Might observes. They both stand at the top during this year's sports festival. It's a match between two great fighters. Now, it's Ori versus Todoroki. Start, the announcer shouts. To be continued. Chapter End. Aizu POV. My dad is Endeavor. He has always been the number 2 hero, Todoroki explains. My Shoto has the responsibility to surpass All Might, Endeavor states. If you have any connection to the number 1 hero, I have to win against you even more. In my memories, my mother was always upset. My mother once scolded me saying, your left side is unsightly. Without my father's quirk, I will deny him by becoming the number 1 hero using only my right side. No matter what you are to All Might, I'll rise above you, Todoroki declares. But I can't lose either. I have to fight for those who care about me. I will beat you. Todoroki POV. Flashback. But you want to be a hero, right? You can become one, my mother says, stroking my hair while I cry. Before I knew it, I had forgotten what happened after that, I say. Aizu POV. And a flashback. The first match of the second round. They both stand at the top of this year's sports festival. Ori, the announcer yells. He'll start attacking with ice, I think to myself. Versus Todoroki, the announcer continues. It's too dangerous to let him freely use his speed, Todoroki thinks. It's a match between two great fighters, the announcer states. The moment it starts. Todoroki thinks. Start, the announcer yells. Attack. Todoroki thinks before creating ice heading straight for me. I leap over it, falling toward Todoroki before crashing to the ground. He dodges, sending a kick to my stomach and pushing me back as he creates ice behind him to slow me down. That kick would have knocked anyone out of bounds. He's strong, I think. There's no telling how strong young Todoroki is, but if he was able to withstand Aizu's attack, he's truly formidable, All Might thinks as I stand on my front paws. Todoroki sends another ice attack, and I jump out of the way, landing a few feet away from him. I don't have enough information about Todoroki's fights, but he relies heavily on his ice attacks. I need to break the ice behind him, so I have to use my acrobatics to avoid as much as I can, I think. Todoroki turns to look at me, but I'm already behind him. I go to attack with my front paw, but instinctively he creates a small ice wall. I slash through it, knocking ice down on him, but before I know it, he grabs my arm, freezing it. Even with a block of ice hitting the back of his head, I pull my arm back and jump away. I hold my frozen arm. He got my arm, I think, noticing Todoroki running up an ice ramp before jumping above me. I smirk, grabbing his leg with my tail and smashing him onto the ice ramp as I fling him toward me and punch him in the gut, sending him straight toward the boundary. He creates an ice wall behind him, stopping himself just in time. That's a lot more powerful than before. You don't want me close, huh, after I froze your arm? Todoroki says as he gets up. It's not just his quirk. His judgment, application skills, and mobility, all his abilities are strong, I think. They're stronger than most pros out there, someone in the crowd comments. As expected from the son of the number 2 hero, another adds. What is it? You're worn out from all those acrobatics? Todoroki taunts before I notice his right arm shaking. He's shaking. So that's what it is, damn it, I think. Sorry. But thank you, Aizu. Thanks to you, his face has clouded. Todoroki says before I slam my arm on the ground, breaking the ice off of it. Breaking the ice won't. Todoroki starts, but I interrupt. Shut up. You think you can defeat anyone with just your right side. I yell, appearing in front of him with great force. I punch him in the gut, sending him back with a powerful gust of wind. He tries to use his ice to stop himself from going out of bounds, but the ice breaks, and he finally stops just inches from the line. Why do you go that far? You're shaking, Todoroki. A quirk is part of physical ability. You have a limit to how much cold your body can take. And can't you solve that by using the heat from your left? Everyone is giving their best to win and reach their goals to become no. Winning with half of your power? You haven't been able to land a single hit on me yet. Come at me with all you've got. I yelled, my eyes glowing crimson. This is bad but good, May exclaimed, causing everyone to look at her in confusion. As you all know, his body has gas canisters, but one in particular is out of control. It's like adrenaline coursing through him, and it can be dangerous. The last time he used it, he severely injured someone for hurting me. Most of his anger is directed at Todoroki, holding back because of Endeavor, May explained, and a wave of apprehension washed over the group. Aizu, what are you trying to do? Did my father pay you to do this? How annoying! Todoroki shouted before charging at me. I thought, you can't do anything to me in your current state. But then he landed a punch in my gut, knocking me back a few feet. That was a solid hit. PM commented. He managed to punch Todoroki even though Ori was worn out. Has he switched to full offense now? Someone else remarked as Todoroki stood up and unleashed a wave of ice at me, but it was slower and larger. He tried to maneuver behind me, but I struck him again, sending him reeling. My mind felt fuzzy, but I slapped myself to regain focus. Should we stop this, Midnight? Ori is pushing himself too hard. It's like he's using adrenaline to fight. He may not feel much pain right now because of it, Cementos said. He's losing power, but his body is losing control. He's not just overdoing it. Adrenaline is his best chance to win, but using it willingly causes him great pain and requires immense determination. What's driving him? Aizawa pondered as he stepped outside. Todoroki, I can see your pain. You can't hide it from someone who understands, I thought. Why do you go that far? Todoroki asked. I want to live up to my past expectations. To smile and respond. I want to be a cool hero. I replied, delivering a punch to his gut that nearly made me collapse, but I stood back up. That's why everyone is giving their all. Your circumstances and determination resonate with me. But you want to become number one and deny your father without giving your all? You need to stop being foolish. I declared. Todoroki's POV. Flashback. I lay on the ground, coughing as my father stood over me. Stand up. If something like this knocks you down, you won't be able to take down any villains, let alone All Might, he said sternly. My mother rushed to my side. Please stop. He's only 5, she pleaded. He's already 5. Don't interrupt, my father snapped, pushing her aside. In a bedroom. I don't want to, Mom. I don't want to be like Dad. I don't want to become someone who bullies you, I cried. But you want to be a hero, right? You can become one if you have a future you believe in, my mother encouraged. On the balcony. I watched my siblings play outside until my father dragged me away. Don't look, Shoto. They don't belong in the same world as you, he said. Late at night. Mom, I'm going crazy. I can't go on. Day by day, my siblings are becoming more like him. Shoto's left side sometimes becomes unbearable for me. I can't raise them anymore. I shouldn't raise them, my mother confessed, her eyes filled with fear. Mom, I asked, concerned. In the hall. What a bother during this crucial time, my father muttered. Where's Mom? I inquired. She injured you, so I put her in the hospital, he replied coldly. It's your fault. You did that to her, I said angrily. Back with the fight. I will not use my father's power. I declared, rising from the ground. Isn't it your power? Aiza shouted. In a bedroom. Yes, that's right. Quirks are passed down from parent to child, but what matters is not the connection, but recognizing that it's your own. With that in mind, this is what I say: I'm here. All Might proclaimed on TV. But you want to be a hero, right? You can become one, my mother said. Before I knew it, I had forgotten, I admitted. You don't have to be imprisoned by your blood. You can become who you want to be, she encouraged. Aizu's POV. Before my eyes, flames ignited around Todoroki. This is, PM remarked. He made him use his left side. Young Midoriya, were you trying to save him? All Might thought. Even though you want to win, you're helping an enemy? Who's the fool now? I want to be a hero too. Todoroki shouted, flames engulfing his left side. Shoto, you finally accepted? Endeavor began, but stopped when he noticed my intense gaze, warning him to be silent. His eyes widened in fear, an unfamiliar feeling for him. I turned back to Todoroki. Amazing, I said with a smirk. Why are you smiling? In this situation, with the adrenaline wearing off, you've lost it. I won't be responsible for what happens next, Todoroki warned as his right foot froze the ground, followed by his left, unleashing intense heat. I channeled all the adrenaline gas into my arms and legs. This could destroy my exoskeleton, but Mei has prepared for this. I'm sure she can fix me, I thought. Midnight. We can't let this continue. Cementos urged, controlling the ground. He won't be able to withstand it, Midnight replied, activating her quirk just as Todoroki launched a massive ice attack at me. I propelled myself off the ground, soaring over the ice as my exoskeleton legs shattered into metal fragments. I need to go faster, I shouted, increasing my speed as Todoroki readied his attack. Just as a cement wall rose, I tackled Todoroki out of the ring and into the wall, creating a powerful gust that knocked Midnight off her feet. 2 minutes later, as the dust settled, I lay on the ground, my exoskeleton limbs broken and severe burns covering my body, unconscious, while Todoroki slumped against the wall. Midnight rushed over, checking our pulses but couldn't find mine. Wait! Mei yelled, sprinting to my side. She unzipped my chest, revealing a metal container with my heart still beating inside. Oh, thank goodness, she breathed. But according to the sports festival rulebook, if both opponents go out of bounds at the same time, it's a draw. If the opponents are seriously injured, they cannot continue with the festival, Mei explains. Midnight nods in agreement. It's a draw. There will be no winner to advance on the board. 3 minutes later, Mei follows the nurse bots into the nurse's office. Hey sweetie, please bring him to the bed, Recovery Girl instructs as the robots help lay me down. And Mrs. Hatsum, your replica resembles a human skeleton, but let's proceed with the examination, she says, preparing her tools. To be continued. Chapter end. Aizu POV. 3 hours later in the nurse's office, I awaken to the sight of a white ceiling. Turning my head, I realize it's nearly evening. I sit up in bed, feeling surprisingly well. The last thing I remember is tackling Todoroki out of the ring and into the wall. I hear a groan from the bed beside me and turn to see Todoroki with a bandage on his head. Hey, I say, yawning. He looks at me and smirks, which surprises me. I thought my injury was bad, but you seem to be in good spirits. Did you hit your head too hard? I ask. No, I'm just happy about what you said, Todoroki replies. Oh. Yeah, but let's talk when we're fully healed, I suggest just as the door opens to reveal Recovery Girl. Oh good, you two are awake. The class is waiting for you in waiting room. I've done my best to heal you, she says. Thank you, Recovery Girl, I reply as I get up from the bed. I know, now go on, your class is waiting, she encourages. I walk to the door, surprised that I'm able to move without difficulty. At the waiting room door, I stand there nervously. Is something wrong, Aizu? Todoroki asks. I never had the best experiences back in junior high after visiting the nurse's office, but I'd rather not talk about it, I admit. I understand. Here, I'll go first, Todoroki says, opening the door and stepping inside. I duck under the door, and we are immediately surrounded by our classmates, eager to ask questions. Aizu. I hear May call out as she rushes past the class and jumps into my arms, wrapping her arms around my neck. I notice she's crying. I thought you wouldn't wake up when the first hour ended, she says. I smile at her. Todoroki, try answering their questions. I need to take her home, I say, and he nods in agreement as I walk out with May still clinging to me. May's house, 8:38 p.m. I open the door to her house as the sun is nearly set. I gently set her on her bed and walk over to the bathroom, turning on the bathtub, which is larger than a standard one. After about a minute, the tub is filled to a little above half. I step in, soaking my body in the warm water when I hear a knock on the bathroom door. It's open, May, I call out, closing my eyes to relax. Suddenly, I feel a small weight on my chest. I open my eyes and blush, realizing May is lying on top of me, wrapped in a towel. I glance around, searching for a way out of this unexpected situation. I feel her shift slightly and my face heats up. After about 20 minutes, I carefully lift her up to get out of the tub. I wrap a towel around her before stepping into a room specially designed for me by May. I press a button, and air from the walls blows around me, helping to dry off the water on my body. 2 minutes later, May and I lie in bed together. I kiss her forehead and whisper, "Good night." "Good night, my love," she replies as we drift off to sleep. To be continued. Chapter end. POV. During the break after the sports festival, I got used to my new endoskeleton. Today was supposed to be a normal day at school. Or so I thought. I narrate. End of intro. On the train. I was fortunate to find a spot on the train despite my size. I think to myself, "Hey, young man. You're Aizu from the hero course. You were amazing in the sports festival. You were so close," someone says as others start to chat with me, causing me to blush slightly. Off the train. I'm still tired. I wish I could sleep more, I mumble as I walk in the rain. "Good morning, Aizu." Ida greets me, running by in a raincoat and boots. Why are you walking so slowly?" "We're late," he exclaims, speeding past me. "Ida, we still have 5 minutes before the bell," I call out, jogging to catch up. "UA students are expected to arrive 10 minutes early," he insists, picking up his pace. Inside the school. I shake the water from my hair. "Ida, I heard about your brother on the—" I start to say. "Don't worry, Aizu, he's fine." "Sorry for making you worry," Ida reassures me. In the classroom. "There's a difference after being aired on TV, huh?" "I was stopped so many times on the way here," Mina comments. "People were staring at me and it was embarrassing." Hokage adds. "Isn't that usual for you?" Ojiro teases. "As for me, a little kid gave me the thumbs up," Siro shares. "It's okay," Tsuyu says while Siro whines. "What was yours like, Aizu? Someone had to recognize you, right?" "We've become the center of attention in just one day," Kami remarks. "Do you want me to answer your question or not?" I reply, lifting my head from my nap. "Sorry, I wasn't thinking." "You can go back to sleep," Kami says, and I lay my head back down. Aizawa opens the door. "Good morning," he says as we all rush to our seats. "Good morning," the class responds. Ribbit. Aizawa's bandages came off. "I'm glad," Tsuyu comments. "That old lady's treatment is a bit over the top. Anyway, today's Hero Informatics PRD is a little special," Aizawa announces, causing everyone to freeze. "Special? Is it a test?" "Please don't let it be," Kami thinks. "As it is already, I'm not good with laws regarding heroes," Kiri thinks. "Code names. You'll think of your hero names," Aizawa continues. This is the exciting stuff. The class cheers as Aizawa activates his quirk, and everyone settles back down. This is related to the hero draft picks I talked about the other day. The drafts start proceedings in 2 to 3 years, after you've gained experience and are considered work-ready by the professionals. In other words, the calls that the first-year students received show the interest they have in your future. It's possible for the offers to be rescinded if their interest in you diminishes before graduation, Aizawa explains. "The calls we received will come in our own bundle, right?" Hokage asks. "Correct. And these are the results of the offers that you received," Aizawa says as he clicks a button, causing a hologram to display, Number of offers in Class A, showing the class names alongside the number of offers for each student. Usually, it's more distributed, but these two drew attention this year, Aizawa continues. They're on a different level. Kami exclaims. First place is Todoroki, second place is Aizu, and Bakugo is third? Jiro says, confused. It's the opposite of the sports festival ranking, Kiri notes. They're probably intimidated by the two since Aizu's performance in the first and second matches and Bakugo's explosive quirk, Siro adds. Understandable, I say. Pros shouldn't be intimidated. Bakugo retorts. You're amazing, Todoroki, Momo compliments. I'm sure it's all because of my dad, Todoroki replies. I got an offer. Uraraka exclaims, shaking Ida. With that mindset, regardless of whether you received offers or not, you'll be in an internship with the pro heroes, Aizawa states. Internship? I ask, my ears perking up in curiosity. Yes. At USJ, you've all experienced a fight against villains, but by actually working alongside a pro, you can receive more effective training, Aizawa explains. That's what the hero names are for? Sato asks. I'm looking forward to it. Uraraka adds. The hero names are temporary, but if you're not serious about it. Aizawa warns. Then you'll be sent to a tough situation. The names chosen as students could become well-known and end up as your professional name, Midnight says as she walks in. Well, that's how it is. Midnight will evaluate your choice of names. I can't handle those things, Aizawa remarks. Flashback. What? You haven't decided on a hero name? Young Present Mike says, snapping his fingers. I don't want to be in the news, and I don't care about names, young Aizawa replies. Vivian. You're Eraserhead, young Present Mike declares. Okay, that's fine, young Aizawa says, bored. And a flashback. Choosing a name that represents your future, projects your desired image, and brings you closer to it. That's what it means to say, names and nature often do agree, like All Might, Aizawa explains as Baku hands me a board. He would normally throw it at whoever is behind him, but off that topic, I need an idea? Think to myself. A few minutes later. You can present it once you've finished, Midnight says. We have to present it? Kiri thinks. That requires a lot of confidence, Siro muses. Here I go. A shining hero I cannot stop twinkling, Aoyama announces, holding up his whiteboard. That's quite a sentence, some of the class think. You should remove the I and shorten cannot to can't, Midnight suggests, changing his hero name. Right, mademoiselle? Aoyama responds. Then I'm next. My hero's name is Alien Queen, Mina declares, showing her whiteboard. Do you want to be that thing with acidic blood? Stop that. Midnight exclaims, startled. Darn, Mina says, walking back to her seat. Since the unusual ones went first, it feels like ours has to be funny too, some of the class think. Ribbit. May I go next? Tsuyu asks, raising her hand. Sure, Tsuyu, Midnight replies. I decided on this name back in elementary school, Rainy Season Hero, Froppy, Tsuyu states. How cute. It's so personable too. It's a great choice for a lovable name. Midnight praises. Froppy, Froppy, Froppy. The class cheers as I get an idea. Then me too. Sturdy hero, Red Riot. Kiri announces confidently. Red Riot. This is a homage to the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot, right? Midnight asks. Yes, he's old school, but Crimson embodies everything I want to be, Kiri explains. Shouldering the same name you admire will come with such pressure, Midnight cautions. I'm prepared for that, Kiri replies. Not bad, but I should go for a name that doesn't match my creepy body, I think to myself. Oh no, I haven't thought of a name yet, Kami admits. Should I name you? How about Jammingway? Jiro suggests. Oh, it's a parody of Hemingway, who wrote A Farewell to Arms. That sounds smart. It's cool, Kami responds. Well, even though you're really strong, you always become like that, Jiro says, trying not to laugh. Hey Jiro. Stop fooling around. Kami retorts as Jiro rushes up to the pedestal. Hearing hero, earphone jack, Jiro states. That's nice. Next. Midnight encourages. Tentacle hero, tentacle, Shoji says. It's a play on words with tentacles and taco, Midnight acknowledges. Taping hero, cellophane, Zero adds. Easy to understand. That's important. Midnight says, giving a thumbs up. Martial arts hero, Tailman, Ojiro states. It represents your body. Midnight responds. Sweets hero, Sugarman, Sato announces. How sweet! Midnight happily exclaims. Pinky! Mina yells. Stun gun hero, Charge Bolt, by combining charge and lightning bolt, Cammy says. Probably because she needs to charge her brain after using her quirk, I chuckle to myself. Stealth hero, Invisible Girl, Toru states. Keep them coming, everyone. Midnight encourages. So that I don't bring shame to this name, everything hero, Creati, Momo declares. It's creative. Midnight praises. Shoto says. That's your name. Is that okay? Midnight asks. Yes, Shoto replies. Jet Black hero, Tsukuyami, Toko states. God of the Night, Midnight acknowledges. Fresh-picked hero, Grape Juice, Mineta announces. It's Pop and Kitschy, Midnight responds. Petting hero, Anima, Koji writes. Oh, sure, Midnight says. King Explosion Murder, Bakugo states. You should refrain from that, Midnight advises as I facepalm. Well, I'll present mine. I had already thought of it, Uravity, Uraraka says. How clever! Midnight praises. A few minutes later. Choosing a hero name is going a lot smoother than I expected. The ones left are Bakugo, who needs to think of another name, Ida, and then Ori, right? Midnight asks. Flashback for Ida. Tenya, I didn't know whether to tell you yesterday, but I can't feel my legs at all, Ida's brother confesses. That can't be. You're lying. Ida responds. The Ingenium legacy might end here, Ida's brother says. No. You still have to lead so many people. I don't want this. Ida exclaims, starting to cry. I don't either. So if it's okay with you, will you carry the name for me? Ida's brother asks. And a flashback. As Ida prepares to write something, he hesitates. I can't. Not yet, Ida thinks, then sets the whiteboard on the pedestal, only saying his name. That's your name. Ori, are you done? Midnight asks. Probably. I had another name in mind, but this one shows that I'm not scary. I'm the naptime hero, Catnap, I said. Interesting, what was your first idea? Midnight asked curiously. It's best that you wait and see, I replied as I lay down at my desk. With AM in the staff room, Cementos announced, an offer for a first-year student has just come in. For who? Them asked, his voice weak. Aizu Ori, Cementos replied, piquing AM's curiosity. Really? Let's see, said, a mix of fright and confusion on his face. Back with Class 1A, Baku shouted, Lord Explosion Murder. No, that's not it, Midnight corrected him. Now that everyone has their hero names, let's talk about internships. They last 1 week. Those who received offers will be given a separate list to choose from. Those who didn't receive offers will select from a prepared list of 40 agencies that have agreed to take students in. Each agency has different locations and specialties. Aizawa held up a stack of papers. For example, 13 can focus on saving people from accidents and disasters instead of fighting villains, Midnight added. Think carefully and choose, Aizawa instructed. I want to fight violent crimes in urban areas, Kiri declared. I prefer something related to water disasters. Is there such a thing? Tsu asked. Turn it in by the end of the week, Aizawa reminded them. We only have 2 more days? Zero exclaimed. Choose carefully. Class is dismissed, Aizawa said as he walked out with Midnight. To-Do glanced over his list before spotting his father's agency. During lunch break, Mina slumped over her desk and groaned. Did everyone decide on a pro agency? I chose MT Lady. Mineta exclaimed, causing me to facepalm at his obsession. I've met many perverts, especially in junior high, I commented. What junior high did you come from? Mina asked, looking over at Baku. I'd rather not say, I replied, still browsing through the different agencies. Ashido, you advanced pretty far, so it's strange that you didn't receive any offers, Ojiro noted. Right. Mina whined. Did you decide yours, Aizu? Uraraka asked. Nope, none of them stick, I admitted. You're really stuck, aren't you? Sue observed as part of the class gathered around my large desk. I've actually chosen mine already, Uraraka said. Really? Mina replied, surprised. Where? Ojiro asked curiously. Battle Hero Gunhead's agency, Uraraka announced. Gunhead is a super martial artist. Interesting, I said, intrigued. Yup, I got an offer, Uraraka confirmed. I see. I assumed you were aiming to be a hero like 13, I remarked. Eventually this. But after fighting Bakugo at the sports festival, I realized that there are more responsibilities the stronger I get. If I only do what I want, it narrows my perspectives, Uraraka explained. After school, Uraraka approached me, saying, Aizu, let's walk home? She stopped short when she saw me asleep on my back. She's been working non-stop, so I'm carrying her home? I said as I opened the door, only for Am to rush in front of it. I came in this unique form. Am declared before I closed the door in his face. You know what? I'm going out the window, I said, heading toward it. Wait mid. Am called in a calmer voice, but I shot him a glare, not wanting him to finish that sentence. Am cleared his throat. Young Aizu, please come with me, he said. Fine, I sighed. In the bathroom hall, as we stood there, Mei remained asleep on my back. Why did you wake me up? Mei yawned. I'll get straight to the point. You received an offer from a hero, Am said. I got a lot of offers. What's so special? I asked. His name is Gran Torino. He was a teacher at UA for just 1 year. He was my homeroom teacher. Am said, sweating, making my eyes widen. He sees great potential in you, Am added. Potential? Yeah, right, I said, annoyed. He retired a long time ago, so I forgot to count him in. Is it because I wrote about you in a letter I sent? But since he sent an offer using his old name, I'm so scared. Why won't my legs stop shaking? Said, trembling. I stood there equally scared at the thought of training with Gran Torino. Anyway, even though you have many internships, you received an offer. He will train you closely, similar to how my training was, Am said, shaking as he held out a card. What did he do to him? Thought to myself. With Aizawa in the teacher's office, Snipe asked, is it an internship? Yeah. There are few who make quick decisions, Aizawa replied, looking through internship papers. It's an important event. Make sure they think it through. Some third years are regretting their choices now, Snipe warned before walking away. You're right. Ida's agency of choice received offers from better agencies. The hero agency in Hosu. Don't tell me, Aizawa muttered. At the entrance, Uraraka asked, What, you choose Aizu? I actually got something I don't quite know if I should talk about. I said, with Mei still groaning asleep on my back. Is she feeling okay? Uraraka asked. She stayed up for 2 nights working on a project, so I should get her home, I replied, turning to Ida's shoe locker and noticing he had already changed shoes. Did Ida leave already? Uraraka asked. Yeah, I confirmed. After the sports festival, I learned more about Ida's brother. The ingenium case that happened in Hosu, Tokyo. The fugitive criminal is elusive. He has killed 17 heroes in the past and injured 23 heroes beyond recovery. The hero killer, known as Stain. Ida didn't tell me anything. Later on, we were surprised to hear that his internship location was in Hosu, where the incident occurred. But I couldn't say anything to Ida since he never talked to me about it. And the situation stayed that way as the day for the internship arrived. What are you doing, Ida? I narrated. At the train station, Aizawa said, you all have your costumes, right? Usually, you aren't allowed to wear them in public. Don't drop them. Okay. Mina replied happily. Don't elongate it. Make it short, Ashido, Aizawa corrected her. Okay, Mina said, looking upset. Try not to be a burden to the heroes during your internship. Now go, Aizawa said. Please be safe, Aizu? Mei asked, her voice filled with concern. I will, I replied, kissing her gently on the forehead. I noticed Ida already walking away. Ida, if you ever feel hopeless, let us know. We're friends, right? I said, a mix of worry and happiness swelling within me. Yeah, Ida replied before continuing on his way. In that moment, I realized I should have been more insistent. Later, I would come to regret this day. It felt as if my past emotions were resurfacing, I narrated. To be continued. Chapter end. Recap. Regardless of whether you received offers or not, you'll be in an internship with the pro heroes, Aizawa stated. You received an offer from a hero named Gran Torino. He was a teacher at UA for just 1 year and was my homeroom teacher, AM explained. End of recap. Aizu POV. Hello, I'm from UA High School. My name is Aizu Ori. It's nice to meet you, I said, noticing a man on the ground who appeared to be injured. Oh, is he okay? I asked, confused, before reaching into my chest pocket to dial. Wait, I'm alive, the man said, lifting his head and standing up. I quickly put my phone back. I fell over while carrying a string of sausages with ketchup on them, he explained. I can see that, I replied, glancing at the plate of sausages beside him. Who are you? He asked. I'm Aizu Ori, from UA, I said formally, placing my hand on my chest and bowing my head. What did you say? He inquired. This is going to be a long internship, I thought to myself. I want to eat something, he said, sitting on the ground. Eat, I exclaimed, confused, but sighed. Please excuse me, I'm going to make a phone call, I said, stepping outside. First, I'll have to update All Might on his current condition, I thought before hearing a case open. I turned to see him examining my new hero costume. Show me your speed. I want to know what level you're at with your strengths, especially your speed, he said. What happened to this guy? I wondered. This is interesting. You don't have many things that fit your speed, he remarked. I started. Who are you? He asked, tilting his head. This guy is hopeless. I thought, facepalming. Be fooling around, I said, preparing to walk away. Then, he said, suddenly propelling himself off the ground and bouncing off the walls before landing above the door, leaving a dent in the wall. Then even more so, let's test your speed, you little Z. I saw the UA Sports Festival on TV. Using your speed and flexibility, it's predictable. He's called the symbol of peace and the #1 hero, but that peace-loving All Might is below average when it comes to teaching, he said. Even the way he acts is foolish. This person really is All Might's teacher, I thought. I can't stand to watch you use such speed and strength without proper training, so I'll train you. Wear your costume, he instructed. Thank you, I replied. User's manual? I asked, looking at the manual for my suit. Dear Aizu, May designed your suit. This large moon necklace has several uses. If you flip the moon to the white side, it contains a fire and bulletproof robe. If you flip it to the yellow moon side, it will detect any rips on your body and dispense string to sew your wounds. It will also repair any damage to your endoskeleton. The wristbands are compressed claws made by May to cut through many things. They wrap around your paw to match your fighting style. I hope to someday see you in action, the note read. Thank you, May. I couldn't have asked for a better suit. But anyway, this is my first battle with support items. Thought to myself. I'm ready, I said. Then show me, he replied. He's so small, but he's extremely fast, I noted as sweat dripped down my cheek. It's quite a small space. I don't want to break anything because of my size, I said, a little worried. You just keep on rambling, he said before propelling off the ground and around the room. Wait, I lost sight of him, I exclaimed before getting kicked in the back, almost losing my footing. I'm getting impatient, he said, continuing to dart off walls as I struggled to keep up. Suddenly, I heard a crash and turned to see he had crushed his microwave. You still couldn't tell my true abilities just now? You could have had the chance to be the successor of One for All, but you're a weakling? All Might probably made a better choice, but you have some potential, he remarked. What's One for All? I asked, just as I was hit in the back again. But he's too fast. What kind of quirk is this? I thought. I fell to the ground. No, that's not it. Without a place to hide, I have to stop his movements instead of trying to follow him. I need to keep an eye on him, I thought as my wristband formed metal claws around my paw. He hit my back twice already. Then, I thought, turning around as he propelled toward me. Analyze and predict, huh? He said as I slashed at him, but he dodged. But you're slow, and your senses are not in harmony. That's why this happens, he said, pinning my head to the ground. I was sure I had you, I said as my mechanical claw reverted back into a wristband. That's it. You used your speed during the cavalry battle and the tournament, but your mind can't keep up all the time, especially against an opponent with similar speed, he explained. My mind? I asked. You say you want to be stronger, and that's true. But villains will not wait for you to get stronger. You think your speed is more important than your mind, he said. But how should I asked, sitting up. Find that answer on your own. I'm going to buy something to eat. You're in charge of cleaning, he said as I sighed. But what's this one for all? I wondered. Eat a POV, meanwhile in Hosu City. Usually, we wait for calls from clients, but as you know, it's been busy these days in Hosu, Pro Hero Manual explained. Patrolling the streets will help suppress crime? I asked. That's right. But I'm surprised that Ingenium's brother came to our agency. I'm sure you had offers from heroes more capable than me, Manual said. The hero killer is so elusive that he can't be caught, even with modern society encircling the net. This might be useless, but still, no one can stop me from going after him. I cannot forgive him. Ida thought to himself. With the League of Villains, Stain spoke up. So, you attacked UA and you're asking me to join you? Yes, I'm begging you, our senior villain, Shigaraki replied earnestly. Stain raised an eyebrow. What's your objective? First of all, I want to defeat All Might. I want to dismantle everything I dislike. Brats like this too. All of them, Shigaraki said, holding up a picture of Izuku Midoriya. Stain's expression hardened. It was foolish of me to take an interest in you. You're the type I despise the most. Do you expect me to follow along with your childish outbursts? What's the point of killing without a strong conviction? He prepared to draw his swords. Hero killer, Stain. A man called to inspire growth in Shigaraki Tamura, who only shows interest in destruction. But master, do you not wish to intervene? Kurogiri asked. This is fine. There's no point in revealing everything. He needs to confront his own flaws. That's what it means to educate someone, an unknown voice chimed in from a computer. Izuku's perspective shifted as he contemplated the weight of their words. But Isaac, my mind can't keep up. My senses are out of sync. Like he said, I'm too slow. I need to align my thoughts with my movements. I might as well take a look. I say, unzipping my chest and pulling out my old burnt notebook. I just need to train my mind to the best of my ability. I dip my claw in ink and start writing. His mind is flexible but restrained. I realized that during the sports festival, he could have been a strong successor, Toshinori. What held you back? Gran Torino pondered. With Bakugo. At best genus agency in central Tokyo. Honestly, I don't like you. The reason you chose my agency is that I'm one of the top 5 heroes, right? Best genus says. You're the one who made the offer, I reply, confused and annoyed. Recently, all my recruits have been perfect little angels, so you certainly stood out. I watched how you fought at the sports festival. You have a solid grasp of your powerful quirk and its application. You're an outstanding talent. I'd say you're already good enough to take on as a sidekick. However, you do have a significant flaw. You believe you're the best, and you show that belief without considering how it reflects on you or your image. You have a fierce nature, BJ explains. Don't tell me you brought me here just to lecture me. I say angrily as I step forward, but I suddenly find myself restrained by threads. I have to correct people like you. It's part of my duty to society. Heroes and villains are cut from the same cloth. So your job here is to observe me. I'll show you what makes someone a hero, BJ says, controlling the threads of his coat to hold me in place. What are you doing? I ask. Isn't it obvious? I'm educating you on becoming an exemplary pro. That includes being aware of how you speak, your appearance, controlling your emotions, and your morals. There are countless things you need to learn, but in the brief PRD of 1 week, I will weave these lessons into your very being, BJ says as we glare at each other. Kirashima POV. Whoa! Tetsu and I yell in surprise. Tetsu? I say, Kirashima. Tetsu responds. Hey, what are you doing here? We both ask. We were able to put in 2 offers this year. Let's begin right now, Fourthkind says. I look forward to working with you, we both say, bowing our heads. I was impressed by the guts you both showed at the sports festival. I like you too. However, being a hero isn't easy, and you can't rely on brute force alone. So this week, you'll learn from my experience, FK explains. That's the chivalrous hero, Tetsu says. He's so manly. Wait for me to finish speaking, FK says, hitting his hand on the table. Yes, sir. Apologies, we both say, bowing our heads. I'll have to teach you proper manners too, FK remarks. Thank you very much, sir, we respond. First, let's talk about why we're here. Pros receive wages from the government, so we're civil servants. But there's more to it than that. With the quirks we offer, our responsibilities differ from those of regular workers. Now, regarding our actual duties, FK continues. Uraraka POV. At Gunhead's agency. Basic hero goal, control crime. Right? When a crime occurs, the police will contact us. These requests come in all at once, filtered by district. We file reports on the services we provided assisting with arrests, rescuing people, etc. Then a special agency reviews our work and decides how much we should be paid. You'll catch on quickly, kiddo, Gunhead says as we walk through the streets. I didn't expect him to be so friendly, I think to myself. Momo POV. At Iwabami's agency. Additionally, heroes are allowed to have side jobs. There were many arguments about this when the world of pros was first being established, but the heroes became so popular that the public demanded it. For example, I'm about to film a commercial. Stick around, okay? Iwabami says. Well, I was kind of hoping to see something with a little more action, Kendo says, confused. No. This kind of attention is unavoidable if you're a pro. Besides, she was kind enough to offer her wisdom to an unworthy student. So I'll take every lesson she has to give. I say thoughtfully. She's really into this. Okay, but isn't there anything else we can do while you film this? Kendo asks, even more confused now. Do you know why I chose you too? Any thoughts? Iwabami asks. Well, I guess. Kendo starts. It must be because you saw such heroic potential in us. I interrupt. Of course I did. But there's another reason. You're both very cute young ladies, Iwabami replies. Huh. Kendo and I say, confused. Jiro POV. With Jiro and Death arms on the street. Heroes must practice and train constantly. You can't take a break even when you're on patrol, Death Arm says while jogging. Right? Okay. I respond, jogging behind him. Amen. This is so much harder than class, I think to myself. Mineta POV. With MT Lady and Mineta. You know what's a useful skill? Knowing how to pass the time while you're waiting to be called out to rescue someone. Got that? Emilady says, eating chips while lounging on the couch. Sure, I reply as I vacuum. This is not the kind of role play I was hoping for, I think to myself, annoyed. To do POV. At Endeavor's agency. I've been waiting for you, Shoto. You're finally ready to walk down the path of the mighty, my father says. I have no intention of following any path you've created. Only I can decide my future, I respond. Is that so? You should go get ready. We're going out, he says. Where to? I ask curiously. It's time I show you what it means to be a hero, he says with a smile. POV. I'm snoring, Gran Torino snores. He can't be serious. The first day of training is over, and all he did was test me once. No actual hero work or field work. He just passed out after coming back with food. Gran Torino, I couldn't find much about him. A UA teacher for just 1 year. He's one big mystery, I think to myself as I walk out the front door and down an alley. I need to control my senses to match my speed. Bakugo can keep up with his speed like it's second nature. But I have little experience with my power. I need to match my speed, so I set this up, I think, looking at a motor connected to a pole with 3 ropes holding empty paint cans. I start the motor at a low speed as the cans spin around me. I easily dodge them. Too easy, I say before increasing the speed, but I immediately get smacked across the face and fall next to a couple walking by. Monster! The couple yells as they run away. Do I really look that bad? I ask myself before getting back up. The next morning, GT greets me. Good morning. What's wrong? You look exhausted. I was training on my own yesterday and pushed too hard. I tried to keep up with spinning paint cans, but it didn't work out. Clearly, I still have a long way to go, I reply, noticing the dirt on my face. It's your first time trying, so it's to be expected. That's how training works. I had the same issue, but it became easier over time. He reassures me just as the doorbell rings. Package for you. The DLY man calls out. I'll take care of it. Got it, thank you. A microwave? I say, pulling it out of the box. Yeah, mine broke yesterday for some reason, so I bought a new one, he explains. I can't tell if he's serious or not, I think to myself, confused. So, what do you think? How about we eat some of that frozen food I bought? It'll be good, he suggests, rubbing the microwave. But the only thing you bought was dessert, I point out. What can I say? I like the finer things in life, he replies with a grin. Once the food is ready, I set it in front of him. Oh yeah, look at these delicious treats. Get them while they're steaming, he says. My time is limited. What should I focus on? I ask. Why the long face, kitty? He says, a small blush forming on his cheeks. First, I'm not entirely a cat, I'm still human. Second, everything is so complicated, I respond as he enjoys his meal. Just don't think about it, he advises, and my eyes widen. Don't think about that. If I don't focus on where to go, my body can lead me to follow my instincts, I say, sitting down in the middle of the room and closing my eyes. He thinks, intrigued, he found the secret. Instead of his mind trying to keep up, he lets his mind rest and allows his body to take control. Gran Torino smirks before suddenly attempting to kick me in the face. I tilt my head to the side, dodging it as he propels back, standing in front of me. Tell me, can you move in this state? He asks, dropping his cane. I don't know for sure, I reply, trying to think as little as possible. Want to give it a try? He asks with a smirk. Yes. Let's do this. I say, preparing for a standoff against him. To be continued. In Gran Torino's home, he instructs, that's it, keep your mind blank and your body active. If you can move around while maintaining this, then you'll be on a completely different level than you were at the sports festival. So, kid, think you can handle it? We'll begin with 3 minutes. He clicks an old watch set for 3 minutes. For what? I ask, struggling to keep my mind clear. That's the amount of time I have to hit you 5 times. But if you manage to grab me or withstand 3 minutes of my constant attacks, then you've succeeded, GT explains as he bolts off the walls. I sit there on the ground, and GT attacks from behind. My body spins around to grab his leg, but he propels back. Nice try. You need to be faster than that. Move those legs of yours, he encourages as he darts around. Suddenly, I feel my body spring off the walls after him, but he turns and propels toward me. I try to dodge, but he clips my cheek, causing my body to flip. I swing my back paw into GT's gut, sending him crashing into the ceiling. I snap out of my concentration and catch the falling GT as he opens his eyes to see me holding him. He swings a kick toward my head, sending me into a wall. Ugh, did I do it? I ask, lying on my side. It's only been 2 minutes, and he managed to kick me in the gut, Jeet thinks to himself, holding his stomach. You did well, but you're still lacking strength, he says, and I smirk as I get up. Yeah, true, I reply. But you've grown since yesterday, and it was just our first attempt at using your mind this way. All right, no time to rest. Let's keep training, GT says. All right, what's next, sir? I ask, standing straight like a soldier. Something very important. We haven't had breakfast this morning, he states, and I nod in agreement. True, I say. So, why don't you go and heat up those pastries again? GT suggests before stopping in his tracks as he notices the pastries on the ground. They're all ruined. GT yells. I'll buy more. I say, sprinting out the door with great speed. At Gunhead Agency, Uraraka leads a group, shouting, right? Right. Left, as we punch the air. Don't just go through the motions. Make sure you're focusing on each individual punch. Remember, the most important thing is your basic physical strength. Gunhead instructs, striking a cute pose. Yes, sir, the sidekicks respond, and I think to myself, look at how cute that pose is. At Fourth Kind Agency, Kirishima complains, this is lukewarm. Can't you two make a decent cup of tea? We want to impress clients who visit our agency. Fourth Kind scolds us, hitting our heads, but Tetsu and I activate our quirks to absorb the force of his punches. Is this the kind of service you'd provide them too? FK asks. Sorry, Mr. Fourth Kind, sir, we both exclaim, bowing our heads. Geez. Those powers of yours sure make it satisfying to hit you, FK remarks, looking at his swollen hands. Thank you, sir, Tetsu replies. At Best Jeanist Agency, Baku listens as Best Jeanist explains, to be a good pro, your presence must calm those in danger and give them peace of mind. You must be capable, of course, but there are other things to consider. Your physical appearance, speech, and actions must all be elegant. You must give off the aura of a hero. Another perfect style, Best Jeanist. One of his sidekicks exclaims. Darn it. Baku mutters. I came to the wrong hero agency. I thought as my hair poofed back up. Momo POV. Pro Hero Uwabami Agency. As cameramen took pictures of Uwabami, Kendo and I stood by, watching. After this photo shoot, she's scheduled to be a guest on a radio show and then she has a quick magazine interview. I said, reading Uwabami's schedule. I feel like we're her entourage, not her interns, Kendo remarked. This is part of what it takes to be a hero. It's unavoidable given the age we live in. I'm sure there's some important lesson we're missing here, I replied, closing the book. Kendo thought to herself, poor girl, she's deep in denial. All Might POV. I'm sorry to show up unexpectedly. Hope you don't mind, Tsukachi said as I set a teacup on the table and sat down. Please, it's always a pleasure to see you, Tsukachi. So, how's the investigation? I asked. Well, there were a number of villains who attacked the USJ, but we're puzzled by one. The one you fought, known as Nomu, Tsukachi explained. Ah, that strong bird guy, I recalled, remembering the fight. We went ahead and ran some tests on Nomu's DNA, Tsukachi continued. And what exactly did you find? I inquired. First, we're not asking you to help us with the case. Technically, this is a leak. I just felt I owed it to you to let you know. It could lead us to the one in charge. After several attempts at interrogation, we realized that Nomu can't speak. He shows no reaction to anything, as though he literally can't think for himself. No matter what's going on around him. As for his identity, we discovered that he used to be a low-level thug with a record of assault and extortion, Tsukachi said, pushing a paper with a picture of a man with puffy lips. Why do you think this will lead us to the mastermind behind the league? I asked. Here's where it gets interesting. Our reports show that he's been altered drastically. When we analyzed his genetic makeup, we discovered 4 different people's DNA, Tsukachi explained. Someone combined people's DNA to make this guy. So is he even human anymore? I pondered. The transformation is a result of drags and unknown methods. To oversimplify, he's been modified so that his body can hold multiple quirks at once. His brain's apparent lack of processing power probably comes from the burden that causes. But we're more concerned about his DNA. He shouldn't have more than one power. Even if new DNAs are introduced, that shouldn't give a person multiple powers unless it's completely integrated into someone's body. Not all quirks work like one for all. But maybe there's someone out there with the power to pass different quirks on to others, Tsukachi said as my eyes widened in fear. It can't be, I exclaimed, standing up in shock. Given the evidence, I think it's a reasonable conclusion. That's why I came. I had to let you know immediately, Tsukachi stated. No. It's not possible. Don't tell me he's back again, I said, looking out the window angrily. Shigaraki POV. Unknown building. So you want me to be a part of your crumbling little league. But you won't accomplish anything if you don't have conviction and desire. Without those, you'll always be aimless and weak, achieving nothing. That's how you got here, the hero killer Stain said, holding me down with knives. Hey now, you're being a little rough, aren't you? Kurojairi, take this guy back, I said through gritted teeth. I'm sorry. I can't move. It must be the hero killer's quirk at work, Kurojairi replied, stuck in place with his arm injured. The word hero has lost all meaning in this society. The world is overrun by fakes and criminals like you who choose petty dreams. They must all be purged, Stain declared as he moved to strike, but I caught his knife, stopping it. What do you think you're doing? If you touch this palm, I warned as the knife began to crack, that I'll make you regret it. You sure talk a lot, hero killer. Conviction? Maybe I don't have anything as loaded as that. If I had to choose a desire, though, it would be to take down All Might. If this world wants to worship someone like him, I'll destroy their beloved symbol of peace and then crush them while they're in shock, I said, decaying his knife before swinging my hand at Stain, forcing him to jump back. The last of my injuries was finally about to heal, and now this. You should learn not to play with knives. We don't have healers in our party, you know, I remarked as I began scratching my neck. I see your nature. It seems our goals fundamentally oppose each other. However, this wasn't in vain. We agree that we need to destroy the present, Stain said. I'm over this. Dropped it. I'm the kind of person you hate most, right? I said, annoyed. I was testing your motives. People always show their true colors when on the verge of death. It's abnormal, but there is a desire, a warped sprout of conviction, inside of you. How will it bloom in the end, I wonder? Maybe I'll let you grow. If you don't turn out well, I'll take care of you later, Stain said, sheathing his knives. You think you could get rid of me? I challenged, holding my injured arm. I'm free, Kurojairi said, surprised. Kurojairi, someone as crazy as this would be nothing but a problem for the League of Villains, I stated. Please reconsider. This man might be a great asset if he joins us. I'd say this was a success, Kurojairi urged. My business here is done. Now, you will return me back to Hosu. There are still several false heroes I must attend to there, Stain said, liking his lips. Ida POV. In Pro Hero Manuel's agency. As Manuel took off his helmet, revealing his light brown hair, he said, well, the nice thing about having the whole city on alert is that no villains will dare come out. Oh, yeah, sure, I replied, removing my helmet. Hero killer Stain. It was obvious once I looked at your crimes. In the 7 places you've appeared, you've always injured at least 4 pro heroes. Maybe there's a reason for that, or maybe I'm just reading into things, but it looks like a pattern. And Tensei is the only person you've attacked in Hosu. That means it's very likely that you'll appear in this city again. I'll dispose of you with my own hands. With Izuku. Day 3 at Gran Torino's house. As I dodged around the house, avoiding every hit from Gran Torino, he shouted, stop. I flew past him and straight into a wall. Ow, what's up? I said, my face crumpled like a stuffed animal. We should switch up the training. If you become too accustomed to my unique tactics, you might develop some unusual habits, GT remarks. What kind of habits? I ask, pulling my snout back. Nothing concerning, but we're finished here. Change into your costume, boy. We're moving on to phase 2, GT instructs. A little while later, outside the house, I step out wearing my cloak, concealing my imposing figure. Hope you're ready. We're going out to confront some villains. If you only face me, you'll struggle against other opponents. The key is to gain experience with various types of villains and situations. This is an internship, after all, GT explains. Yeah, I understand, I reply, nodding. It won't do us any good to linger here, GT adds, raising his hand as a taxi pulls up. The driver glances up at my tall stature. Can I sit on the roof of your car, sir? I ask. Sure, he responds, a bit apprehensive. Don't worry, he'll be fine, GT assures him as he gets into the car while I climb onto the roof. Due to the small population in this area, the crime rate is quite low. That's why there are so many hero agencies in urban areas. There's significantly more crime there. The higher the population density, the more trouble you'll encounter. In Shibuya, we'll have plenty of minor skirmishes to break up, I guarantee, GT explains over the phone. Shibuya? Are we taking the bullet train to Shinjuku, right? I ask, feeling the wind on my face. Yep, GT confirms. I wonder how Ida is doing there, I think to myself. Ida POV. At the same time, in Hosa City. We'll patrol Kyoto today as well. Sorry if this feels monotonous, the Pro Hero Manual says. No, it's better this way, I reply, scanning the surroundings. Hey, this might be a bit awkward, but you're after the hero killer, aren't you? Manual asks as we both pause. How did you? I respond, surprised. I couldn't think of any other reason for you to come to my agency. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm really glad you did, but you shouldn't pursue personal grudges. We heroes don't have the authority to arrest or punish people. The only reason we're allowed to use our quirks is due to the regulations placed on them. So, no matter how noble the reason may be, a hero must not use their quirk for personal gain. If a pro uses their power for selfish desires, it would be a serious crime. I'm not saying the hero killer isn't guilty. You just seem earnest, and I'd hate for you to focus solely on one goal and overlook everything else, Manual says, growing nervous about his words. Thank you. I appreciate it, Ida replies, bowing his head slightly. Oh, it's fine, as long as you understand what I'm saying. So, are we good? Manual asks as he begins to walk. No. What am I supposed to do with this burning hatred if I can't act? I think to myself, still feeling frustrated. Shigaraki POV. Still in Hosa City. As Stain stands atop a small water tower, Kurojiri opens a portal behind him and I step out. Hosu City looks nicer than I expected. So, what are you planning to do? I ask, gazing at the sunset. I will reform it. To do so, blood must spill, Stain states, his tongue flicking out. You have a clear goal. Your dedication is admirable, Kuro comments. Finally, someone who understands, Stain replies, standing tall. I get the feeling you enjoy teasing me, I say, slightly annoyed by the compliment. Hero is a title for those who have accomplished great deeds. This city is filled with false champions. All they care about is money and fame. Until this world realizes its mistakes, I will continue my work, Stain declares, leaping off the water tower and running along the rooftops. He talks so grandly, but he's wasting his time focusing on such a small stage. His nobility is almost laughable, I say, scratching my neck in annoyance. You shouldn't dismiss his methods. The reality is, in every city where Stain has appeared, the crime rate has dropped. Perhaps because heroes are more conscientious, or perhaps out of fear. Regardless, he does bring change, Kurojiri explains. Oh, isn't that just wonderful? Heroes are working harder thanks to all those incidents. This is getting dull. We just can't agree on a fundamental level, and he irritates me. Kurojiri, bring out the Nomus. You think you can get away with attacking me? When I tire of you, I'll eliminate you. Just like that, Stain. But let's make it more interesting. How about I crush your honor and pride first? What do you say, big bad hero killer? I challenge as 3 Nomus emerge from a portal. POV. On the bullet train. So, this train isn't going to arrive until pretty late? I begin before my ear twitches, sensing something. Is something wrong, boy? GT asks. I hear something? I reply, puzzled. Hey, did you see that? A passenger exclaims, catching my attention. A building exploded. Another passenger says, a hint of fear in their voice as I hear the sound approaching. Something's coming this. I shout before something crashes into the side of the train. As the dust settles, a pro hero can be seen. What the hell? The hero exclaims before something grabs his head, slamming him into the train floor. A creature with bluish-green skin, an exposed brain, and 4 eyes emerges. Flashback. There was this large creature with its brain exposed. It was creepy. I never want to see it again, Uraraka says, shivering at the memory. And a flashback. That's a Nomu. Think to myself. I want you to stay back, you hear me? GT instructs before propelling over everyone and kicking it off the pro hero. He then launches off the wall, sending the Nomo flying out of the train. I rush to the hole in the train, watching GT propel the Nomu into a distant building. I turn to see a large fire in the distance. What the heck is going on? I exclaim. Shigaraki POV. I laugh at the chaos unfolding. Now this is a good game, I say, feeling pleased. Ida POV. What did you say? Villains have appeared? Don't worry. I can head there right now. Stay with me. We're running, Manuel says as he starts sprinting toward the fire, and I follow. This can't be right. That murderer wouldn't be so flashy, I think to myself before stopping and glancing down an alley, my eyes widening as I rush into the alley. That fool is making a move, and he's so loud. I'll have to deal with him later. Right now, I have important work to finish here, Stain says, holding a pro hero against a wall, dressed in an Indian-themed hero costume. My body won't move. You fiend. I'll make you pay. Pro hero native exclaims. If you truly consider yourself a hero, you should choose your final words wisely, Stain replies, preparing to strike. I leap forward, aiming a kick at Stain, but he swings his sword, knocking my helmet off and sending me crashing to the ground. A child in a costume. Or you. You should run. This isn't a place for kids, Stain. Taunts. You're armed with blades and draped in a blood-red scarf. You must be the hero killer, Stain. I've been searching for you, but I didn't expect to find you so soon. I am. I begin, but Stain interrupts, pointing his sword at my face. Your eyes burn with vengeance. Choose your words carefully. Even someone your age can become my target, Stain warns, and I clench my fists. Are you saying I'm not a threat to you? Listen closely, criminal. I am the brother of an incredible hero you attacked. He's the best older brother anyone could wish for. I've come to stop you because he can't anymore. You will remember my name for the rest of your life. I am Ingenium, and I will defeat you. I promise. I declare, my anger boiling over. Then so be it. Prepare to meet your end, Stain replies, his gaze piercing. To be continued. Eyes of POV. On the bullet train. So, this train isn't going to arrive until pretty late? I start to say before my ear twitches as I scan the area. Is something wrong, boy? GT asks. I hear something, I respond, confused. Hey, did you see that? A passenger exclaims, catching my attention. A building exploded, another passenger adds, sounding frightened as I hear the noise drawing closer. Something's coming T. I shout before a massive force crashes into the side of the train. As the dust settles, a pro hero appears. What the hell? The hero mutters before something grabs his head and slams it into the train floor. A creature with bluish-green skin, an exposed brain, and 4 eyes emerges. Flashback. There was this enormous creature with its brain exposed. It was terrifying. I never want to see it again, Uraraka says, shivering at the memory. End of flashback. That's a Nomu. Think to myself. I want you to stay back, you hear me? GT warns before propelling himself over everyone and kicking the creature off the pro hero. He then launches off the wall, sending the Nomo flying out of the train. I rush to the hole in the train, watching GT propel the Nomu into a distant building. I turn to see a large fire in the distance. What on earth is happening? I exclaim. End of recap. Everyone please. Remain calm. Return to your seats. The villain is no longer here. More heroes will arrive soon, I'm sure, the train conductor urges, just as a gust of wind rushes past him. I stand at the hole in the train, my cloak billowing in the breeze. Keep them calm. I'm going after him. I declare, leaping off the train and sprinting away with incredible speed. There can't be that many creatures with wild eyes and exposed brains. Maybe it's a relative of the Nomu? What are these beings? No time for detours or stares. I need to put my training to the test, I think, jumping from one building to another. Gran Torino, please be okay, I silently plead. No POV. With Gran Torino. As a Nomu crashes through a wall, pursuing civilians, a man yells, "A villain! Where are all the heroes?" while helping a lady to her feet. The Nomu lunges to attack, but GT kicks it in the chest, bouncing off. I haven't fought this hard in years. What a time to patrol. Bring it on, ugly. GT shouts as the Nomu continues its assault. He's fast, but not faster than me, GT thinks, dodging the creature's attacks. Suddenly, a fireball flies at the Nomu, swirling around it. GT halts himself just in time to avoid the flames. I was looking for the elusive hero killer, but this creature will have to do. Thanks, old-timer. I don't know you, but I can handle this from here, the number 2 hero states. It's you, GT says, surprised. Why is he in Hosu? A civilian wonders, confused. Isn't it obvious? I came because I'm a hero, Endeavor replies with a smirk. As a POV. I dash past confused and frightened civilians. They're probably at the center of this chaos. I don't understand. Why does that guy look like the Nomu Uraraka described? They said he has the same speed and strength as All Might at full power. It won't just be Gran Torino in danger, but the entire city. That includes Ida. He's interning here. What do I do? Come on, think. How can I be the best hero right now? Think to myself. Tenya. Where are you, Tenya? Pro Hero Manual calls out. I rush over just as a small bus is thrown a few feet, landing on a car before exploding. My eyes widen as I see 2 other Nomus overpowering the heroes. Oh no. What are these things? I think, spotting a bull-like hero tearing a fire hydrant from the ground as water sprays everywhere. Manual! Stop the fire! The bull hero shouts, while Manual directs the water toward the flames. That's Manual. The normal hero. Ida's at his agency, I think, rushing toward Manual. Why did you run off by yourself? Were you Tenya? Damn it! Manual exclaims, controlling the water. I halt, noticing white dots in the abyss surrounding me, the dots shrinking. Don't you dare tell me Ida. Hosu City. Creatures that look like Nomu. Ida. Where the hero killer attacked. This idiot is after the hero killer. I think before sprinting away. Shigaraki POV. On a water tower. Nomus makes such great playthings, I say, observing the destruction. Aren't you going to join the fight? Kurogiri asks. Don't be foolish. The arm that Cat snapped is still healing. That's why I brought those pets with us, I say, cradling my arm, feeling the lingering ache in my bones. Flashback. Master, how many Nomu are ready? I ask, glancing at the screen displaying sound only. I've finished adjusting the behavior of 6 of them. Though, they are not as strong as the one from the USJ incident, the so-called master replies. Give them to me, I say, my annoyance evident. Why? Master questions. Because I can't stand that arrogant hero killer you brought in. It's my right to eliminate anything I dislike, right, Master? I respond, irritation bubbling over. Very well. However, you may only take 3. Use this as a learning experience, Master instructs. And a flashback. I start laughing. Once this night is over, the world will have forgotten you ever existed, hero killer. Ida POV. With Ida and Stain. A child in a suit. Who are you? Stain asks, pointing his sword at me. I am the brother of an incredible hero you attacked. He's the best older brother anyone could hope for. I've come to stop you because he can't anymore. You'll remember my name for as long as you live. I am Ingenium, and I will defeat you. That's a promise. I yell, filled with angry confidence. Then so be it. Prepare to meet your end, Stain replies, glaring at me. For Tensei, I shout as I attempt to. Ingenium. So you're brothers. I let him live so he could spread the good word. The word of me, Stain says, dodging my kick and retaliating with a swift strike that sends me crashing to the ground. You're a weakling just like he was, Stain taunts, pressing his sword against my arm. You aren't heroes. You have no right to be called that. Both of you are nothing but fakes. Shut up, villain. You damaged his spine and paralyzed him from the waist down. He'll never be able to work as a pro hero again. My brother was incredible, a caring person who saved many lives. Someone people look up to. You had no right to take that away from him. I shout, a mix of sadness and anger coursing through me. Flashback. Vincent. I'm so proud of you. You've become independent at a very young age with many sidekicks following you. That's no easy feat in these times, my dad says. Nah, they're not followers. It's the opposite, Dad. They support me because I'm not good on my own. They're just looking out for me. I honestly couldn't do anything without them. I need their support. Of course, I'm working hard to return the favor. I'm not super talented or anything, but if I'm going to call myself a hero, then I have to live up to that title and help people, my brother explains, as young me smiles, inspired. And a flashback. He's my hero. My older brother inspired my dream of becoming a pro, too. I won't forgive you. I'll make you pay. I yell, tears streaming down my face as I struggle to rise. Shouldn't you be worried about saving that guy? So busy with your grudge that you forgot about him. You plan on using your quirk only for yourself. You're completely blinded by a selfish desire for revenge. You're as far from being a hero as I can imagine. And that's why you'll fall tonight, Stain says, liking my blood before I feel my body go numb. My body won't move. I think to myself as Stain raises his sword above my head, ready to strike. Goodbye, child. May your death bring about a better world, Stain says, and I feel the weight of despair above me. No, please. Not like this. Say whatever you want about me. You're still just a criminal who hurt my brother. I yell in fury before Stain stops and looks down the alley. His eyes widen before a purple blur double kicks him, sending him stumbling back. I see a large figure in a cloak, the hood blowing off to reveal a large purple cat-like head. Aizu? How? I ask, before getting playfully slapped on the back of the head with his tail. Don't do this again, idiot. Now I have to save you, Aizu says, annoyance quickly turning to confidence. Aizu POV. A few minutes ago. I might be overthinking things. I don't have proof, but this situation has escalated too far. Creatures like Nomu are running rampant in the same area where the hero killer appeared. I don't want to admit it, but I'm afraid the League of Villains and the hero killer are connected somehow. I think to myself, racing through an alley. The hero killer is probably somewhere in the city right now. Since Ida recklessly ran off, he must be after the one who hurt his brother. I think, spotting Stain preparing to strike Ida down an alley. I launch off a wall with great speed, double-kicking Stain in the stomach and pushing him away. Stain looks surprised to see me. He knows me. Think, you found him too? But how? Ida exclaims. Shut up, idiot. I can't believe you went after this creep. Now get up so we can find the pros, I say, keeping my eyes on Stain. I can't move my body. It must be his quirk. Since he cut me, I've been paralyzed, Ida struggles to explain. I heard on TV that victims of Stain's attacks said the same thing. So cutting activates his quirk, huh? I say, noticing another hero approaching. There's someone else. If it had just been Ida, I could have enough time to grab him, but with another person, Stain could attack. Think to myself, Aizu, please. Don't get involved. This doesn't have anything to do with you. Ida pleads, and I glare at him, irritated. What do you mean? I respond. You showed up to save your friend's life. You even made a big entrance. But I have a duty to eliminate him and this so-called pro. When your friend chose to fight me, it guaranteed that the weaker of us would be called, Stain says, his glare making my fur stand on end. So what will you do? Stain challenges. He's different from those self-entitled League of Villains. Those are the eyes of a fanatic. I messaged the others my location in case of emergency after I found out about Ida running away. I think, sweat dripping down my face. Even though it was just a guess and I didn't have any proof, I should have made sure a pro came with me to find him. I'll just have to protect these two who can't move and stall for time. All by myself. Maybe I can even force the hero killer to retreat, I think. Listen to me. Ida urges, and I turn my head, irritated. I swear you better say something good, I said, glaring at him. Stand down. Run away. I told you, this has nothing to do with. Ida started, but I interrupted him with a swift motion. Shut up. If you really believe that, then why on earth are you trying to become a hero? I yelled, getting into a fighting stance. All Might was right, though. Meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero, I declared, catching Stain's surprised smile. I released a small amount of red illusion gas, just enough to coat the ground, and dashed towards Stain. He's fast. But his body is too big to dodge this, Stain remarked, swinging his weapon but hitting nothing as the illusion vanished. My real form was above him, ready to strike, but he dodged just in time. He retaliated, and I felt a sharp pain as he struck my paw, sending me crashing into a wall. As he liked his blade, he grimaced at the taste. I see your body's not organic, but you can't move well without that paw, can you? You're already affected by my quirk, Stain taunted. I realized then that he needed blood to activate his powers. But you're not fast enough. That gas you used didn't help hide your presence, he added. I flipped my pendant, and tiny spider-like legs emerged, crawling to my severed paw and dragging it back to my arm. A liquid metal began to connect my endoskeleton. There are countless false heroes around here who are all talk, but I think you're worthy of staying alive. You're different from these two, Stain said, turning back to Ida, lifting his sword above him once more. No. Stop. I shouted just as fire shot towards Stain, forcing him to dodge. Someone else to get in my way. Today's been full of distractions, Stain said. Aizu, you need to provide more details in times like this. I was almost too late to stop him, Tadu said, showing the message I sent. You too, Todoroki? Ida exclaimed. Thank goodness, I sighed, noticing he was using his left side. Your message took me a while to decipher. Next time, try to send more than just your location. But you're not one to send cryptic messages without reason, are you? Tadu said, creating an ice platform that lifted me, Ida, and the pro hero. I figured you were in trouble and asking for help. Everything's okay. The pro heroes will be here any minute. Tadu assured us, charging at Stain and unleashing fire from his arm. Stain dodged as the ice beneath us melted, causing us to slide down next to Tadu. The time will be up for one of them soon, Stain thought. You're just what they said you were. But you won't be taking any more lives, hero killer, Tadu declared. Todoroki, don't let him get your blood. I think he controls his enemies by swallowing it. And give me time, my arm is almost reattached, I warned. He ingested blood to immobilize people. That explains the blades. They seem strong enough to cut through your endoskeleton. But all I've got to do is keep my distance. Tadu replied. A small knife whizzed past his face, leaving a shallow cut on his cheek. You have good friends, Ingenium. Or you did. Stain sneered, lunging to strike Tadu, but he quickly created a small ice barrier to block the attack. Stain's sword flew into the air. His sword? He threw it at the same time as the knife. Tadu thought, just as Stain pulled him closer, aiming to lick his cut. Tadu ignited his left side, forcing Stain to leap back, and a wave of ice followed, making Stain jump again before he grabbed his sword and sliced through the ice. Tadu retaliated with another wave. Just stop it. Why are you doing this? This fight is with me. I inherited my brother's name. Ida shouted, but I lightly tapped him on the head. You idiot, you're Ingenium now. But did Ingenium ever have a face of revenge? I said, noticing Stain swiftly slice through Tadu's ice. You blocked your own field of vision against an opponent who's faster than you. Rookie mistake, Stain remarked. Come get me then. Tadu challenged, igniting his left side before two small knives pierced his arm. You're good, kid. Unlike him, Stain said, preparing to attack the pro hero, but I leaped up, grabbing him and swinging my claws in an attempt to land a hit. He defended himself with his sword, and I jumped back, realizing my claws weren't enough. I think I have an idea of how his quirk works. It might have a time limit, I said, flipping my pendant back as a cloak wrapped around me. A time limit? Tadu questioned. No. I should have been the first to be freed. And I still can't move a muscle, the pro hero said. They figured it out, Stain thought, trying to recover from my powerful attacks. I've got 3 guesses. His quirk could be less effective the more he uses it, or it could depend on blood types. This is just a theory, so we don't know, I explained. If it's the last one, my blood type is B, the pro hero said weakly. I'm type A, Ida added. And I have no blood in my body, but he has the strength to cut off my arms, I thought. So you figured it out. Very impressive, Stain mocked. Hero killer Stain. His quirk, Blood Curdle. By tasting someone's blood, he can freeze them for up to 8 minutes, depending on their blood type. From shortest to longest time, it's O, A, B, and B. Present Mike narrated. It doesn't really help us much to know how his quirk works, though, I said. I thought we could hurry and carry those 2 out of here, but it's no good. He's fast, but he's sort of slower than you. He can dodge ice and fire. I'd have to leave myself unguarded. Our best option is to hold until the pros arrive and avoid close combat. To-do strategized, his arm bleeding from the knife wounds. No, you've already lost too much blood. I'll support you the best I can. Sound like a plan? I suggested, activating my new nano claws as they folded around my paws. You want us to take a pretty big risk. Okay. We can protect them. To-do exclaims as we both take our fighting stances. Todoroki's POV. 2 against 1, huh? This fight won't be easy, Stain says, preparing himself. Ida, I've been worried about you ever since your brother was attacked. I can see the resentment in your eyes. I think as Aizu dashes off the walls with incredible speed. And I know how narrow your perspective can become when you seek justice. That day, I shared my life story with her, about my father and the person I've become. She cried and forgave me, faster than I expected. She urged me to move forward, to let nothing hold me back, and that doing so would be her salvation. If I hadn't confided in her, I would never have chosen my father's agency for my internship. I couldn't bear being near him. I haven't forgiven him, and I doubt I ever truly will. Aizu attempts to slash at Stain, but he dodges just in time. Aizu then plants his paws on the ground and executes a spinning kick, knocking Stain back. I use my ice to create distance between them. But I chose him so I could learn what it takes to be the number 2 hero with my own eyes and ears. I had to know, I think as Stain bounds off the walls, and I try to hit him with my fire. Flashback. Get ready. We're going out, Endeavor says. Yeah. Where to? I ask, feeling confused. If the hero killer is following his patterns, we know where he'll show up next, and we'll be there to stop him. We're taking a work trip to Hosu, Endeavor replies, walking out of the room. My father may be flawed, but he has the instincts of a number 2 hero, and I can acknowledge that. I think to myself. And a flashback. It's so simple. But I still need someone to show me. Just a few words, 2 short sentences, I think as I continue to unleash a stream of fire at Stain. Ida's POV. Flashback. Shouldn't you be worried about saving that guy? Stain taunts. Don't do this again, idiot. Now I have to save you, Aizu retorts. We can protect them. To-do shouts, standing beside Aizu. And a flashback. Stain dodges Aizu's attack before slicing at his leg, causing enough damage to immobilize him. Not good. His fighting style has completely changed. Aizu thinks, just as To-do shoots fire at Stain, forcing him to evade. Aizu! To-do yells as Aizu activates his pendant to repair his leg. You have to. I can't watch this, I say, tears welling in my eyes. You want to make your brother proud? To-do urges, and I gasp in realization. Then stand up and be ingenium. To-do declares, sending ice at Stain, but he cuts straight through it. Become the hero he wanted you to be. To-do shouts, igniting his left side even more. I am ingenium, and I will defeat you, I declare, recalling my vow as I start moving my fingers. To be continued. Flashback. Are you familiar with the turbo hero, Ingenium? Ida asks in the cafeteria. I might know a bit about him. He's a famous hero with 65 sidekicks at his Tokyo agency, Aizu replies, flicking a switch in his chest before munching on shredded fruits. He's my older brother. Ingenium is an unmatched commander who honors the hero code. As the second oldest Ida son, I strive to be just like him, Ida says proudly. And a flashback. Ida, stand up and be Ingenium. To-do urges as he attacks with his ice, but Stain easily cuts through it. Become the hero he wanted you to be. To-do insists, igniting his left side in flames. I am Ingenium, and I will defeat you. That I promise. Can I call myself a hero? My friends are protecting me. They're fighting for me, Ida thinks as he looks at the hero he could have saved. Shouldn't you be worried about saving that guy? Stain's words echo in my mind as I shoot fire at him, but he jumps out of the way. Stain the hero killer. I took my brother's name to teach this villain a lesson. But I was so consumed with revenge that I forgot what truly matters. I was too focused on myself to help anyone else. Ida reflects, tears streaming down his face. Flashback. You want to be a hero too, Tenya? Tensei asks. Yes. Like you. A cool one. Young Ida exclaims, mimicking a robot's movements. With robot arms? Tensei questions. There's something I wanted to ask you, big brother. What drives you? Why did you choose to become a pro hero? Ida asks. Well, our grandfather and parents were all heroes, so everyone expected I would be too. Staying in the family business, I guess. Plus, it makes sense to me. I think the coolest people in the world are those who do things for others. I wanted to be the kind of guy who helps people in trouble, Tensei replies, putting on his armor. Then why not consider becoming a police officer or something? Ida says bluntly. Aren't you listening? Think about what I'm saying. You take things at face value a little too much. But you're a hard worker, definitely smarter and more athletic than I was when I was a kid. Wait a second. That's my secret. Knowing you look up to me makes me strive to be better. I have to make you proud, Tensei laughs. Ida POV. And a flashback. Both of you are nothing but fakes, Stain says. You spoke the truth, hero killer, I thought to myself as To-Do shot fire at Stain, who dodged effortlessly. Watch your right. Aizu warned, as his pendant continued to work on repairing his leg. These two are different from me. I'm immature. I can't hold a candle to them. But still. I thought, clenching my fist as Stain maneuvered through To-Do's ice before dodging his fire. Ice and fire, Stain thought. Just try and dodge this, villain. To-Do thought, creating more ice. Hasn't anyone ever told you that you rely on your quirk too much? It makes you a careless fighter, Stain taunted, moving to strike at To-Do. Todoroki! Aizu yelled, trying to get up but falling again. Then Aizu noticed something out of the corner of his eye. If I don't stand up right now, I'll never be as good as them. I'll never live up to my brother's name. I thought, slowly charging my quirk. Diamenit. My quirk timed out, Stain thought. Recipro burst. I yelled, speeding toward To-Do and Stain. With a swift kick, I deflected Stain's sword, followed by another kick aimed at him. He's fast. Stain exclaimed. Good job, idiot. Aizu encouraged. You're free too? Guess his quirk isn't as great as I thought, To-Do remarked. Todoroki. This has nothing to do with you. I apologize, I said, feeling Aizu's glare urging me to stop. I'm okay. And I won't let you shed any more blood for me. I declared. It's no use pretending you're a hero now. A person's true nature doesn't change in just a few minutes. You'll never be anything but a fraud who prioritizes his own desires. You're the sickness that infects society and tarnishes the name of hero. Someone must teach you a lesson, Stain said as Aizu dug his claws into the ground, irritated that Stain thought he could judge anyone. You're a fundamentalist lunatic. Ida, don't listen to this murderer's nonsense, To-Do warned. No, he's completely right. I have no right to call myself a hero. At all. Even so, there's no way I can back down. If I give up now, then the name Ingenium will die. I said, feeling blood drip down my arm. Pathetic, Stain scoffed, charging toward me. To-Do stepped in front of me, using his fire as a shield. Idiots. The hero killer is only after me and that kid in the white armor. Stop fighting back, Just get out of here. Pro-hero native pleaded from the ground. I don't think he'd let me run even if I wanted to. Something clearly changed in him just now. He seems rattled, To-Do observed. Stain stood on his sword embedded in the wall, then jumped away as To-Do sent a wave of ice at him. His quirk alone isn't especially powerful. The issue of blood type makes it unpredictable and it doesn't last long. Plus, he has to get in close if he wants to use it. It must be difficult for him to take on multiple opponents at once. He's desperate, trying to eliminate Ida and this other hero before the pros show up. Such tenacity, To-Do thought, as Izu's pendant finished repairing his leg. I tried to use my quirk, but it wasn't working. Crap. My engines are shot. Did I break the radiator with that kick? Hey Todoroki, can you regulate your temperatures? I asked. Not well with my left, but yes I can, To-Do replied, still trying to keep Stain at bay with his fire. You gotta freeze my leg for me without plugging the exhaust. I urged. You're in the way, Stain said, throwing knives at To-Do, but I blocked them with my arm. Why won't you stay down? Stain growled, using a larger knife to pin me to the ground. Ida! To-Do exclaimed, stopping his fire to check on me. Just do it, hurry. I ordered. I can finally move. Izu said, as his pendant returned around his neck. I gotta concentrate, Izu thought, the white pupils in his eyes disappearing as he let his body take control. To-Do froze around my leg, and I grabbed the knife off. My arm with my mouth. Thank you, Todoroki. I will fight. With or without my arms. Recipro extend. I declared, using my quirk at full strength, launching myself off the ground towards Stain, who was falling. Izu leaped off the ground, shattering the ice beneath him faster than I could, ready to slam his back paw into Stain's head. If we just use our legs, that's all I need to beat this guy. I thought simultaneously with Izu as he struck Stain, followed by my kick to his back. Gran Torino POV. As a Nomu lunged to punch me, I propelled off the ground above it. He's fast, but not faster than me, I said, as the Nomu continued after the civilians. Stop it, you stupid beast. I yelled, propelling toward the Nomu, but before I could reach it, fire engulfed the creature. I halted my advance. Thanks, old-timer. I'm afraid I don't know you, but I can handle this from here on out, Pro-Hero Endeavor said, stepping forward. Whoa, look, a civilian exclaimed, surprised. Why is he in Hosu? Another citizen asked. It's because I'm a hero, Endeavor replied as the flames on the Nomu extinguished, leaving burns. That was only a low-temperature warning shot. But still, it always knocks out my opponent, Endeavor thought, before I noticed something. Something's not right. This guy is, I began, before a wave of fire burst from the Nomu. I managed to dodge, but Endeavor casually directed the flames around him. Your quirk's absorption and release, but you still took damage from my flames, didn't you? Not a very impressive power, Endeavor commented, as the Nomu's body began to grow muscles. What's he doing? Watch it, Todoroki. I think this guy's got multiple quirks, I warned as the Nomu's muscles stopped growing and it bounced off the ground. I see. So that's how it is, Endeavor said as I landed and looked around. Those two bystanders got away, right? Good, I say as Endeavor lifts his hand. The Nomu opens its mouth, revealing strange tentacles, but I spring off the ground, kicking the tentacles away before propelling myself mid-air towards the Nomu and smashing it into the ground with a swift double kick. Didn't mean to damage the road. I might be more out of practice than I thought, I remark. Nice work. You're not bad, old man, Endeavor replies as we hear an explosion and notice smoke in the distance. That must be where the rest of the heroes are gathered. It's been 2 or 3 minutes. They should have taken care of things by now, Endeavor says. We need to tie this guy up. The police will handle him from there. Then we can help out, I suggest, and Endeavor grumbles in agreement. Endeavor's POV. Flashback. Shoto. There's trouble ahead. I'll show you what it means to be a hero, I say, leading Todoroki to the battle scene. Todoroki's phone buzzes and he stops to check it, noticing it's from Izuku. Dim it. Watch me, I say, turning to face my son. All he sent was his location? Todoroki asks before running off. Hey, wait, where are you going? I call out, confused. An alleyway at April 2nd, 10 Iku Street. If you finish what you're doing or see any extra heroes, send them there. I'm leaving you here to handle this trouble. My friend might be in danger, Todoroki says as he runs off. Shoto, says surprised. Gran Torino's POV. And a flashback. Leave him to my sidekicks. They'll ensure the police take him. There's an address I need you to investigate for me. I'm Endeavor. I can handle the rest of this myself, Endeavor says confidently. Izuku's POV. With Izuku, Ida, and Todoroki. Go guys! Todoroki shouts as Ida and I simultaneously strike. I slam the back of my paw into Stain's head, followed by Ida kicking him in the back. They manage to land 2 attacks. My turn, Todoroki thinks, preparing to unleash his fire. But Stain grabs his sword and slashes at Ida's arm. I will defeat you, Stain. Because you are a criminal, Ida declares. Don't let him get away. Todoroki yells, shooting fire at Stain while I wrap my tail around him, preventing any further movement. And I am a hero, Ida proclaims, delivering a powerful kick to Stain. I release my tail just before Todoroki's fire hits Stain, causing him to stumble. Ida and I start to fall, but Todoroki creates a slide of ice, allowing us to glide down. We hit our heads thankfully. I have a metal skull, but Ida isn't so lucky. Stand up. Keep fighting. Todoroki urges before noticing Stain is out cold. He's got to have a concussion from my kick to his head, so he's probably knocked out, right? I say, stretching like a cat. Then let's restrain him and get him to the street. Maybe we can find some rope, Todoroki suggests, and I nod. We should probably take all his weapons too, I add as Ida stares in disbelief. None. At the fight with the Nomus. A large Nomu lunges to punch a pro, but 2 ninja heroes leap up, throwing shurikens that do little damage. Everyone attack at once. A bull hero commands, charging the Nomu. Right? All the heroes respond, jumping at the Nomu, but it smashes the ground, knocking all the pro heroes away and filling the air with dust. Diamenet. Can't see. Hero 1 exclaims. Where is he? Hero 2 asks as the dust clears, revealing the Nomu standing behind Hero, watch out. Manuel yells as the Nomu prepares to punch Hero 1, but Endeavor intercepts it with a powerful punch. Endeavor! A pro exclaims in surprise. As the Nomu regains its footing, its arm begins to regenerate. So, you can regenerate. Endeavor says, charging at the Nomu and grabbing its head. Let's see you come back from this. With that, Endeavor unleashes his fire, which turns blue as the Nomu's head is engulfed in flames, causing it to collapse. Incinerated cells can't regenerate, Endeavor states. Above you. A pro yells as a flying Nomu swoops down with an unconscious pro. Any hero whose quirk isn't suited for this, go help on Iku Street in District 4, Endeavor instructs. Another villain? A pro asks, worried. I don't know. Just do it, Endeavor replies, sprinting after the flying Nomu. He throws a fireball, but the Nomu dodges. He's quick. That's fine, Endeavor thinks before leaping onto the side of a building. He jumps up to the flying Nomu, creating a fire arrow and launching it at the Nomu's face, causing it to drop the unconscious pro. Endeavor catches the pro mid-fall. You won't get away, he vows. Izuku's POV. Back with Izuku, Ida, and Todoroki. Native, can you move? I ask. Yeah. I think I'm good as new now, pro hero Native replies as I nod, glancing over at Ida and Todoroki. We're lucky someone threw this in the dumpster, Todoroki remarks. Todoroki, I can drag him from here, Ida says, but my tail wraps around Stain, lifting him off the ground. Not with that injury, I say, glaring at Ida before we start walking. I have to apologize. I'm supposed to be a pro, but I was useless back there, Native admits, and I sigh. Don't be too hard on yourself, no one could have faced the hero killer alone. Not with that strange quirk, I reassure him. The 3 of us barely won against him, and even then, it was due to his own mistakes. He was getting riled up and desperate and forgot about Izuku being able to repair his leg. He couldn't block Ida's last reciproburst or Izuku's immense speed and strength, Todoroki explains. As we make it out of the alley, Native says, right, let's get him to the police as fast as we can. My eyes widen as I see something I wish I hadn't. What are you doing here, boy? Gran Torino says, standing there with an irritated expression. Gran Torino! I exclaim, ducking under a kick. I thought I told you to stay on the bullet train, he scolds, attempting to kick me again from behind, but I catch his foot. He smiles before landing back on the ground. Sorry, I had to do something, I reply. Who's this? Todoroki asks. Gran Torino, the hero I'm interning with. But how did you find us? I ask, checking my paw to see if it's still functioning after his kick. I was told to come here by someone else. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm glad you're not dead at least, Gran Torino says, hands on his waist, still irritated. I'm sorry, I say, before my ears perk up, hearing something that catches Todoroki and Gran Torino's attention. Around the corner, Pro 1 shouts, running up with some other heroes. Endeavor told us there was a request for help here, but 2 kids and a giant cat? Pro 2 says, and I hold back the urge to swat at him. Those injuries look serious. I'll call for help right away, Pro 3 says, concern evident in his voice. Hey look, Pro 4 points out. Is that the hero killer? Pro 5 gasps as he sees Stain tied up. I gently lower Stain to the ground. I'll get the police on the line, Pro 3 says, grabbing his phone. You good, Native? I ask, scanning the area as I hear an unsettling noise. I'm fine, just a little dizzy, Native replies, holding his head. Only minor injuries. But Ida. To-Do says, speaking to one of the pro heroes. You're bleeding badly. The ambulance will be here soon, but until then. Pro 3 says, worry etched on his face as Ida approaches me and To-Do, still looking around for the source of the noise. You guys. You were both hurt because of me. I'm truly sorry. I was just so angry. I couldn't see anything else, Ida says, bowing his head as tears stream down his cheeks. I sigh. I'm sorry too. I should have recognized your anger sooner, I reply, looking away in embarrassment, knowing I don't usually act this way. Hey, pull yourself together. You're the class rep, To-Do encourages as Ida wipes his tears with his working arm. Right? Ida responds. All things considered, our fight against the hero killer probably only took about 10 minutes. But for the 3 of us, it felt like we were in that alley forever, I narrate. I turn my head, finally locating the noise, and GT notices my shocked expression before spotting a flying Nomu rounding the corner. Get down! GT and I yell. But it's too late. The Nomu grabs Native with its claws. Native! Everyone shouts. It's injured. It must be trying to escape. Pro 1 exclaims, some of its blood splattering onto her face. If it takes him too high, I won't be able to reach him with my quirk, GT thinks to himself. My ears perk up as I see the hero killer cutting through the ropes before liking the Nomu's blood off Pro 1's face, the Nomu slowly descending. The word hero has lost all meaning in this society. The world is overrun by fakes and criminals like you who chase petty dreams, Stain declares, leaping onto the Nomu and striking it as they hit the ground. You must all be purged, he states. Flashback. That fool's making a move. And he's so loud. I'll deal with him later, Stain thinks. And a flashback. Everything I do is to create a strong society, Stain says, pulling the knife from the Nomu's head. With Shigaraki. Hey, what the heck? This isn't fair. Why did he have to take down that Nomu? And why is that cat here? I'm so frustrated, I can't even think straight. This is a disaster. Shigaraki complains, scratching his neck. Why do things never go the way I want them to? He grumbles, annoyed. Back with the others. Did he just save Native? Pro 3 asks. He took him hostage, you fool, Pro 4 retorts. He took that guy down without a second thought, Pro 2 adds. Everyone be on your guard. We've got a fight on our hands, Pro 1 warns as everyone assumes a fighting stance. Why are you all standing around? The villain must have flown this way, right? Endeavor says, rushing in. You took care of the rest? Pro 3 asks, surprised at how quickly he finished. Mostly. Things got a little rough at the end. Hold on. Don't tell me that man is, Endeavor says, noticing Stain. Let him go. I shout angrily. Endeavor, Stain pants. Hero killer. Endeavor yells, preparing to unleash his flames. Wait, Todoroki. GT calls out, stopping Endeavor. Ha! Endeavor responds as Stain releases Native, but his mask comes off, causing everyone to freeze in fear. You are a false hero. I'll make this right. These streets must run with the blood of hypocrites. Hero. I will reclaim that word. Come on. Just try and stop me, you fakes. There's only one man I'll let take me down. He is a true hero. All might is worthy. Stain proclaims, his bloodlust making everyone tremble, but before we know it, that intensity fades. He's out cold, Endeavor says as some of us, including me, stumble back in shock. It wasn't until later that I learned what happened. A quirk didn't stop the hero killer. One of his broken ribs pierced his lung. He hadn't managed to lick anyone's blood. But still, in that moment, none of us could bring ourselves to stand against him. Only the hero killer had any fight left, I narrate. To be continued. Chapter end. Reporter POV. As we fly above a chaotic scene in our helicopter, I speak into the camera. Okay, can you hear me in the studio? I'm reporting live from the skies over Hosu City. It's unclear what is happening below, but take a look. Large clouds of smoke and flames are rising from various locations in the area. Is this due to a series of accidents, or have villains taken to the streets? Currently, we have no information on the situation here, but our station will continue reporting as this breaking story unfolds. I pause as the cameraman stops recording. Don't stop filming. What in the world? Look. I say, confused by what I see. At what? The cameraman asks. Check out the building with the water tower on top. Zoom in. I instruct, and he zooms in on two figures, Shigaraki and Kurojari. These people. Two of them, the cameraman exclaims. Bystanders? How did they get up there? I wonder aloud. Shigaraki POV. Looking through my binoculars, I see my Nomus being captured or defeated, and I crush the binoculars in frustration. We're leaving, I say, annoyed. Are you satisfied with the results, Tamura Shigaraki? Kurojari asks, forming a portal behind me. Depends on tomorrow's headlines, I reply, watching through the portal. Aizu POV. At a hospital, To-Do asks, did you sleep, Aizu? No, I respond, irritated that I have to stay in the hospital when I feel fine, my mind still replaying the fight from last night. I figured. Me neither, To-Do says. Thinking about that fight, we did well for our first face-to-face encounter with a villain. After everything that happened, it's a miracle we're still alive. I felt so useless for a moment there. Don't say that. You weren't useless. You landed one of the finishing blows, and I'm impressed by you, Ida. He was genuinely trying to take you out, but you stood your ground, To-Do encourages, looking at Ida. That's not true. Ida starts, but the door opens, revealing Pro Hero Manual and Gran Torino. My senses heighten, anticipating a reprimand. I'm not going to attack the boy. But it seems you're all awake, Gran Torino says, and I relax a bit. However, I could scold you for hours right now. But before I do, you've got a visitor. The Hosu Chief of Police, Kenji Tsuragami. My instincts go haywire, and I struggle to contain the urge to flee. We all stand, but Kenji gestures for us to stay seated. No, please, stay seated, he says, causing me to jolt at the sudden command. So you're the UA students who brought down the hero killer, huh? He asks. We are, To-Do replies. The police chief came all this way. Why? To-Do wonders. Stain has serious injuries, multiple burns, broken bones, and a concussion. Right now, he's in the hospital under strict guard. Here's a lesson you should have already learned. When quirks became the norm, the police force sought to maintain order. They decided we wouldn't use quirks as weapons. That's when heroes came in. They could do what we couldn't, provided they were licensed. It would be impossible for the police to condone the use of deadly quirks. After all, we're here to prevent harm. The only reason pros can use their powers now is because of a strict code of ethics established by early heroes. That's why it's against the law for uncertified individuals to use their quirks to cause injury. Regardless of the circumstances, none of you had the authority to harm the villain. This means the three of you, along with your supervisors Endeavor, Manuel, and Gran Torino, should face serious consequences for this misuse of your powers, Kenji states. My eyes widen as To-Do speaks up. Now wait a minute. If Ida hadn't stepped in, Native would have been killed. If not for Aizu, both would be dead. No one else even realized the hero killer was in Hosu. Are you saying we should have stood by and watched people die? So it's okay to break the law as long as it benefits you? Kenji retorts, only aggravating To-Do further. But sir, isn't it a hero's job to save people? To-Do argues, frustration evident in his voice. This is why you're not a full-fledged pro yet. It's clear UA and Endeavor haven't been teaching you nearly enough. What a shame, Kenji replies, disappointment in his tone. You didn't mutt, To-Do says, marching up to Kenji angrily. I instinctively reach to stop him, but Gran Torino intervenes. Hold on, kid. You'll want to hear him out till the end, Gran Torino advises, and I retract my tale. What I've said is the official stance of the police department. However, any punishment would only be necessary if this went public. If it did, you'd probably be celebrated by citizens everywhere. But there's no way you could escape reprimand. On the other hand, we could say Endeavor saved the day. Stain's injuries would support this narrative, and we could pretend you weren't involved. Thankfully, there were very few witnesses. This could be the last you hear of any punishments, but it would mean no one would know about you. You'd receive no recognition at all. The choice is yours. Personally, I want to protect promising young careers. Not for a mistake like this, Kenji concludes, giving us a thumbs up. Either way, we'll need to take responsibility for being negligent as supervisors, Manuel adds, before Ida steps forward, bowing his head. I'm sorry. I should have listened, Ida admits. Yeah. You caused us a lot of trouble. Remember that, and don't do it again, Manuel responds. Sir. Ida acknowledges. I'm sorry too, I say, reluctantly bowing my head slightly. Me too. We'll leave it to you, To-Do agrees, bowing his head as well. I know it's not fair. You won't enjoy any of the fame and praise you probably would have received otherwise. But at least, allow me, as the chief of police, to thank you, Kenji says, bowing his head in return. You know, you could have started with that, To-Do remarks, and I playfully swat the back of his head with my tail. None of us knew we'd end up fighting in that back alley. And in the end, no one else would find out. But the implications of that battle would continue to weigh on us, even after our wounds had healed. None POV. As people read through the newspapers, they see the fall of Stain. Now, our continuing coverage. 3 villains were captured in the Hosu riots. Their identities and motives remain unknown. Based on their distinctive appearance and the presence of 2 individuals our reporter filmed nearby, many are speculating they are connected to the League of Villains that attacked YA High last month, the male reporter states. The hero killer Stain claimed many lives. In fact, he has had more victims than any other criminal since All Might emerged on the scene. With his arrest, everyone in the country can rest a little easier tonight, the female reporter adds, as a figure on the street watches before walking. But the seriously wounded hero killer is currently receiving treatment at a hospital under heavy police guard. Officials are awaiting the recovery of several of his victims before further investigating the villain's motives, the male reporter continues, as a large figure listens deep in the forest. We're talking about a criminal who has left his mark on Japan, if not the world. The hero killer Stain. Why did he do it? What did he hope to gain? Don't be shy, we're taking calls and want to hear your thoughts, a podcast host says, as a girl skips through an abandoned warehouse, listening intently. I'm coming to you live from Eloy Street in Hosu City. Last night, just after 8 p.m., the hero killer Stain was arrested by Endeavor on this very block, the news lady begins, before Kuro turns off the TV. He's all they're talking about. What about my Nomus? Shiga says, crumpling up a newspaper and tossing it aside. Flashback. Once this night is over, the world will have forgotten you ever existed, Shiga says, laughing darkly. And a flashback. Not only have they not forgotten, but we didn't even make the front page, Shiga says, visibly annoyed. At best Genist agency, Bakugo's POV. Let's talk about the incident last night in Hosu. The hero killer Stain was arrested. There were also incidents involving villains resembling Nomus from the UA attack. You're likely worried about how this all connects. Well, I too am concerned. People tend to unravel in times like this. That's why we heroes must remain calm despite our fears. Don't let chaos tempt you into thoughtless reactions. Remember, we're here to protect others, not seek vengeance. It'll be business as usual today. Standard material. May your minds and bodies be as sharp as your genes, BJ says, as everyone disperses. Damn it. I'm so ready to get out of this place, I think to myself, annoyed that I have to wear jeans and have my hair brushed down. At Fourth Kind Agency, Kirishima's POV. Aizu wrote me back. That location he sent was right in the middle of the action in Hosu. That's why he messaged us. Man, am I glad I reported it, I say relieved. Hey, put that down before Fourth Kind sees you. We're going to be late, Tetsu warns, closing his locker. He turns, but his eyes widen in fear. 1 second. I want to reply. I say, just before we both get lightly tapped on the head by FK, but luckily our quirks stop his fists. What did I say about punctuality? FK asks. Sorry, sir, we both reply nervously. Come on. Time to patrol, FK says. Aizu's POV. I walk back into the room where I, Ida, and Todoroki are staying, rubbing my ear after discussing my endoskeleton with Mei. She got a little annoyed, but she is even more excited to continue making me a new, stronger endoskeleton. Sorry I was talking to Mei, I say. Aizu, Ida just got his test results back, Todoroki says, catching my attention. My left hand might have permanent damage, Ida reveals, and I feel a wave of shock wash over me. Permanent damage? Think to myself. Both my arms were pretty injured, but the injury to my left arm was especially severe. There was damage to my brachial plexus, which means I'll have trouble moving my fingers and my hand might be numb. There's a chance it could be healed with nerve transplant surgery. When I encountered the hero killer, I stopped thinking rationally. The first thing I should have done was call Manuel. But I got lost in my own anger. I hate him so much, but I can't deny he spoke the truth. That's why, until I'm able to call myself a real hero, I'll leave my left hand as it is, Ida explains, accepting the consequences of his encounter with Stain. Are you sure? Todoroki asks. Maybe I should have talked to him about what kind of pain he felt back then. No, not now. It would be selfish to make this about me, I think to myself. Ida, it might not be the same, but let's get stronger. Together, I say, and we both nod at each other. I feel kind of bad, Todoroki admits, confusing me and Ida. Whenever I'm involved, someone gets badly hurt. Is something wrong with me? Am I cursed? He wonders aloud, causing Ida to laugh while I try to hold in my own laughter. Todoroki, it was more my fault back at the sports festival, I say, finally laughing, my raspy voice making a strange sound. This isn't a joke. I'm like, the Bone Crusher, or something, I add as Ida and I burst into laughter. At UA, All Might's POV. A phone call is here. A phone call, my phone rings and I put it to my ear. Yes, hello. I say. He can't possibly be serious with that ringtone, Aizawa thinks, dumbfounded. What? Hi, sir. I say, standing up in my seat, shocked. You could have warned me about Ori Aizu. I know it probably couldn't be helped, but thanks to him, I'm getting a pay cut and my teaching license is being suspended for 6 months. His tendency to jump into situations without thinking is just like yours, Toshinori, Gran Torino says on the phone. I humbly apologize, sir. It's just he doesn't really like me, so it's hard to teach him. Oh man, this is bad, I say, sweating as I walk through the hall. He may not like you, but he is similar to you. But I don't care about my teaching license. You're the only reason I got it. And that was so I could keep my promise to your predecessor, Shimura, GT replies. And I truly appreciate all you did for me. It's only because of your wisdom and guidance that I'm the #1 hero today, I say, continuing down the hall. I know, but let me ask, why didn't you give one for all to him? GT inquires, causing me to stop in my tracks. Well, I met him before he was much different than he is today. I thought he wasn't suited for one for all, I admit, feeling disappointed in myself. Well, you should have thought more about it. But I actually called to talk about the hero killer. I saw him only briefly in person, but in that short amount of time, he shook me to my very core. There is such hatred inside that man, Gran Torino says as I sneak into the teacher's lounge. I can't believe he was able to frighten someone like you, Gran Torino. He must have already been restrained, so what scared you? I ask, closing the door behind me. It probably stems from his fanatic ideology. There was something very intimidating about his obsession. I'm not trying to praise him or anything, but he has the same determination as you when it comes to your symbol of peace. There are similarities, Gran Torino replies. What do you mean? I ask, sitting down on the couch. To put it simply, you both have charisma. As the investigation continues, his ideology and opinions will be all over the media. Everyone will want to know his motives. The age we live in, for better or for worse, is one of suppression. There will be people across the globe influenced by these new ideas, Gran Torino explains. If that's true and he inspires copycat villains, they'll probably act on their own. Heroes will be able to stop them, just like they did this time, I say. That's where the League of Villains comes in. The Hosu incident suggests that Stain and the League are connected somehow. That means the League will go from being thought of as a group of juvenile delinquents that attacked UA to being recognized as a group with an ideology. In other words, these new converts will seek them out, Gran Torino says, shocking me. Even if each individual is insignificant, if that evil gathers under one banner, it will swell to unstoppable proportions. If the villain in charge knew this would happen from the beginning, then he is a brilliant strategist. He's steadily removing any obstacles one by one, trying to create conditions that will favor his purpose, Gran Torino continues. When I heard from Tsukachi that Nomu had multiple quirks, I had a bad feeling. What if he's back? I say, clenching my fists. You're concerned it could be the man who killed Shimura, my sworn friend, your master, and the previous holder of One for All. You're afraid the villain named All for One is on the rise again, Gran Torino says. For him to have survived such an injury, though, I don't want to imagine it's possible, I reply, feeling a mix of worry and anger. Tashinori, that child, you should probably tell him in case he needs to take over OFA if your successor fails. Be honest. He deserves to know the truth, Gran Torino advises. POV. 2 days after the Hosu incident, the hero killer's identity and motives started being dissected from various angles. I narrate. Unknown POV. You know, lately it's been hard to find business. My buddies all complain about not being able to sell anything. It's a real pain, a broker says, smoking a cigar. That's because it's a serious crime to develop or sell support items and costumes without a license. On top of that, there have been rumors that legitimate support companies have been selling extra gear on the black market to people who aren't certified heroes, an intermediary says, running his fingers along his gun. Man, I miss the days before All Might. I was still small time back then. Remember when villains were wild and impulsive? Everyone thought they could take over the world. It was a really good time. But when All Might showed up, everything changed and got so boring. You can't have any fun when that pillar of justice is around. Maybe it's time for me to finally call it quits, the broker laments. Don't be rash. Listen, just between you and me, I know of a way to make some real cash. Keep this on the down low. I'm only telling you because I know your guy has quality goods to sell. Have you seen this yet? A man, whom I'll refer to as the ugly guy, says, lifting his phone to show a video titled, Kill the Heroes, Stain. What's that? The broker asks, confused. It's a video of the hero killer. He's hot right now, the ugly guy replies, turning on the video. As the video starts, it shows a picture of Stain before droplets appear on the screen, followed by an image of the hero killer tied up. The hero killer Stain. Real name, Kaizome Akaguro. As a child, he was greatly inspired by All Might's debut. He enrolled in a private hero high school but was dismayed by what he viewed as the educational system's skewed understanding of what it meant to be a hero. Throughout his teenage years, Kaizome advocated for a return to the early days of heroes but quickly realized that words had no power. For the next 10 years, he trained in combat techniques to fulfill his self-appointed duty. During this time, his parents passed away in what police eventually ruled a tragic accident. His focus was on returning to the old days. He believed heroes should not seek compensation, they should epitomize the idea of self-sacrifice. He believed that present-day pros were frauds. Through his violent actions, he hoped society would eventually side with him, the video narrates. These streets must run with the blood of hypocrites. Hero. I will reclaim that word. Come on. Just try and stop me, you fakes. There is only one man I'll let kill me. He is a true hero. All Might is worthy, the video proclaims, showcasing Stain's speech before ending. The broker snaps out of his trance. This keeps getting uploaded and immediately taken down online. But they can't stop it. It's not hard to see. This guy is really stirring something in people. From villains with countless convictions to felons on the run, all the major players, including me, are watching. It's infectious. Do you feel it? I don't think the heroes realize what's awakening. The evil that was once quiet and scattered now has a rallying cry calling out to it. Individual criminals are seeking out the organization that the hero killer Stain was connected to. They're all headed to the League of Villains. To be continued. Eyes of POV. It's been 2 days since Hosu and 5 days since Class 1A started our internships. I had to stay and wait for May to finish my new endoskeleton. But everyone on the news is obsessed with the hero killer. The story being reported is that 7 pro heroes and 3 high school students stumbled upon him. Then Endeavor rushed in and handled the situation all by himself. Of course, that's just the official cover from the police department. The chief was true to his word. Ida, Todoroki, and I were never implicated in the hero killer incident. Our injuries were explained as being caused by accidents during our internships. The day Ida received his exam results and realized one of his arms was seriously injured, he returned home to his parents' house so his mother could take care of him. Todoroki's injuries weren't as severe. I narrate this as I walk with a nurse to adjust to my new endoskeleton after the so-called surgery. Flashback. I'm returning to my internship, Todoroki says, preparing to leave. Back to your father? I ask, fiddling with my unstable endoskeleton. I still want to learn everything I can from him. Besides, they're saying he defeated the hero killer, even though it was actually his son who helped out. I want to see if there's any shame on his face, Todoroki replies, walking out of the room. As intense as always, I think to myself, and a flashback. I wonder how everyone is doing, I think to myself. Uraraka POV. At Gunhead Agency. Let's start with how you'd fight against someone wielding a blade, Uravity. Try attacking me, Gunhead says, standing across from me as I hold an army knife. Are you sure? I ask, a little worried. There's no need to hold back, he encourages. Alright. Here I come. I say, charging at him and swinging the knife, but he effortlessly dodges. When someone is waving a knife around, it's best to keep your distance. If they attack directly, plant one leg and pivot to dodge. Gunhead explains, stepping aside. Then grab their wrist and pull back at the same time. Now you can take them down, he says, demonstrating by grabbing my wrist and pinning me to the ground. See how I did that? Twist the attacker's wrist to make them drop their knife. Make sure you kick it away for your own safety. Easy peasy, right? He says, twisting my wrist until I drop the knife, which he then kicks away before releasing me. His movements were so fluid. Gunhead martial arts are amazing. He's acting playful, but he's fierce. I think to myself, rubbing my wrist as he wobbles childlike and retrieves the knife. This time, how about I hold the knife? We'll keep repeating this until it becomes second nature. Sounds good, he suggests. Yes, sir. I reply. Kirishima POV. At a park with fourth kind. Giving back to the community is a big part of being a hero. So don't let me see you dragging your feet. Understand me? Fourth kind says, holding his trash bag with his bottom arms and picking up litter with his top arms. Got it, Mr. Fourth kind, sir, Tetsu and I say, feeling bored. I can't hear you, he yells. Got it, Mr. Fourth kind, sir, we yell back reluctantly. Jiro POV. At a hostage situation with Death Arms. How many hostages? Death Arms whispers as I use my ear plug against the wall. From what I can hear, I think only 2, I reply, worried I might be wrong. We're going in. Earphone jack, you lead the hostages to safety, he instructs, preparing to enter. All right. Not a problem, I say as Death Arms bursts through the door. We're pro-heroes. Do as we say, he yells. I'll escort you. Please, come with me, I say as the 2 hostages rush by me. Oh, we're saved. Hostage 1 exclaims as I follow behind them. Thank you so much, hero. Hostage 2 says, making me smile at the compliment. See you Ajui POV. At Pro Hero Selkie Agency. I emerge from the water after cleaning the bottom of the ship. Froppy. Sirius calls, catching my attention. How's the work going? She asks. I think I'm all done cleaning the deck. What now, Sirius? I respond. Sirius holds up 2 drinks. It's kind of boring having to spend every day cleaning, isn't it? She remarks. A little, I answer. I felt the same way during my internship. As a kid, I always imagined being a hero would be glamorous, but the reality is quite different. I discovered it involves a lot of patrols and cleaning up. I even had to do laundry, which included washing the captain's clothes. I often questioned what I was doing here, Sirius admits, a hint of annoyance in her voice. So you got tired of it? I ask. At first, yeah. But after becoming the captain's sidekick, I figured something out. I realized what truly matters in being a hero, she says, sounding a bit happier. Oh, really? What was it? Will you tell me? I ask curiously. Oh, it'll be better if you find it out for yourself. Don't you think? She replies cheerfully. Ribbit, I croak. Hey, Froppy. Why you just sitting there? Shouldn't a frog be jumping to get her work done? And I thought I told you to keep on top of her, Sirius. Don't you slack off either, Pro Hero Selkie says, approaching us. I've finished cleaning the deck, Captain Sir, I say. And I'm totally supervising her properly, Sirius adds, wrapping her arm around my shoulder. Ribbit, I croak. Oh, is that right? Guess I jumped to conclusions. Sorry about that, ladies. I apologize, my bad. Forgive me, Selkie says, trying to make a cute face. Sirius sighs in embarrassment while I look on in confusion. I'm too cute for words, aren't I, Froppy? Selkie laughs, winking at me. Yeah, she's dumbfounded. I know I always say this, but trying to look cute like that doesn't work. The rest of your physique is just too macho. Your face is pretty rugged too, Sirius comments, embarrassed. What did you say? When I make that sweet face for kids, they eat it up. Selkie exclaims, confused by her remark. Of course, because they're actually making fun of you. Trust me, there's nothing cute about it, Sirius insists, pointing at him as he leans away. Adorable. I think to myself, feeling a blush rise. Captain Selkie, sir. An urgent message has come in from the Coast Guard. Sidekick 1 announces from outside the control deck. I hear you. Coming now, Selkie replies, heading to the control deck. Froppy, will you help me unfasten the ropes? Looks like we're sailing out, Sirius says, and I follow with a little ribbit. In the control deck, Sidekick 1 hands the phone to Selkie. Selkie here, he says as I untie a rope with ease. Hey, you're good at this, Sirius says as we begin to pull the rope onto the boat. I see. Okay, we're on it, Selkie replies, hanging up the phone. The ropes are pulled in. Sirius announces. Hear that, sailors? Emergency departure. Selkie calls out. Aye, sir. Everyone on the ship responds, saluting. Full speed ahead. Selkie commands as the propellers under the boat start spinning and the vessel begins to move. Good work. The Oki mariner is on the move. Selkie cheers. A little while later, Sirius asks, "So, what are we dealing with?" The Coast Guard received a tip about stowaways on the trade ship, Nyson, but things may not be what they seem. Officials inspected the ship and found no stowaways, but upon further investigation, they discovered that important cargo was missing. I'm sure you all know what that means. What do you think, Froppy? Selkie asks, catching me off guard. It's likely that the stowaways moved the cargo to another ship nearby before the Coast Guard arrived and then fled the scene. It's possible they had accomplices on the ship, I respond. Correct, Selkie says, trying to be charming. So embarrassing, all the sidekicks think in unison. Adorable. Think to myself. It's our job to find these criminals. Based on the information we have, they probably escaped on a small boat. We will deliver them to the Coast Guard. Considering the Nyson's position, this is the most likely escape route. Selkie explains, clicking a few buttons on the table to display a holographic map of the area. Authorities and other sea rescue heroes are also searching for them. We'll be focusing on this area. Take notes. Selkie instructs as the map zooms in on a specific location. The sun will set soon, which means you'll be searching for the boat via radar. I'll take to the ocean and look for them myself. That's all. Got it? Let me hear you, sailors. Selkie commands. Aye, sir, we respond, saluting before Selkie jumps off the side of the ship. Sea rescue hero, Selkie. His quirk, spotted seal. He can do pretty much anything a spotted seal can, including making a sonar-like sound and using its echo to determine the position of his opponents. He's also very strong. Present Mike narrates. They aren't anywhere here. Guess I'll have to widen my search. Selkie thinks to himself as he swims around the area quickly. Meanwhile, Sirius and I scan the surroundings with our binoculars, but it's too dark to see anything. As expected, I can't see anything in the darkness. And we haven't seen anything on the radar yet, either, I say. Never fear. Don't forget, the captain's looking for them too. Sirius reassures me. Message from the Coast Guard. A fishing boat believed to belong to the stowaways has evaded a Hero Agency patrol boat. It was last seen heading toward the area we're searching. Subordinate 1 announces over the speaker just as Selkie leaps out of the water and back onto the boat. I've confirmed the location of the missing fishing boat we've been looking for. This is our chance. Turn off the lights and get close without letting them know where we are. Selkie orders. Aye, sir. Everyone replies, saluting. As our boat approaches the target vessel, Subordinate 1 reports, Captain, we found the boat. I don't think they've spotted us. But I want you to block their course with the Oki mariner, then board their vessel while setting off a flare, Selkie instructs. Aye, sir. Everyone responds, saluting. What should I do? I ask, feeling confused. You stay here. You're with her, Selkie says. Yes, sir. Sirius replies. But how can I learn if I don't get any experience? I protest, even more confused. Just be quiet and do as I say, intern. Let's go, Selkie replies, a bit sternly. You want to go with them, Froppy, I know. I understand. But even though we're only up against some stowaways, this could still be dangerous. So we have to follow the captain's orders. We'll support them together. Sirius reassures me. Ribbit, I croak. Captain, we impeded their intended course as ordered. The boat driver reports over the speaker. All right, then you can leave the rest to me, Selkie says before the lights shine on the fishing boat, temporarily blinding a few of the stowaways. This is a pro hero. Stop your ship. We're here on behalf of the Coast Guard. We will now inspect your vessel. Selkie commands over the speaker. A few minutes before boarding the vessel, Captain. I looked for the missing cargo, but I didn't find anything, SK1 reports. Yeah, same here, SK2 adds. See, what did I tell you? You'll find nothing but humble fishermen aboard, the captain says, just as Selkie places his foot on a fish hatch. Then you can show us what's inside this too. Can't you? Selkie asks. It's just fish down there, the captain replies. Then open the hatch and let's see, Selkie insists. What a pain, A squid-headed boy in red named Karasu says, annoyed. This is pointless. A squid-faced boy in blue named Tombai agrees, also annoyed as they open the hatch. It's too dark to see anything clearly, SK1 comments, peering into the darkness. Can't you turn on the lights? Selkie asks, just before the three are pushed into the fish hatch. I did exactly what you said. So please, there's no reason to harm me, the captain pleads, frightened. Oh, we won't harm you, Karasu assures him. Don't worry. Tombai adds, before they both push the captain into the fish hatch. I think we bought some time, Karasu says. It'll be easier for Boss Innsmouth to do what he needs to do now, Tombai states. I think this means our job here is complete, Karasu concludes, as they shake hands before jumping into the water. Captain, please respond. SK3 calls out, trying to contact them. It's no use, we've lost contact. I'm going over there. SK3 declares, heading toward the door. Hold on. Sirius says, stopping SK. Sirius. Her quirk, good ear. She can hear high frequencies that normal people can't detect. Present Mike narrates. Sirius listens intently as Selkie uses Morse code by clicking sounds with his mouth. The stowaways. Different boat. Sirius exclaims, making me and SK3 gasp. We're fine. Find them. Go. Start the ship. Sirius orders. Right. SK3 replies, starting up the boat. Shouldn't we rescue the others? I ask, feeling a bit anxious. The captain is relying on us to follow his orders. If we believe in him, then we trust in his course of action. Do you have faith, Froppy? In the captain and in us? Sirius says, and I nod, understanding the task ahead. A minute later. Right there. Hiding in the shadows of the rocks. Sirius points out as a ship comes into view. This won't be easy, SK mutters, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Cut the engines and approach their blind spot, Sirius orders. Yes, ma'am. SK replies. What do you say, are you in this with us? Sirius asks, and I croak in agreement. Behind the stowaway ship, we spot a girl with a squid-like head in yellow guarding the boat. There's someone keeping watch, SK says. Froppy, can you bring the guard over to us? Sirius asks. Leave it to me, I say, using my tongue to wrap around the girl and pull her toward us. What's happening? No. You guys, she starts to yell before Sirius covers her mouth. If you answer our questions, we won't have to get rough with you, Sirius assures her. After a few questions, we tie her up. Ready? I ask. Do it, Sirius replies, and I use my tongue to lower us onto the ship. There's only one other person on this cruiser. He's hiding out in the main cabin, Sirius informs us. I can take care of him, SK says, walking over, but suddenly ink is sprayed in his face. My eyes. SK yells. Watch out. Sirius warns, but SK gets knocked into a rock by a tentacle, rendering him unconscious. Froppy. Sirius yells, pushing me out of the way just as a tentacle grabs. Sirius. I shout, and the door to the main cabin bursts open, revealing several tentacles. I've got you now, Innsmouth laughs. A villain. Sirius exclaims. And here I thought I'd gotten away with it. But you idiots just won't give up, will you? How sad. A girl and a kid are all that's left to stop me. Innsmouth taunts, and as Sirius swings at him with a baton, he swats it out of her hand and starts to squeeze her tighter. Not so fast, he says, while I try to move to help Sirius. I'll give her back just as soon as the Coast Guard calls off their search. But first, you're going to help me unload the cargo, got it? He demands, just as static crackles over the radio. Sorry. Our transmission was blocked, and we're still stuck on the fishing boat. The captain made it out. How are things on your end? Please respond. SK's voice comes through the radio in Sirius's ear fins, causing me to worry. So this is actually a radio, huh? Innsmouth says, taking off the ear fin radio. Here you go, kid. If you value this woman's life, then repeat after me. Unfortunately, we weren't able to track down the stowaways, he says, extending his tentacle to hand the radio to me. Froppy. Don't do, Sirius warns. but her mouth is covered by the villain's tentacle. Serious! I exclaim, feeling anxious. Hurry up, now, the villain urges as I try to figure out how to save them. Oh, I see. You don't care what happens to your friend here. Come on, get to it. Well, he taunts, and I glance at Sirius. I realized what was truly important when it came to being a hero. The captain is relying on us to follow his orders. If we believe in him, then we trust in his course of action. Do you have faith, Froppy? Sirius's words echo in my mind. I get it now, I say, and as Innsmouth chuckles, I press the button. The stowaways are at the double rocks. I shout into the radio. Thank you, Sue, Sirius thinks, just before she's slammed to the ground. You stupid little brat, the villain yells, lunging at me, but I dodge his tentacles. I'll take you down. Stop jumping around and stay still, he shouts, and I shoot my tongue at Sirius, wrapping it around her waist, but the villain grabs my tongue. Oh yes, I've got you, he says, throwing me into one of the rock pillars. This is the end, Froppy. You're just a helpless child. But since you came here uninvited, I'll have to teach both of you a lesson, he threatens, just as two figures are thrown at him, knocking him away from me. The two figures are Tanbai and Karasu. Boss, they yell, falling back toward the water. My brothers, the villain cries, and suddenly something leaps out of the water. I ribbit happily as Selkie appears. Captain! I exclaim, delighted. Sorry for being late. Leave the rest to me, Selkie declares, but the villain quickly retaliates with ink. Think again, he snarls, launching himself off the rock to punch Selkie, but he dodges, and the sound of clicking fills the air. Even if I can't see, Selkie says, blocking one of the villain's attacks. I know where you are. You can't hide, villain. Selkie shouts as the villain lands back on the ship. UBSD, the villain yells, unleashing a barrage of attacks at Selkie, but he blocks them all. Captain! Sirius yells, grabbing the villain's leg and causing him to lose his balance. It's over, Selkie declares, delivering one last powerful kick to the villain's face, sending him crashing into the water with a splash. The captain's amazing, I exclaim to Froppy. Sirius calls, and I croak before jumping back onto the ship. Are you all right? Did he hurt you? Sirius asks, her concern for me evident. I'm okay. But what about you? I reply, worried. Well, thanks to you, I'm still here, Sirius says as Selkie peeks his head out of the water. You two did a great job here. Thanks to you, we caught the stowaways, Selkie praises. Captain, Sirius says, relieved. Thanks so much, Selkie adds, trying to make a cute face. You really are hopeless, Sirius replies, rolling onto the ground. Sirius, I'm really glad I had the chance to come to this internship. I think I've figured out what's important when it comes to being a hero, and it'll definitely help me become a pro. I say, feeling happy. Well, that's nice, Sirius responds, relieved. The next morning at the docks. Arrest all the stowaways, the Coast Guard officer commands as the villains are carried away. That we were able to recover all the illegal drags they were trying to bring in. It was a big haul. By the way, you didn't tell me you got a new sidekick, Selkie, a Coast Guard officer remarks, catching my attention as I give a small croak. She's a UA student here for an internship, Selkie explains. Well, you don't say. We put you through something scary today, huh? I'm sorry, the officer says. Hey now, don't treat her like a kid. Froppy may not have her license yet, but she's an excellent hero. I'd stake my name on that, Selkie asserts, and Sirius nods in agreement. Well, then, I guess I can look forward to working with you again. Hope to see you soon, Froppy, the CG says as I shake his hand, giving happy rib bits. To be continued. Chapter end. POV. Outside Gran Torino's house, I stretch my legs. Hey, old man, thanks, I say. Who are you calling old man? GT yells, playfully smacking my leg with his walking stick, but it barely moves me. I smirk at his strength. But I don't think there's any reason for you to thank me. I wasn't around when the real big stuff happened, GT replies. Yeah, but without the reflex and speed training you gave me, I wouldn't have beaten Stain, I say, dodging as GT tries to smack my head with the cane. Heh, you may have beaten him, but he also let you live. At least your reflexes have improved, even though you lost your. I know what happened. You went into an attack too slowly. I trained you to be fast and reactive. You still have a lot to learn, boy, so keep at it. See you around, GT says. Wait, if you were All Might's teacher, why aren't you well known in Hero Society? Is there a reason? I ask. Oh, that's an easy one. I was never that interested in working as a pro hero. There was a time in my past when I needed to use my quirk freely, without limits. That's the only reason I got my license. It might be better to hear this from Toshi All Might. I know you don't like him, but he'll explain, GT says. One more thing, what is one for all? I've heard that term a few times while I was here, I ask. That's something he might not answer easily, GT replies. Well, I'm going now, I say as I start walking away. So he's the future, huh? He may dislike him, but it feels like he acted like him in the past. The man chosen by my friend. The man who inherited one for all. Who became the very best, GT thinks to himself. Hey boy. Who are you? GT calls out. I'm about to I get it now. Think to myself. I'm Catnap, the naptime hero, I say, smirking as he gives me a knowing smile before walking back inside. Let's watch over him together, Toshinori. Until the day you pass into history. Until the day that the hero, Catnap, is celebrated around the world as a possible symbol of peace, GT thinks to himself. Holy crap. What the heck, Bakugo? Siro and Kiri laugh, unable to contain themselves. Stop laughing. My hair's gotten used to this and I can't get it back the right way. Did you not hear me? I'll get you both. Bakugo says, his hair brushed down. I'd like to see you try, pretty boy, Siro responds, still laughing. What did you call me? Bakugo yells, his hair puffing up again. Hey, there it goes. Siro exclaims, still chuckling. What's this? Kiri says, noticing a note on his desk. He picks it up and opens it, his face going pale. I hope picking up trash was fun, Kiri reads. Who the heck? Kiri looks around for anyone who might have left the note, noticing that some others have notes too, some smiling, some looking worried. After a minute or two. Awesome. You got to face actual villains? I'm super jealous. Mina says excitedly. Well, I didn't fight. All I did was help people evacuate and provide logistical support, Jiro replies as I walk up to her. Just evacuating people is still hero work, I say. Well, thanks, Jiro says, a little intimidated by my height as I nod and walk away. Aiza's right, it sounds like so much fun, Mina adds. I spent basically the whole time training and cleaning the ship deck. Though, there was this one day we caught a bunch of smugglers, Sue says bluntly. Okay, that's cool. Jiro and Mina both say, surprised. What about you, Achiko? How was your week? Sue asks, turning to look at her as she lets out a calm breath. I stand next to Uraraka, unsure of what's happening. I'd say it was very enlightening, Uraraka says, punching the air. I think she found her fighting spirit, Sue observes. Yeah, that battle hero must have been something else, Jiro adds. After 1 week, she's like a totally different person, Kaminari says, surprised. Different? Don't be fooled, Kaminari. All women are Mineta starts, but is interrupted as he gets smacked into the wall, cracking it. That's better than seeing that, Kaminari says as I nod and walk over to Ida and Todoroki. But everyone at my internship loved me. It was actually kind of great. Now, if you want to talk about the ones who really changed, it was those 3, Kaminari says as most turn their attention to me, Ida and Todoroki. Oh yeah, the hero killer. Siro exclaims, being held back by Bakugo. Glad you guys made it back alive. Seriously, Kiri adds, also being held back. I was worried about you too, Momo says. You were lucky Endeavor showed up and saved you guys, Sato comments, as everyone starts walking toward us. So cool. Just what I'd expect from the number 2 hero. Hagakure says as I tap my claw in annoyance, knowing we had to hide the fact we defeated him, but it's for the best. Yeah, that's right. He saved us, Todoroki says, and I notice the annoyance in his voice. Did you guys hear the news about the hero killer? Everyone's been saying he was connected to the League of Villains. Can you imagine how frightening it would have been if that creep had been there when they attacked the USJ? Ojiro says. I walk up to him. I could snap his arm again if it makes you feel better? I offer, as some shake their heads, not wanting to see that. Very well, I say, walking back over next to Todoroki and Ida. But did you see him in that weird video? It's all over the internet, Kaminari says. I didn't even know there was a video of him, Ojiro replies, shaking off the fear. Yeah, Stain's a pretty evil villain, but, like, super tenacious. He's almost kind of cool, don't you guys think? Kaminari says. Kaminari, no. I say, glaring at him. Oh, dude. Kaminari stutters, shaken by my glare. Calm down, Aizu, it's okay. You're fine, Kaminari. It is true that he's quite a tenacious villain. I understand why people might think he was cool. But instead of helping the world, his beliefs led him to cold-blooded murder. No matter his motives, killing cannot be condoned. To keep everyone else from suffering like I did, I promise I will strive to be the perfect hero, Ida declares. Good luck, I reply, smirking at his determination. It's time for class to begin. Everyone, please take your seats, Ida instructs. He's back, Toko remarks. This is your fault for talking about strange things, Jiro says, glancing at Kami. Sorry, I'll keep quiet, Kami replies as I lightly tap him on the head. You better, I say, recalling his words from the hospital. Until I can call myself a real hero, I'll leave my left hand as it is, Ida had said in a flashback. You're already growing. Good luck, Ida, I think to myself. At Field Gamma, All Might announces, I am here. Hope you're ready to return to our lessons. Today it's hero basic training. It feels like I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. Now, listen carefully to what's in store. We're going to conduct a little race. Take everything you've learned from your internships and apply it to this rescue training. If it's rescue training, shouldn't we be at the USJ instead? Ida asks, raising his hand. That facility specializes in disasters. As I mentioned earlier, this is a race, so prepare yourselves. You're about to step into Field Gamma. Inside is an area full of factories that form an intricate labyrinth, so good luck finding your way around. You'll be competing in groups of 5, starting from different locations on the outskirts of the model city. I'll send a distress signal, and you must do what you can to rescue me. Whoever finds me first wins. But please try to keep property damage to a minimum, All Might says, pointing at Bakugo. Why are you pointing at me? Bakugo asks, annoyed. All right, first group, get to your places, All Might commands. Why is Aizu at the farthest side from All Might? Kami exclaims. He's testing how fast he can catch up to the others, Mei explains, appearing suddenly and startling the. Mei! Uraraka exclaims, surprised. Hi, just watching how his training goes, Mei replies. Who's your pick? I'm betting on Aizu, Kiri says excitedly. Oh yeah? I got odds on Ojiro, Kami states confidently. I choose Ishido because she's super athletic, Mineta adds. I bet Cat will be last, Bakugo says, annoyed. Even if he's still recovering, I think Ida's got this one, Uraraka says as Tsuyu ribbits in agreement. Is everyone ready? Begin. All Might announces, pressing a button that triggers an air horn. Zero uses his tape to navigate, while Mina skates on the pipes with her acid. Ojiro propels himself into the air with his tail, and Ida sprints through the area. Look at him go. In a maze like this, it makes sense to be above everything else, Kiri cheers. So that means Zero's at an advantage because he can take to the sky, Shoji adds, using his tentacle. Wait, the camera lost Aizu? Sato exclaims as everyone looks at the screen to see I'm not there. It's like this course was built with me in mind, Zero says, just as I speed past him like a purple blur, propelling off every pipe and wall with incredible speed. Something flew by Zero's screen. Kami notes as the camera finally catches up to me, showcasing my rapid movement through the area. Whoa, Aizu! Kiri and Mineta shout. Since when can he move like that? Cammy asks, astonished. What? No way. Zero exclaims, flabbergasted. Before, he could only go in a straight line without almost getting lost. But now it's like his mind is racing along with him. Look at how he propels himself through the air. Todoroki thinks to himself. Crazy. Those jumps he looks just like. Uraraka starts. Those are my moves. While I spent my time at that useless internship, he replicated my movements. Bakugo thinks, frustrated. Aizu? Are you kidding me? We'll never outrun him now. Mina says, hanging from a wall with her acid. He should have hit something by now, Ojiro comments, using his tail to hang onto a pipe. I leap off a pipe, only to collide face-first into a large pipe, causing everyone to wince. A minute later, where All Might is, he announces, and it's over. Thanks, hero. Congratulations, handing Zero a chest. All right. Zero cheers proudly, while I sit there with Mei scanning my face for any damage. I think I was going too fast, I admit. You're fine, babe. I have to go be good, Mei says, giving me a quick kiss before running back to the support course. I smirk, noticing Zero smirking at me. I will bury you if you talk about this, I warn him, glaring. Young Zero may have come in first, but compared to the start of the year, you all showed me incredible improvements. Keep working and preparing for your upcoming final exams. Group 1, leave the field. You're up, Group 2. All Might instructs before walking up to me. What do you want? I ask, still glaring. Find me after class. I have some things to discuss with you, All Might says. Fine, I reply, walking off. In the boys' locker room, Sato says, that was some tough training today, huh? It's the first class in a while that had me glistening, Aoyama adds, tired. Man, I really need to work on my mobility, Kiri says, looking down as he removes his hero costume. You could also compensate by improving other skills, Toko suggests, adjusting his tie. I still wish I could use my quirk for speed. I'm jealous of you guys, like you, Zero and Aizu. How are you even alive and conscious after that? Cammy asks, taking off his shirt. There's a benefit to having a steel endoskeleton, I reply, putting my pendant and wristbands in the locker. I see, Cammy says. Hey Aizu, you won't believe what I just found. The jackpot. Someone made a hole in this wall. A previous generation has given us a gift. You know what's next door, right? This looks into the girls' locker room. Mineta exclaims, catching the attention of some boys. I'm going to deal with this grape. I say, getting ready to confront him. No, Aizu and Mineta, don't even think about it. Peeping on them would be criminal, Ida warns as I reluctantly lower my claws. Then you'll have to throw me in solitary confinement because you can't stop me. Mineta retorts, tearing the paper off the wall. I was about to confront him when Jiro's earphone jack suddenly goes straight into Mineta's eye, making everyone flinch, but I can't help but smirk. In the girls' locker room, Heiga says, Thanks, Kyoka. Despicable, we'll close up this hole immediately, Momo says, annoyed. Why am I the only one he didn't say anything about? Jiro thinks to herself, feeling a twinge of jealousy. In the halls, I stand at the door to the teacher's lounge. This better not take long. I still need to pick up Mei, I mutter to myself. I knock before opening the door and walk in, seeing M sitting on the couch with a serious expression. Come have a seat. I think it's time to tell you something I know I can trust you with, M says, gesturing for me to sit down. I take a seat, my posture tense. Is it about this one-for-all thing? I ask and AM nods. Yes, this must stay between us, young Aizu, he says, and I nod in agreement. Very well. One for all is a quirk that is transferred through generations. I was the previous wielder of and begins, but I interrupt him. Wait. You had this quirk when I talked to you on that roof? I exclaim. Yes. AM replies. I admired you. I wanted to be like you, someone who could put a smile on everyone's face just like you. I say, standing up. But all you could say was I can't be a hero without a quirk. I walk toward the door. Wait, young Midoriya. Tim calls out, but I turn my head to face him, my expression clearly saying, "Don't you dare call me that." "I understand. Have a good day," says as I walk out. "Oh, what have I done?" he murmurs, putting his hands to his face. To be continued. Welcome back to our live show. For our next topic, is it really necessary for heroes to dress attractively? Let's ask our very special studio guests what they think. She's the roofie hero who debuted just this year. It's MT Lady. And she's a pro currently teaching at UA High School, the incomparable Midnight. The host announces as everyone blushes behind the camera. Thank you so much for joining us. Please have a seat. Let's start with you, Midnight. When you first debuted, your outfit caused quite a stir. The host continues as the TV switches to a picture of Midnight holding two villains while wearing a costume that sparked discussions about regulations for exposed skin in hero costumes. In fact, it eventually led to the regulations for exposed skin in costumes bill being taken before the legislature. You're a hero whose style changed the very law of the country, the host remarks. Her costume is still quite revealing, MT Lady comments. Now I rely on ultra-thin fabrics. Because of the nature of some people's quirks, clothing can restrict their abilities. Attractiveness isn't just an aesthetic, it's sometimes necessary for us to do our jobs well. Besides, what's more appealing than a hero who can get the job done quickly? Midnight responds. I think you just like the attention, Lady retorts. What's with you? Are you trying to start a fight? Midnight asks, irritated. I look up to you. I think you're amazing for someone your age, Lady insists. You can act like the blushing ingenue all you want, but you're not young, Midnight snaps back. I'm saying if the older pros try too hard, then the rest of us have to go further. MT Lady yells in response. In you, Aizawa stands in front of the class. Alright, that's it for class today. There's only 1 week left before your final exams begin. I'm sure you're all studying consistently, right? Don't forget to keep training. The written exam has only one element, and there's also the practical portion to worry about. Good luck, he says, walking out of the classroom. I've barely even taken notes this semester. Mina laughs and Kaminari yells. With the sports festival and internship, I didn't have time to read. Kami chimes in, having placed 20th, while Mina secured 19th. It's true that we haven't had much free time lately, Tokoyami adds, having placed 14th. We barely learned anything when we took our midterms, so they didn't seem that hard, but I'm kind of worried. They probably won't pull any punches when it comes to testing us, Sato says, placing 12th, as Kato nods, having placed 11th. As someone ranked in the top 10, I'm not that concerned, Mineta boasts, having secured 9th place. What? You were 9th in the midterm? Kami and Mina exclaim, surprised. Ah, man, and here I thought you were one of us. Mina says, annoyed. Don't you know that weird little creeps like you are only likable if they're kind of stupid? Who's going to love you now? Kami adds, irritated. Everyone. Trust me, Mineta replies with a smug grin. I wrap my tail around the two. You two still have time to study, I say, looming over them, having placed 4th. I squeeze them tighter. Aizu, no squeezing your classmates to death. Ida scolds, having placed 2nd. It's pretty hard to fail if you just pay attention in class, isn't it? Todoroki comments, having placed 5th. I get it, now can I please breathe, Aizu? Kami pleads as I unwrap my tail, letting them go. Hey, don't worry about it. I can catch you up to speed on the important topics, Momo offers, having placed 1st. You're the best, Yao Momo. Kami and Mina cheer happily. I won't be any help when it comes to the practical, though, Momo admits, looking defeated. I've been studying, but could you help me out too? I'm having some trouble understanding quadratic functions, Jiro asks, having placed 7th. Really? Momo replies, surprised. Tutor me please. Classical Japanese is killing me. Ciro begs, putting his hands together over his head, having placed 17th. Is there room for one more? I'm afraid I'm falling behind a little, Ojiro asks, having placed 8th. Pretty please, the 3 plead. Wonderful. Yes, let's do it. Momo cheers, followed by the others' cheers. Vivid. We can hold a study session at my place over the weekend, Momo says happily. Seriously? I can't wait to see your fancy digs. Mina exclaims as Momo starts talking about getting her place ready, and I can sense the richness emanating from her. Sounds like I should be studying with her, Kirishima says, feeling defeated after placing 15th. You think I don't know enough? I should beat the lessons into you, Bakugo says angrily, having placed 3rd. Counting on it, Kirishima replies. Everyone is panicking right now, but it won't do them any good to cram this late in the game, Aoyama comments, having placed 18th. Shouldn't you be more concerned you didn't do very well in the midterms? Shoji points out, using his tentacle hand shapes as a mouth, having placed 10th. Are you talking about me? I did just fine, thank you, Aoyama says, aware of his shortcomings. In the cafeteria. Do you ever have a feeling that something big is going to happen, something that scares you? I ask while waiting at the table for my 4 cups of sliced fruit, sitting at the end. Aiza's body is like a massive energy source that he has to keep in check. If he doesn't eat, his endoskeleton would start shutting down, much like how a person becomes weak after not eating for days. With his large frame, he needs more sustenance than the average human. If you're talking about the practical, I don't think they would throw anything too intense at us, Ida says after a brief silent prayer before they eat. Well, I can handle a simple written exam. The physical exam, though, gives me a bad feeling, I admit. Do you really think it's going to be that straightforward? Uraraka asks, looking a bit pale since she placed 13th. I just feel like during the physical exam I might end up flat on the ground, I say. A bit of an exaggeration, but it is a comprehensive test of everything we've learned, Haga adds, having placed 16th. Yep, and that's all we could get Mr. Aizawa to tell us. Tsu chimes in, having placed 6th. So, it'll cover combat training, rescue training, and basic training, Uraraka notes as 4 big cups of chopped fruit are set in front of me. Huh, yeah, we need to be in good shape too, not just 4. I start, only to be elbowed, causing my cups to spill everywhere. Oh sorry. Your head's so big that it's hard to miss, Monoma from Class 1B remarks, realizing too late that the cafeteria has fallen silent. What his head is, he begins, but I slowly turn my head back, my white dotted eyes now a fierce crimson. I'm going to end you, I declare, rising to confront him, but before I can reach him, an orange-haired girl karate chops his neck, rendering him limp. Sorry about him. I would let you have your way, but he doesn't really deserve it, Kendo from Class 1B says, holding him by the shirt. I let out a sigh. Fine, but keep him far away from my drink? I say, just before getting tackled to the ground. Aizu, please calm down. Mei pleads, holding me tightly to keep me from moving further. Fine, I won't hurt him, I concede as the cafeteria resumes its chatter. I apologize for him. I'm pretty sure there's a hole where his heart should be, Kendo comments, making me chuckle as I glance at Monoma's dangling body. I hear a small laugh from Mei, who finds the situation amusing. So, I was listening. I know you're worried about the final practical. And no, you're not going to be smashed into the ground. I heard it's going to be combat against robots, just like the entrance exam, Kendo informs me. Huh, interesting. But how do you know? I ask as 4 extra cups of chopped fruit are placed in front of me by a chef who witnessed the incident. One of my friends who's a few grades up filled me in. I know, cheating. But oh well, Kendo replies. I pour a cup of chopped fruit into my mouth. I still have a bad feeling, I admit, the unease creeping back. What kind of idiot are you? Monoma starts, but Mei quickly puts a device over his mouth, silencing him. Here, click this button and it'll come off, she says, handing Kendo a remote. Thanks, Kendo replies, dragging Monoma away. She's like their class's big sister, huh? I say, pouring another cup of fruit into my mouth. In Class 1A. All right. Mina and Cammy cheerfully exclaim. This'll be super easy if it's just robots. Cammy says, visibly relieved. Such awesome news. Mina adds, brimming with happiness. Why are you both so cheerful? You have a hard time controlling your quirks, Shoji points out through one of his tentacles. Yeah. But I can really let loose with robots. Cammy responds excitedly. And melting them will be a cinch for me. Mina agrees, equally enthusiastic. Now you just need Yaoyorozu to help you study, and you'll be all set for finals, Siro suggests. We'll definitely be able to go to the training camp now. Mina and Cammy cheer. I approach them from behind. Keep it down, I'm trying to sleep unless you want to join me, I say, causing them to fall silent. It doesn't matter if it's robots or actual people. Why are you all so excited? Baku interjects, glaring at me. Cammy opens her mouth to respond but quickly shuts it when I stare back. Hey, Cat, I won't let you beat me. And I saw how you were moving, how do you know those moves? It's seriously pissing me off, Baku says, his glare intensifying. He must mean how Aizu was flying around like him the other day, Uraraka explains. Oh yeah, but how does he know Bakugo's moves without seeing them himself? Mina wonders. I don't want to win by default like at the sports festival. We'll be getting individual scores in the upcoming finals. New rankings. So we'll all know exactly where we stand. I'll show you how much better I am, Baku declares angrily. We'll see, Baku, I mutter to myself as he glares at me before storming out and slamming the door. It's been a while since I've seen him that worked up, Kiri comments, rubbing the back of his head. Do you think it's impatience? Or hatred? Toko asks. Bakugo. You're getting worse than I thought, Aizawa reflects quietly, standing outside the classroom with a clipboard as he watches Baku walk away. At Momo's house. Wow. I knew her family had money, but I didn't realize she was this wealthy. Cammy exclaims, staring in disbelief at the sprawling grounds of Momo's home. Jiro rings the doorbell. I've been waiting for you, everyone. Please come in. Momo's voice chimes through the doorbell speaker as the gates open. In the great hall. I couldn't feel more out of place right now, Ojiro admits as they sit at a long table. Yeah, me too, Siro agrees. Momo enters with tea. Is something wrong? She asks, her happiness radiating. No, everything's perfect, they all respond. Meanwhile, another character is busy writing in his book, dipping his claw in ink to draw, while lifting 2 10-pound weights with his tail, all while Mei sleeps on his back after finishing one of her inventions. Uraraka, half asleep, tried to study while Ida jogged in place, reading flashcards. Bakugo playfully tapped Kirishima on the head with a rolled-up notebook, attempting to teach him something, while Momo guided the others as they diligently wrote down her instructions. Aiza's POV. Class proceeded as usual until Aizawa announced, "All right, put your pencils down. The last person in each row, please bring your answer sheets to me." Mina cheered, "Thanks so much for all your help." Cammy chimed in happily, giving a thumbs up, "At least I didn't leave anything blank." I smirked, pleased that they had all managed to finish. Just like that, our 3 days of written exams were over. Now it was time for the practical, I narrated. At a building, the sign was unreadable to me. Now then, let's begin the last test. Remember, it's possible to fail this final. If you want to go to camp, then don't make any foolish mistakes, Aizawa instructed, as all the pro-hero teachers stood before us. Why are all the teachers here? Jiro asked, and I wondered the same thing as I caught a faint scent in the air. I expect many of you have gathered information and believe you have some idea of what you'll be facing, Aizawa continued, my eyes widening at the sight of all the teachers. We're fighting those big metal robots. Cammy exclaimed excitedly. Fireworks. Summer. Here we come, camp. Mina cheered. Actually, this year's tests. A voice emerged from Aizawa's scarf, and I recognized it immediately. Will be completely different, for various reasons, Principal Nizu said, popping out of Aizawa's scarf. Principal Nizu, some of the class gasped in surprise. I should have seen this coming, I muttered, dragging my hand across my face. You're changing things? Momo asked, confused. The tests now have a new focus. There will be hero work, of course, but also teamwork and combat against actual people. Nizu explained, climbing down from Aizawa. So what does that mean for you? Nizu's tone shifted to serious. You students will be working together in pairs, and your opponent will be one of our esteemed UA teachers. Isn't that fabulous? Nizu said cheerfully, catching the students off guard. Fighting the teachers? Uraraka asked, astonished. Additionally, your partners and opponents have already been chosen. They were determined at my discretion based on various factors, including fighting styles, grades, and interpersonal relationships. First, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki are a team against me, Aizawa said with a smirk. Then we have Midoriya paired with Bakugo, Aizawa continued, and Baku and I exchanged surprised glances. And their opponent is? Aizawa paused, and I finally recognized the familiar heartbeat from earlier as All Might landed in front of us. I am here to fight, All Might declared. We're up against All Might? Baku and I exclaimed, filled with a mix of anger and fear. You're going to have to work together, boys, if you want to win, All Might said with a chuckle. Nizu's POV. 2 nights ago in the UA meeting room. With the connection between the hero killer stain and the League of Villains, it's possible criminals everywhere will become much bolder, Nizu stated. It would be best to start preparing for that before it happens. As a school, we should take every precaution. If fights against villains are going to intensify in the future, then training against robots isn't practical. Originally, we used them to avoid complaints about injuries during the entrance exams, but they're just not challenging enough, Pro Hero Snipe added. We can ignore the complaints. Let people say whatever they want, Aizawa replied. This sounds like it could be problematic, Pro Hero Midnight expressed. I understand why you want to change the exam, but having students fight us? Even in teams of 2, is that a good idea? Pro Hero Cementos asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Yeah, I think it's a bit unfair, Pro Hero 13 agreed. If we win too easily, we won't be able to give them actual grades, Pro Hero Present Mike pointed out. Of course, we could take that into consideration and give the students an advantage, Snipe suggested. Principal, what are you thinking? Aizawa asked, drawing everyone's attention. I believe we need to change the practical exam to reflect the current times. How do we ensure the students aren't put in life-threatening situations? The answer is simple. We must push them. We need to make sure they're as strong as possible, I stated, wanting them to be prepared for any villain. That makes sense, Midnight agreed. I concur, 13 added. Right, then let's discuss the teams. First, Todoroki. He's doing quite well, generally speaking, but relies too much on brute force. Yaoyorozu is an all-arounder but struggles with quick decision-making. Therefore, I'll erase their quirks and exploit their weaknesses, Aizawa said, and everyone nodded in agreement. Next, for Midoriya and Bakugo, I'm leaving them to you, All Might, Aizawa said, surprising All Might. In this case, I didn't pair them based on ability or classwork. I considered how they perceive you. Midoriya has a strong dislike for you, while Bakugo sees you as a goal to surpass. However, they would prefer not to work together. Make sure they at least learn something, Aizawa instructed. Back to the present. You're paying close attention, huh, Aizawa? All Might thought to himself. And now, let's announce the teams and the teachers they'll be fighting in order. Nizu said cheerfully. Sato and Kirishima versus Pro Hero Cementos. Tsu and Tokoyami versus Ectoplasm. Ida and Ojiro versus Power Loader. Todoroki and Momo versus Eraserhead. Uraraka and Aoyama versus Mina and Kaminari versus Principal Nizu. Koda and Jiro versus Present Mike. Shoji and Hagakure versus Snipe. Siro and Mineta versus Midnight. Bakugo and Aizu versus All Might. I approached Power Loader, feeling a bit anxious. Hey Power Loader, should you really leave Mei unsupervised? I asked, imagining the worst. Don't worry, she's actually in the camera room working, and any potential damage will be managed, Power Loader reassured me. I nodded, relieved, before returning to the group. To complete the exam, you'll have 30 minutes. Your objective is to put these HNDCFFS on your teacher, or you can win if one of you manages to escape from the combat stage, Nizu announced enthusiastically. So we either have to capture the teacher or run away, Cammy started. What do you think he meant? I interrupted. Let me finish. What I was trying to say was that it's basically like combat training, Cammy clarified. Yeah, but is it really okay to just run away? Mina asked. Yup, Nizu replied, giving a thumbs up with his little paws. It's going to be much different from that combat training you all went through. After all, you're up against people way better than you. PM exclaims, gesturing animatedly. Wait, really? Aren't you just the announcer? Jiro asks, confusion evident as Koda tries to intervene. Hey, watch your mouth, girl. Show some respect. PM retorts, clearly annoyed by Jiro's comment. This time, your exam will closely resemble a real battle. As strange as it may sound, please think of us as the villains, 13 explains. Assuming you encounter your enemy. If you believe you can win, then fight. However, Snipe adds, that if you find yourself outmatched, it would be wiser to retreat and seek assistance. Todoroki, Ida, Ori, I'm sure the three of you understand. Aizawa states, idiots. The hero killer is only after me and that kid in the white armor. Stop fighting back, get out of here. Native thoughts race through their minds. I won't make that mistake again. I will pass this test and prove that I'm a hero. Ida thinks resolutely. So we fight to win. Or run to win, I say seriously. That's right. It's a test of your decision-making skills. But with these rules, you might think your only real choice is to flee. That's why the support course created these clever accessories for us, AM says, pulling a wrist weight from his pocket. Behold, ultra-compressed weights. PM announces. These will add about half our body weight, which isn't much, but they'll drain our stamina and make movement more challenging. Oh shoot. AM exclaims as the weight pulls his arms down. These are heavier than I thought. We had a contest to design these and young. AM begins but is cut off. And that someone would be my girlfriend May, who won the contest? I interject. How did AM starts? I saw her making them, I reply, noticing AM's surprise at my knowledge of her work. You think we need a handicap to win against you? Think again, Baku says, causing him to laugh. This will be fun, says, his expression turning serious. I guess the feeling was right. We will be pummeled into the ground, I think to myself. Let's begin. The teams will take the exam in the order you were called. We have a stage prepared. Sato, Kirishima. You're up, Aizawa announces. Yes, sir, they respond in unison. Those waiting for their turn can either watch the exams or strategize together as a team. It's your choice. That's all, Aizawa adds as he and the other pros observe from inside. Ojiro, I'd like to discuss how we might coordinate our quirks, Ida suggests. Great, Ojiro agrees. Tokoyami? Let's come up with a plan, Tsu says, and Tokoyami nods in agreement. May's POV. In the camera room, Recovery Girl sits at the monitors. Well, looks like I have my work cut out for me today, she says, glancing at Aizu, who is resting beside her while she works on her invention. Hey Aizu, aren't you going to watch too? Uraraka asks. He's asleep. Aizu is a deep sleeper. You'd have to give him a good shake to wake him up. He did tell me who he thinks will win or lose, though. He also mentioned that Baku has always worked alone. There's no strategy planning for these two, I explain, gently petting Aizu's head. I can see that. And, my partner is a little preoccupied with himself. But I have a question about what Aizu is usually like outside of school. Uraraka inquires, intrigued. Heh, the funny thing is, he's not that different, but he does have a soft spot for those he trusts, especially me, I say with a small chuckle, making Uraraka even more curious. Kirishima's POV. At the exam area, the announcer calls out, Team Sato and Kirishima. Practical exam. Ready? Go. As Sato and I dash through the area, I ask, so what do you think? We'll get a higher score for capturing instead of running, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Sato agrees, just as a massive stone wall erupts from the ground, forcing us to jump back. We spot Komentos nearby, his hand poised to attack. Mr. Komentos can't move around very quickly. I note as Sato reaches for his belt. Let's break through from the front and aim for a high score. I declare, hardening my body. Ah yeah. Sato exclaims, pouring sugar into his mouth, his body starting to bulk up. Rikido Sato. His quirk, Sugar Rush. For every 10 grams of sugar, he becomes 5 times as strong for 3 minutes. However, the more sugar he uses, the more his cognitive functions decline, May explains, holding one of Aizu's notebooks, surprising Uraraka with her knowledge. Sato and I charge at Komentos. So you're opting for a direct frontal assault, Komentos remarks, creating a multitude of walls before him. This is it, Sato? I shout, pulling back my fist. Let's go! Sato replies, and we both punch one of the walls, creating a crater. We pull back our fists and strike again, demolishing the wall, launching a barrage of punches against the barriers. But the issue is how long they can hold out. Mr. Komentos, however, has no limit, May observes with a smirk, glancing up from her invention. Not so fast, kids, Komentos says, remaining in place. This is never ending. No matter how many walls we break, he keeps making more. I yell, breaking through several walls. I'm tired. So sleepy. Sato mutters, his energy waning. Not now. I shout, as the walls begin to form a dome around us. Just a little nap. Sato murmurs. I'm running out of steam. I admit, wincing after punching a wall, just as the ground beneath us shifts and wraps around us. You're both weak in long-term battles. When your life is on the line, you need to know exactly how far you can push your powers, Komentos advises as the buzzer sounds. Sato and Kirishima have been knocked out. Exam is over, the announcer declares. With the others. Seriously? That fast? Kami exclaims, astonished. Kirishima went down? Sue asks in disbelief. In the camera room. It's only the first match and I'm already needed, Recovery Girl says, rising from her chair and heading out. No way. It was that one-sided. Uraraka remarks. This is what happens when you attempt to brute force through someone who can control the battlefield, May explains, adjusting something on her invention. Tokoyami's POV. With Tokoyami and Sue, I observe, I see. They're starting us in the middle of the stage, as we stand at the base of a large tower. In order to escape, we have to pass through the designated gate, right? That means the teacher is probably waiting for us. Sue says just before a buzzer sounds, signaling the start of the second test. Team Azui and Tokoyami. Practical exam. Ready? Go. The announcer calls out, and several clones of pro-hero ectoplasm appear. Maybe you didn't understand, but we teachers are going to challenge you with everything we've got. No holding back. Ectoplasm warns as we try to retreat, but more clones materialize behind us. Steady your nerves and show me your resolve, he commands before all the clones charge at us. To be continued. Chapter end. Tokoyami's POV. Recap. Team Azui and Tokoyami. Practical exam. Ready? Go. The announcer says, and several clones of pro-hero ectoplasm appear. Maybe you didn't understand, but we teachers are going to challenge you with everything we've got. No holding back. Ectoplasm warns as we try to retreat, but more clones appear behind us. Steady your nerves and show me your resolve, he commands as they all charge at us. End of recap. Steady your nerves. And show me your resolve. Ectoplasm repeats before they all charge at us. Get her, Dark Shadow. I shout, and Dark Shadow emerges from my back, grabbing Tsu and tossing her into the air. Azui, your turn. I call out as the ectoplasm clones look up at her. Got you, Tokoyami. Tsu replies, shooting her tongue to wrap around me and lift me to a higher level. I'm glad we made a plan beforehand, Tsu says. Yes, I agree. In the monitor room, Uraraka cheers, nice. May, working on an invention, adds, these two are very compatible. They have a better chance of succeeding than the other teams. You're right, young one. The fact that they're communicating is significant. It's not just about having a sidekick or teammate you match well with. Real heroes need to be able to communicate with anyone, Recovery Girl says as she joins them. Back with Toko and Tsu, Ectoplasm observes, so you've chosen to avoid a fight. Good luck. Ectoplasm. His quirk allows him to create clones by shooting ectoplasm from his mouth. He can produce 30 at a time, but after a couple of karaoke songs, that number increases to 36. PM narrates. Ectoplasm spawns more clones in front of us. Now! Dark Shadow commands, taking out the clones in front of us, but 2 more clones appear behind me. Gotcha! Sue exclaims, knocking one away with her tongue. Thanks. I reply as Dark Shadow smashes the other clone into the ground, making it disappear. 2 other clones charge at us. Dark Shadow! I call, and he rushes at them, but 1 clone dodges. Sue grabs me and flings me into the air. To the next floor. There's no end to them. Sue exclaims as we land next to an entrance. Let's keep moving, I say, but several clones block our path again. In the monitor room, Recovery Girl observes, one problem with Tokoyami is that while he is quick and can attack from a distance, he is vulnerable at close range. Wow, I never thought about his powers like that, Uraraka responds. On the other hand, there's Azui, a stellar student with no clear weaknesses. She can support her ally, and her level-headedness is key to their success, Recovery Girl explains. Back with Tsu and Toko, I say, that was clone number 28, as we finish off the last clone. Tokoyami, look, it's the goal. That means that's probably his real body down there, Tsu points out, and we see the real ectoplasm standing at the goal. Excellent job getting past the others. But tell me, what will you do against this? Ectoplasm challenges as he unleashes a torrent of ectoplasm, forming a giant clone that towers over us. Just try to escape. Giant bite detention, he declares. I can't create more clones now. But as long as I have you captured, this one is all I need, Ectoplasm thinks as the giant clone prepares to attack. Azui! Look out! I yell as the giant clone lunges, threatening to engulf us. Only I can defeat this behemoth. So what is your plan? Ectoplasm taunts. This quirk is too powerful, I admit as Dark Shadow emerges. Hey, so am I, he replies, slightly offended. Dark Shadow, you just have to get through that gate. I urge. I'm on it, he responds, charging at Ectoplasm, but Ectoplasm kicks him away. Damn it! Dark Shadow exclaims as he struggles against the onslaught. With Toko and Tsu, I say, I don't think he stands a chance against a pro. Well, if he can reach him, we do have a chance. Call Dark Shadow back. I have something to give him, Tsu suggests, leaving me confused. Azui, what do you mean? I ask. Please. Don't watch me. Mr. Ectoplasm will notice. And besides, it's really gross to see me do this, Tsu explains as she starts to G. Will you keep this up until time runs out, little bird? I want to see a student who can overcome an adversary, no matter what. Ectoplasm shouts as he continues to overpower Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow! I yell, and he returns, grabbing something from Tsu's hand. Calm down. We've got this, Tsu reassures me as Dark Shadow charges back in. Because Tokoyami and Dark Shadow are heroes. Tsu declares as Dark Shadow prepares to punch Ectoplasm, but Ectoplasm kicks him away. I figured this was the only way we could win if he managed to capture us somehow. So I swallowed the cuffs. My quirk allows me to take things in and out of my stomach, Tsu says. How unexpected, Ectoplasm replies as he finds himself restrained. In the monitor room, Uraraka gasps, Whoa, they've leg-cuffed him. Mei adds, Oh, that could be useful for you, Aizu. Not happening, Aizu interjects. Back with Toko and Tsu, the announcer declares, Team Azui and Tokoyami have passed the final. Ectoplasm approaches Tsu and me. That was wonderfully clever. I must commend you both, he says with a smile. I'm truly humbled, sir, I respond, bowing slightly as Tsu ribbits happily. It was all thanks to me, Dees chimes in, giving a thumbs up. With the other students, Momo reflects, so Tokoyami and Azui passed their exam. I'm not surprised, recalling her own experience at the sports festival. Ida's POV. At a construction site with Ojiro, the ground beneath us begins to crumble. We're running out of places to stand. Can Mr. Power Loader really do this? Ida asks, astonished. Apparently. What now? Ojiro replies. The terrain gives our opponent the advantage. To minimize injuries and defeat him, I think our best choice is to find a hero better suited to take him on, Ida explains. So, in other words, we should run. One thing, Ojiro says, flicking a rock with his tail, causing the ground to cave in. There are traps between us and the gate, and we have no idea where Mr. Powerloader will strike next, Ojiro warns. We can still make it as long as we work together, Ida encourages. Right. Ojiro agrees. Fusion. Ida calls as Ojiro wraps his legs around Ida's waist, hanging on his back. I can only imagine how silly we look right now, and I bet May is laughing at us, Ojiro admits, slightly embarrassed. In the monitor room, May bursts into laughter, while Aizu leans in to kiss her, using sleep gas to gently put her to sleep before she can lose consciousness. Back with Ida and Ojiro, Ida shouts, "Here we go, Ojiro." Reciproburst. The engines in his legs propel him forward, racing past the traps that threaten to collapse. We're outrunning the traps he set. If we keep this up. Ojiro thinks, just as Powerloader emerges from the ground. Not so fast, he laughs, causing the path ahead to collapse. We're going to fall. Ojiro panics. Find the best solution, Tenya. Come on. Ida urges himself, leaping into action. Quick, wrap your tail around my leg, he instructs, and Ojiro complies, wrapping his tail around Ida's leg. Ida spins them like a sideways Beyblade. Recipro.extend, he shouts, flinging Ojiro toward the exit. I've got you. Powerloader calls, reaching out to grab Ojiro, but Ojiro slaps his tail against Powerloader's head, knocking him off balance. In the monitor room, Aizu sighs, glancing at his sleeping girlfriend, relieved she didn't witness that. Back with Ojiro and Ida, Ojiro successfully crosses the finish line. Team Ida and Ojiro have passed the final, the announcer announces. Nice one, man. Ojiro cheers, looking back at Ida. That was a risky move, but it ended the match quickly. You managed to get your friend out without getting hurt. All in all, not bad. You pass. Congrats, Powerloader says. Thank you very much, Ida replies. Aizu's POV. In the monitor room, Uraraka beams. They're both amazing. Aizu smirks, thinking, I promise I will strive to be the perfect hero. You did well, idiot, he reminds himself. Also, I'm completely stuck, Ida admits, with only his head above ground, prompting a sigh from Aizu. But the next one worries me, he thinks. Momo's POV. In a makeshift neighborhood, Todoroki snaps Momo out of her thoughts. It's our turn now. Let's go, Yaoyorozu. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Todoroki asks. Oh no, she replies. It's okay. With our opponent, I don't blame you. But I have a plan, he assures her. She starts to respond but is interrupted by a horn. Team Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. Practical exam. Ready, go, the announcer calls. As they run through the makeshift neighborhood, Todoroki instructs, Yaoyorozu, keep making small objects. When you can't anymore, it means Mr. Aizawa is close. And I'm back. That's Class 1A's homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. He can erase quirks with his gaze, but the effect ends when he blinks, the announcer explains, as Aizawa perches on a pole, likely observing them. Our success will depend on who finds the other first, Todoroki says, peeking out from an alley. Once we spot him, I'll draw him to me. You can run to the escape gate and win this for us. Just stay close until then. Hurry up and start making things, he urges. Sure, no problem, Momo replies, nervously. As they navigate the town, she creates small dolls resembling herself. I guess those work okay, but what are they? Todoroki asks, pausing to look at her. Oh, these? They're just Russian nesting dolls, she explains, placing some in her waist strap. Let me know if you notice anything strange with your quirk, he says before dashing off, and she follows. I'd expect nothing less from you, Todoroki, she compliments. What? He asks, confused. You devised a plan against Mr. Aizawa so quickly. You knew what was best right from the start, she praises. This is nothing, he replies, but she stops him. No, you're wrong. As a student who got into UA through recommendation, we started from the same place. But in terms of practical hero skills, I haven't really stood out. During the cavalry battle, I just followed your orders, And when it was my turn to fight, I failed before I could do anything, she admits, feeling unsure. Yaoyorozu, you're not making those dolls. Todoroki realizes. He's coming, he warns. I'm sorry, she exclaims in apology. If you know I'm here, then you should be acting, Aizawa states, hanging from some power lines with his scarf. I suggest you prioritize evasion since I've taken your power from you, he adds, letting go of his scarf and dropping to the ground. Yaoyorozu, go! Todoroki commands, attempting to kick Aizawa, but he dodges as Momo starts to run. Is that your plan? Aizawa taunts, swiftly tying up Todoroki and lifting him off the ground. Then this will be simple. I was always going to catch you first since your team's offense, Aizawa said, tying the other end of his scarf to a pole, keeping Todoroki suspended. You think you've caught me? This is nothing. I can burn or freeze these restraints in an instant, Todoroki replied confidently. Do whatever you want. Just be careful where you land, Aizawa said, tossing small caltrops beneath Todoroki. In the monitor room, Aizu remarked, Really, Aizawa? Caltrops? Recovery girl, can you even heal small holes in the body? Kinda, but it will leave small marks, Recovery girl responded. Back with Todoroki and Aizawa, Todoroki scoffed, Caltrops? This is your strategy? Are you pretending to be some kind of ninja? This is very different from when you faced the hero killer. I know about your quirks and what you can do. I'm perfectly prepared to defeat you both. Aizawa simply put eye drops in his eyes and replied, Your plan places most of the burden on yourself. It's nice you tried to be considerate to the girl, but maybe you should have actually talked this over with her. With that he dashed off. Talk it over? Todoroki thought to himself. I panted as I ran toward the gates, my mind racing. How much farther to the gate? Is there a shorter route I should take? Is Todoroki okay? Is this right? Should I take the time to make something to help me go faster? Can I make it? Will I be able to pass this way? Where am I running to? Can I do this? Or am I going to fail us? I thought, fear creeping in. She obviously lost her confidence after the sports festival, Aizawa mused, swinging toward me. Mr. Aizawa. Does that mean Todoroki has been? I thought, panic rising within me, just as the speaker turned on. Momo, I know I'm not supposed to say this at this moment. Aizu's voice came through. Aizu! I exclaimed. Problem child? Aizawa thought, wrapping my arm with his scarf. Think Momo. What's the best thing to do in this situation? Grab some confidence and focus on what you need to do, Aizu encouraged before the speaker turned off. Even with the problem child speech, I'm still going to hit you where it hurts. Let's see which one of us is stronger. Aizawa said, tugging on my scarf. I don't have a chance against my own teacher. Well, my quirk's not erased. Creation. I thought, creating a weight under Aizawa's scarf, allowing me to slip my arm out. Thanks, Aizu, I thought before turning around and running back. Changing direction? Problem child, what did you do during that speech? But as I see it, she let him make all the decisions. Comparing herself to Todoroki, she decided that he was the superior student. For better or worse, he never seems to hesitate much. And she's lost her ability to trust her own instincts and reactions. Emotionally, she's still a child of I'd like to help her regain her confidence, but the problem child is already doing that, Aizawa thought, chasing after me. Todoroki's POV. As I hung from the lamppost, Aizawa's words echoed in my mind. Maybe you should have actually talked this over with her. Those words lingered. Now that I think about it, she had something to say. I reflected. Todoroki! Todoroki! Momo called, running up to me. Yaoyorozu! I exclaimed, surprised she came back. In the monitor room, Aiza commented, Well, this feels like a love story waiting to happen, while Mei slept peacefully on my fluffy chest, and Uraraka blushed happily at the scene. Back with Todoroki and Momo, she said, I'm sorry I came back. I couldn't. Hey, watch it. Mr. Aizawa's coming. I warned as Aizawa closed in, running out the wires. Should I save Todoroki? Or run? What's the right answer? What should I do? Momo thought in a panic. In the monitor room, Aiza thought, Come on, you got this, worried about her stress. Back with Todoroki and Momo, I said, Yaoyorozu, you've got a plan, don't you? Sorry, I should have asked before and not told you what to do. But you have an idea, right? Your plan didn't work, so there's no way mine will be any good. We're both going to fail, Momo said, anxiety evident in her voice. Remember what Aizu said, think about what you want to do, not all the possibilities. Now spit it out already. I'm saying that you're the one who's better at this kind of stuff, not me. When we were voting for class rep, you had 2 votes, remember? One of those votes was mine because I thought you would be best at leading our class. I said, trying to instill confidence in her. I'm pathetic, but maybe. Momo thought, just as Aizawa jumped over her. Giving up? Aizawa taunted. Not yet. Todoroki, close your eyes. Momo yelled, throwing the Russian nesting dolls she had on her waist toward Aizawa. What are these? Aizawa said, swatting at one, but as it opened, a flash grenade was inside. The pin was pulled, and it went off, blinding Aizawa. Flash grenade? Aizawa exclaimed, trying to shield his eyes. You're right. I have an idea. A plan for us to win. Momo said, lowering me down. This final exam isn't over. We can still beat Mr. Aizawa, she declared as Aizawa looked at us with a smirk. Aizu's POV. In the monitor room, I said, he seems to be enjoying this, a sweat trickling down my forehead. I was grateful I didn't have to fight him, especially since my endoskeleton shuts down when he uses his quirk. Momo's POV. So, you've got a strategy, Todoroki said, taking a fighting stance. Yes. I've been thinking about it from the beginning. His weakness, I replied, feeling a surge of confidence. All right, just tell me what to do, Todoroki said as Aizawa leaped away. As a result of my injuries, I can't use my quirk for as long, and I have to rest more between erasures. If she chose her attack because she noticed that, she's pretty smart, Aizawa thought, preparing to throw his scarf at us. Yaoyorozu! Todoroki yelled as we jumped back. Fire! Crap, he erased it! Todoroki thought, trying to unleash his flames. Todoroki, we have to hide. Together! I urged as we started running. Since he was injured, his quirk has become unstable. I explained, noticing Aizawa following us closely. Because of what happened at the USJ? So, we're going to exploit that, Todoroki said, slowly grasping my plan. Not yet. For now, we just need to get out of his field of vision. It's all a matter of timing. We're going to pass this final, I said. Timing? How is getting out of his sight going to help us with that? Todoroki questioned, still unsure. He can still take our quirks whenever he sees us, To-Do asks. Just do as I tell you. Keep checking to see if you can use your ice power, okay? I say, not fast enough, kids. Aizawa says, tossing his scarf at us. I think to myself, he's mistaken if he believes he can keep our powers erased the entire time. There will definitely be a moment. A brief interval when Mr. Aizawa blinks before he can use his quirk again. As Aizawa blinks, To-Do regains his ability to use his quirk. This is it, To-Do says, activating his ice power. And I'll be counting on you to attack, just like you did at the sports festival. A giant ice wall. I think, watching as To-Do creates a massive ice wall that halts Aizawa. Todoroki's biggest move. They were waiting for this, Aizawa says with a smirk. They took advantage of their opponent. Hit me where it hurts, he thinks. Aizu POV. In the monitor room. Good, they're separated, I think, noticing Mei and Uraraka asleep while I'm in cat loaf mode. To-Do POV. Back with To-Do and Momo. I blocked him with the wall the moment my quirk came back. We can use our powers again. So can you tell me the rest of the plan now? I ask, using my fire to melt the ice off my body. I turn to see Momo holding open her hero costume as she creates a scarf that resembles Aizawa's. Is that Aizawa's scarf you're making? I say, turning away to avoid looking. Aizu POV. In the monitor room. I look away, blushing. Why is the camera at this angle? I say, Momo POV. With Momo and To-Do. It is. I don't know the material it's made of or precisely how it's constructed, so it's not exactly the same. but I created my own version with a special material woven into it. Since this is a residential area, we must keep collateral damage to a minimum. He moves his own restraining bonds so quickly, making it difficult to catch him. So, here is my plan, I say, finishing the scarf. In the monitor room. Is he not going after them? Did he overuse his quirk? Aizu wonders to himself. A minute or two later with Tadu and Momo. What do you think, Todoroki? I believe this has the highest chance of success. Or, at least, it's better than trying to run, I say, sighing as I stand in front of a catapult with the makeshift scarf on it. We'll only get one chance. So is this all right with you? I ask, turning to him. Yeah, no complaints here, Tadu replies. In the monitor room. He stands no chance if this goes well. I trust Momo's plan fully, even if I'm not there, Aizu thinks, before noticing Mei snoring on his stomach, using him as a pillow. I think I gave her too much sleep gas, Aizu comments, hearing Uraraka chuckle, causing him to blush. With Aizawa. The escape gate is behind me. It'll be better to watch the approach from here than to try and chase them, Aizawa says, standing on a post. I have a plan for us to win. We can still beat Mr. Aizawa, he remembers my words. Let's see it, Aizawa says, spotting two cloaks running down the street. Disguises. I can't use my quirk if I can't see them. But they're at a disadvantage too. Aizawa thinks, throwing his scarf at us and wrapping it around two heads, but they turn out to be fake. The upper halves were just mannequins. Aizawa exclaims in surprise. Now, I just have to launch it, I think, but I miss the handle. A catapult? Aizawa thinks before jumping away, but I launch the scarf at him while he's in the air. It's a diversion. Aizawa realizes. Todoroki, use your flames now. I yell as Todoroki unleashes his fire. In the monitor room. Yes. Use your fire to the best. I think, thrilled that he's using his flames. Back with them. He's not aiming for me. Why not? Aizawa wonders as the makeshift scarves harden. I'm not sure we have a chance of beating you in a full battle, Mr. Aizawa, but that's okay. Nitinol alloy. Have you heard of it? I ask, as the makeshift scarf begins to harden around Aizawa. When heated, it returns to its original shape in an instant, I explain, watching as the scarf wraps tightly around him. It's a metal with shape memory. I say. Well, isn't that impressive, Aizawa replies. In the monitor room. Aizawa smirks. I'm proud of you, Tadu. You are possibly growing faster than me, he thinks. Back with them. It went exactly according to your plan. It was almost a little too smooth, Tadu says, impressed. Honestly, it shouldn't have worked out. When I was about to trigger the catapult, I made a big mistake. Mr. Aizawa noticed but still jumped away, even though he could have stopped me easily. I think he allowed himself to be captured by my plan on purpose, I say. I was just trying to see what Todoroki would do. You were in my sight, but he still had a cloth over him, remember? I thought he'd try to freeze me. So I decided it would be best for me to back off. In doing so, it looks like I ended up playing right into your hands, Aizawa admits. It really was just a matter of timing like you said, huh? Thanks, teammate, Tadu says before I start tearing up. What's wrong? Do you feel sick? Tadu asks, confused. No, it's nothing really. I reply, covering my mouth to hold back tears. If you feel nauseous, there's a pressure point, Tadu starts. Todoroki, that's enough, Aizu interjects through the speaker. And Aizu, you're getting a day of detention for using the speaker, Aizawa says to Aizu. Oh no! Aizu exclaims, quickly turning off the speaker just before the buzzer goes off. Team Todoroki and Yaoyorozu have passed the final exam, the announcer declares. To be continued. Cuddling. Nico can hear the voice of a higher being known as the Guide, or the Lightkeeper, and interact with them. In this world, this God is an invisible force that only they can perceive, akin to a player's perspective. The Godlink allows Nico to receive warnings, gain insight into upcoming threats, or even briefly reset a moment for a second chance, but only once per day. Mutant trait. Nico's glowing yellow eyes enable them to see through lies, darkness, and even some forms of invisibility. Their footsteps emit a faint glow in pitch-black areas, illuminating a small path behind them. Support skills. Dream walking. Nico can briefly enter the dreams of those nearby, offering emotional healing or glimpsing their fears. Light restoration. Nico can revive small dying plants or stabilize weakened life forms using their soul light. Limitations. The Godlink cannot be used in rapid succession, as it can lead to headaches, nosebleeds, or fainting if overused. The light weakens in areas filled with despair, corruption, or deep pollution. Nico's offensive power is minimal. They are more of a support-style quirk user. Chapter End. For all How to Train Your Dragon fans, I need ideas to create a Night Fury Hiccup. Runaway AU, yes or no? Dragon Astrid, yes or no? Dragon Valka, yes or no, if you choose Runaway AU? Dragon Astrid, Light Fury or Night Fury? Toothless Dead, yes or no, if you're willing? No, I will not be doing hybrid versions with full dragon bodies, but after training, they can turn back into human form for only 2 days. Chapter End.